Okay. Alright, let me know when you guys can hear me. The stream should be on and started. And yeah, we'll start to see some people in here. Let's see what's going on in the game dev channel. How many people do we even have here? About 150. Yeah. Alright, I think I will start and then we'll eventually talk about some of the news. So first things first, we're going to clean up some of these to-do lists. Typical administrative task Monday morning. And this, I don't know if I need this. Oh yeah, I'll leave chat open over here. Hey Squish Squirrel. Alright, and then let's put up some temporary text. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just chatting now. I'm going to store this here. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Alright, let's say just chatting now. That's that text. Now this text is going to be administrative tasks. Oop, nope, I don't like where that is. Let's delete that. And we will duplicate this if that's possible. I thought it was possible. No, apparently we can't. Well, that's too bad. Oh well, whatever, whatever. I guess I don't really care that much. You guys know what I'm doing. And hey, Sven off. Alright, so yeah, let's just write this over here actually. Administrative tasks for now. Close this, put this here. Great. Alright, yeah, so I want to look through a couple of these things. One of the things I think we want our roadmap to be for this week is finishing up code execution stuff and then getting tests done for that too. I can also move this back to here. Talk to designer about bot coins as our currency. I think I should get rid of this from this list and put this here maybe. Where do we have? I'll make an ideas note. Should bot coins be our currency? There we go. Alright, Phantom Bots commands. I was looking into Phantom Bots some more yesterday, and I made a bit of progress. So first of all, Phantom Bot had a lot of issues. Check this out. If I type bang last scene Adam13531, it tells you what you might expect. Well, for me it might not have data, but let's just pick someone else then. Sven off. Oh my god, okay, let's pick someone who we know exists in the channel. Who is not here, who usually is here. Machine Gun Norm. Okay, let's see if it has data for Machine Gun Norm. Okay, never mind, last scene sucks. We're not gonna show you that. What I wanted to say is that last scene, you could have typed it like this, and instead of realizing that this is not a username, it would whisper me hello, and so you could get the bot to whisper me commands. I have since disabled almost every module where you could do something like that, and I started to work on the lights commands. I just haven't gotten there yet. We need to change a couple of different things. And I do plan on possibly delegating some of this. Metsuro and Destadom said that they might be able to help. So yeah, perhaps I will do that. And hey William, XZ2. Okay. So I think these are all my post-stream things. This is not really something I should look at right now. It's this that I should be looking at. So yeah, let's come up with what we want to do this week. I think it'll work. I think we're going to take some of this. So first things first. Oh, what's... Roving Eye says, if you have any assembly that needs doing, ... Alright, so this is certainly the first thing. Last week, and by the way, it's the first thing once we get done with the to-do list. Last week, we switched from Phaser to Pixie, and I tested out some things in Pixie. We need to finish putting that back into Botland. Excuse me. Okay. Now, one of the other things is consider whether my rendering code is too closely tied to my classes. Svenhoff says, I understand a list of backlog items is nice, but have you checked out the to-do review package for Sublime for inline to-do items? No, I have not. And thank you, Roving Eye, for saying bless you. To-do, oh darn, I already got the name as soon as I switched tabs. So I had to-do review Sublime. Let's take a look at what this does. Hopefully there's a screenshot. Reviewing and other comments. Oh, interesting. This looks more like for coding though. I don't like keeping to-do items in my code unless they're very low priority, I guess, which I know I'm making enough of those notes. Because a lot of these things that I write down, and I appreciate the suggestions, Svenhoff, a lot of these things that I write down are like, look into this link, for example. And I don't think I'd want to put that as a to-do comment. It looks like this is possibly useful. So I'll write this down for now. And have I fixed the giveaway tool thing yet? No, I haven't. Yeah. What I wanted to do, right now I have 2 different bots running. Is that correct? Yeah. I wanted to have the giveaway thing. I wanted to have pretty much everything be run from Phantom Bot eventually, and I just haven't gotten there yet. But I started some work on that this weekend. I didn't get too much done. There is some news I'll share with you guys in a little bit. This will look through to-do items in my code and consolidate them. Just make us all winners. Actually, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll give a token to William XD2. You can make sure the light system's working. How about that? And I have a handy little guide right here. 4 equals strip number 1. Light strip number 1, I guess. And this is light strip number 2. Oh, by the way, here's actually an interesting case for where I could have done something like this. I could have said +1 and then evaluated both. Yeah. Alright, it doesn't want to give a token to William. Oh, there we go. Okay, you should have gotten one, and I'll be able to find out as soon as my lights change colors. Alright, so yeah, finish incorporating this. Consider whether my rendering code is too closely tied to my other classes. There we go. Working like a charm. Move on with arena code. So in general, I think here's the roadmap for this week. And let's try to keep this down to like, let's say 3 bullet points. Hey, Instagip. Let's keep it down to finish incorporating Pixie. Well, no, we shouldn't even say that. We should say finish code execution tasks. No, actually, maybe we should say finish incorporating Pixie. Finish code execution tasks and tests, and then finish arena code. All right, that's kind of our roadmap for this week, and I'll write a date here too. Svenhoff says, it's indeed for writing to-do items right next to your code. I like it to mark code that needs rewriting because the list to-do review generates allows you to go to the code easily. What works for you is the best. Yeah, and I will probably end up trying this out. You should write a writing your to-do. I actually kind of did that right here. Clean up to-do list. Alright, so let's get to the individual tasks. Finish incorporating that, good. Consider whether my rendering code needs to be changed, good. Move on with the arena code, and what that means in particular is What is this? Keep in mind that the arena should be showable even on the title screen. Refactor the code so that things aren't everywhere, especially debug main. What did I mean by this? Like, oh, I think I know what I meant. Stop using this from everywhere. Figure out world size based on arena, so I have pan boundaries. Make pan and zoom work, only show tiles that are visible. Okay, so part of this is make pan/zoom work, only show tiles that are visible. Do I have a single monitor? I have two. Yeah, so whenever you see me do something like this, it's coming over from the second monitor. And when I try moving it off of this monitor, it doesn't work. Bot paraphernalia. Not yet, I don't. Yeah. Okay, so only show tiles that are visible, and I have this written down here. Yeah, that's this. Alright, consider whether my rendering code, that's part of this too. So this, keep in mind that the arena should only be showable, it should be showable even on the title screen. Alright, so I think, let's cut that out now. Both arenas are going to need the message router. That's something we are also going to do. And this, make that bot get sent by the server to new people who connect. Make player bots. Alright, there we go. Instagive says, why do you choose Windows for work? So I had this Windows machine already. I don't actually own a Mac, and it was mostly just a cost decision. For me to buy a Mac would probably be $2,000, I think, something that would allow me to both stream and work at the same time. And I'd rather not spend $2,000 on that. I don't have anything against Mac. I used it at my last professional job, and I liked it. I think it's good. I also like Windows. And the only thing I feel like, I'm getting a phone call. This might be, hang on, I gotta accept phone calls. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm waiting for, so one of the things, I'm getting a standing desk, and at some point I'm going to get a phone call from my apartment complex saying, you just got this desk, please get it out of our lobby area. And that's why I got to keep checking my phone when I don't recognize the number. Tenbora says, use Linux. Every developer at my workplace is on Linux. The problem I have with Linux is a familiarity one. Whenever I try to use it, it's like, oh, that's nice that I can do that. But then there's at least like 5 or 10 things where I think, wait, how do I know how to do this on Windows, how do I do it on Linux? So, but anyway, I have Windows and I don't think it's slowing me down. And if you guys think there's something I could be doing faster or better, definitely let me know. Switching an entire operating system is a little too generic, general. But if there's something where you're like, Adam, you're wasting time managing your Windows or something like that, then yeah, tell me about that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think I addressed some of those things. So entity indexer, that'll need to be done. Yeah, yep. So we have all that stuff. Now what about this? Get bots in a shared arena executing code. That's kind of the goal for this. So overall goal, get bots in a shared arena executing code. Will we be able to get that done this week? I actually think that's possible. So write the SPMP router. Let's just make sure we have that here. SPMP router. Okay. So what else? Make sure the new players get the state of the world when they connect. Yeah. I'm gonna just write this as its own bullet point. All bots and players. Make it so that single player could work with all this stuff. Functions should go through, do not, yep, good. And write tests for everything that we have a written test for. Yes, so let's put that here. And I think that's good for now. That's done. This is not done yet. Check in foundational work I did. Yeah, that's done. Make sure all possible errors are done. Good, good. Make the code input box actually show where your errors are, then test it with this. Well, I haven't actually done this test, so we should keep this here for now. Put a pretty print button in. Yeah, need to allow user to find code to be able to delete from an array. Yeah, that's actually not possible. All right, when it comes to time for code execution, this is another one of those tests that I'm gonna have to do. Ask Stream if they would mind making an offline image. Yeah, that's actually something I don't have yet, although Stream shouldn't have to do that. Although if someone's willing to, they could. That's the offline limit image on my Twitch channel. What else is this stuff? Okay, Linux is getting close enough to being usable. Linux is more popular in coding community, but why? How's it better? Command line git control is probably the biggest workflow improvement I can see. Timberia, do you see my git flow as being slow though? Because I think it's accomplishing all of my needs, and the way that I invoke this usually is just by right-clicking and going to git commit. And then from here I can see everything that changed. So I tend to find it pretty fast, but yeah, perhaps. And by the way, I have the git command line. I can do things like git diff from, well, let me switch into my folder. cd and git diff. No, there is no git. There's no diff. But anyway, I have the git command line. I just don't like to use it. And yeah, package managers are definitely really, really good about Linux. But since I'm using Node.js, NPM is my package manager. And that's on all of the operating systems. Okay, what else do we have here? So make sure connections get closed, that's done. Code arrays, for loops, and member expression syntactic sugar is done. Figure out inheritance hierarchy is done. Flesh out Blockly code is not necessarily going to happen for a while. What next with Blockly? How do I incorporate it? Is there anything other than? Yep, done with that. Code the validator, try to force an error in line number 2. Okay, make sure it works in React, and look into sandboxing code execution. So I think we've considered all of this. Gulp file doesn't pick up errors, you always need to fix that. Make a player deep on the client side. Software validator. Yep. And eventually, I'll write this down here. Software validator needs to be changeable based on the game mode so that certain APIs can be disallowed. Alright, Timbrera says, no, I can't actually see anything on stream at the moment. Still at work, so I'm only listening to audio. Oh, that's important, because I was going to say, I've been showing certain things. Alright, anyway, when you get home from work, if you still feel like watching the stream, I'm not trying to force you to do something, and remind me to talk about the Git workflow that I have, because I think that it's good. And I don't know if something could be made better. And that's where I always defer to you guys. So if you know something that could help, definitely let me know. Like Sven Hoff told me about that Sublime extension. That's really good. That's done. Yeah, so we're almost done looking through this list. Then we're actually going to get started with some items. This should take about 7 or 10 minutes more. William XC says, anyone here using an MMO mouse with numpad? I kind of am. I mean, it's this. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but it's got a ton of buttons. Also, I really like this mouse. There are a couple of problems that I have with it, and those problems are actually kind of big, but one of those problems, by the way, is when I press enter on my mouse, sometimes it just does this and doesn't stop until I reset my mouse, which is really annoying because it's just a random oh, gotta take 15 or 20 seconds. And yeah, so William XC2, I can tell you what this is as soon as I remember what it is myself. It's a G600. Yeah, a Logitech G600 is what I'm using. And it was actually relatively cheap as far as mice go. I've used every kind of weird mouse with tons of buttons, and I'll show you guys the last two that I had. One was called the War Mouse Meta. This was ridiculous, and this is my first foray into mice with tons of buttons. It had a joystick here. I thought this thing was great, but everyone who came to use my computer at work did not know how to use it. So that's something you should consider. And also, they'll just randomly close windows and stuff. You'll probably end up using this for games, but and then the other one I used, and this ended up the it was the left mouse button ended up acting as though it was double click every time, and so I had to stop using just left click. This is pretty interesting too. The weird part is there's a shift button that you can't see because it's just off screen up here, and it's kind of awkward to hit. So that's why I like the mouse I'm using now. It has a very natural hand grip. Let's see. Tim Bryce says, I'm not familiar with Sublime Text. Does it have a plugin similar to Control P in Vim? You know what? I don't know what Control P does. Vim hotkeys. I know P is paste. I know a lot about Vim actually. I just don't know like the most about it. I have used it before. I'm good enough in it. I'm not very fast. I don't even know how to search through this thing. Yeah, so temporary, just tell me what Control P does. Then William says he's thinking about getting this one. Oh, this is one of those sort of off-brand mice. So I can't vouch for this or anything. What I will say is, if you're using this for, well, actually, if you're using it for practically anything, a game or for Windows or anything like that, you'll want a shift button. And what a shift button does, I'll show you on the Logitech G600. So if there's a top-down view, I can show you this. Okay, yeah. So this is left click, obviously. This is obviously right click. And then this, it looks like it's just a rest, but it's actually a button. And you can see on my mouse, like, I can press this in. What this does is it changes all of the other buttons on your mice to do a different function. So watch this. When oh, this is gonna be really hard to show because I've gotta like move my hand in a really awkward position. If I press this button, it's page up. And now if I press, I'm gonna go back down. If I hold the shift button and press that, it turns into some second shortcut that I've written. Okay, which, darn it, I can't. Okay, I'm screwing this up. But anyway, it's a second shortcut, and it turns all of your shortcuts into different ones, which I find nice because it doubles the amount of buttons that you have. Let's see, Control P is a plugin, not a default keybind. It's a very nice fuzzy file name matcher. Yeah, Tembroya, Sublime does have something like that. Remind me to just show you this stuff when you're able to watch the stream. And what's wrong with a more normal mouse? Nothing's wrong with it. The way I look at it, though, is that you will want the mouse for certain things. For example, scrolling is something that I typically, if you're going through new code, you don't know where it is you want to be in that code necessarily. So you just scroll down, right? And you see where you want to be. If your hand is already on your mouse, you might as well have a keyboard on your mouse so that you can still do a lot of things. And that's why when I'm like, my hand is here, if I'm switching through files, or if I want to maximize this or put it on the left side of my screen or right side or off screen, page down, page up, any of those things, I can make all those modifications without my hand leaving the mouse. So I find it helpful. A lot of people find it very confusing and more to learn. Is it red, green, blue lighting, by the way? Yeah. And Versace, I am in my new apartment. I'll show you the interface for this, William. So here's the interface, and you can see actually even on the interface it's changing colors based on what's on my mouse right now. So I could change this if I want. There's actually, this is the UI for changing colors. So they're just RGB LEDs. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. See how this says page up and page down right here? If I hold the shift button, you can see them all change into my second set of hotkeys. So you essentially get, double the buttons that you would have had. And it's much more comfortable than the Cyborg mouse is. Let's see. Yeah, having a mouse for hotkeys I've always found very useful. And by the way, the two, I used to have statistics on this, and I know this is like super nerdy. So anyway, the 3 most used hotkeys that I found are this: double left click, and then control, and these are for me, by the way. So these 3 on Windows could accomplish, actually even on Mac, can accomplish practically everything I did the most. Left click on Windows, you typically navigate folders with your mouse, and double click will go into a folder. So double left click it'll just simplify that. That's a shortcut most people won't want. Control W on Windows and Control W is now Command W on Mac. It'll close a lot of different things. Windows sometimes and tabs other times. And then backspace not only deletes things, obviously, but it can also go back in a browser window. And wait, this is on sale? Because I got it for I think $50 and I thought that was a pretty good price. Wow, it's $40. Yeah, I would definitely buy this then. Like, other than those couple of problems I mentioned. But it does work on Mac and on Windows, so I think it's good. All right, let's finish up with the last couple of items down here. Test framework I already kind of got, right? A gulp pre-committed the root I should do. Launcher should actually start the game server. This is something we're gonna do later because we don't need the launcher until we actually have a game server. Consider putting client and game server under a game folder. That way I can share code just between them. Doesn't really matter right now. That matters. And some tests. And then this. Yep. Okay, looks good. I got it for 50. All right, let's actually start with some work now. That was all administrative tasks. Now I'm gonna just set up my monitors so that I can see what I need to see, grab some water, and then get started. So let's see what we got here. This is our roadmap for this week. We are done with this. This lights thing was just for you guys. So if you guys follow me, I'm sure most of the people in here are already followers because it's early in the morning. But if people haven't followed me and you follow me, you end up getting control over my lights. What was the other thing I wanted to say? So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. I really should label them on the website, but I'm not gonna do that yet. So news. This is something I wanted to talk about. I am using the internet, so I now finally, Comcast came over, they fixed the coaxial jack next to me, so my router is sitting right next to me and I am hardwired, and let me actually run a speed test and show you guys the result. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you what it was. It was new speeds were like 92 Mbps down, 12 Mbps up. As opposed to what it used to be was 12 down, 12 up, but that was on Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi was really, really unreliable. So the stream should hopefully never go down again. I've also upped the bit rate from 1 megabit per second to 2 megabits per second. So you can see here, this is still green, and we're at double the bit rate we were at before. Yeah, that's temporary. That's part of the reason. He says speed test shows your IP if you put it on stream, so watch out. Yeah, that's why I figured I'm not going to do it. Then finally, I finished reading through all the legal contracts of BizSpark. I think it's good. BizSpark is the program that's going to give me, hopefully, $750 of Azure credit every month. Once that's done, and by the way, this takes I'll just write this down here. It takes about 10 business days. So that might take into, mid-October, I guess, the 12th. Supposing it took exactly 10 business days. Once we have that, I can set up a VPS, and then Botland can all of a sudden become available to the community. Of course, it will look terrible because we don't actually have a game yet. So that's where we are. Now let's save these things and get to work. So we were going to finish incorporating this into Botland. So let's open that up. And let's also take a look at where we left off. Project Spark, Dream Spark, Biz Spark, yeah. Okay, looks like our first spam of the day. So let's do this. We're gonna ban this person. Actually, yeah, we're gonna ban this person. And then we're going to say, what's it called? Purge. Yeah, auto purge. All right, so don't click this link that I'm about to say. I'm auto purging that link. That really should be a whisper command, because now it makes it look like, oh, everyone should go read this link. Phantom bot. All right, so this is what we were working on Friday. We're going to now incorporate this into Botland. And for that to work, we need a camera class. We also kind of just need to figure out how our camera class is going to work. So let's take a look. Our client arena, we had set up Pixie. And this is where I was wondering, is this too close to the client code? We add in a sprite here. We'll need to see how we're going to do this in the future. Because actually, how do we do this here? Yeah, we make a new Pixie sprite, and Pixie is available to us everywhere. Wi-Fi isn't always bad, it's just bad in my case because it was so unreliable. Alright, also I feel bad for you, William. You're moving soon. I do not like moving. I like having moved, but I don't like the moving process. Alright, so part of this is figure out like design the incorporation. So we want a camera class. We want, I don't know if we need a tile map. That was really what the arena was going to be. And this has a render function, which is going to get smarter. We'll make it smarter today. Now, this calls into the camera. The camera has access to just a render function. How did this work? So when I created the camera, I passed in the custom render function. So camera has a render function. Perhaps it should just have a renderer, though. It doesn't really matter either way, I think. And then before we called into our render function, so we had our pre-render, and then we had all of the rendering stuff in between, and then our post-render. And that's going to be handled by some Pixie container class, which so far we have this setup Pixie. And this has our render loop here. Yeah, so I think we're going to do this too. Yeah, William XC2, I think if it's been 12 years, then you've forgotten the pains of moving. It's not so bad anymore. But after that, you gotta kind of psych yourself up every time you want to move. And it's, I don't know. I can't do it again for a while. Alright, we're gonna need our pre-render and post-render functions, so let's take those over. And this calls into renderer, and it calls things that we probably shouldn't directly be calling. We save off the renderer though, so alright, let's put these in. We'll take pre-render and post-render, and we'll put these here. We'll get rid of this stuff. Good. And then instead of just renderer, we want this to be this dot renderer. Finish the current renderer. I don't really know what they meant by that. No point in rendering if our context has been blown up. Sure, that's fine. So yeah, here we are directly accessing GL. So let's do this. Let GL equals this dot renderer.gl. And we're going to convert all these just to GLs. Alright, then we have our clear color. This is not great. These are things that we really should be calling into Pixie for. Stop accessing renderer member variables directly. William XC2 says, is there anything bad I have to know about the Logitech G600 before buying it? So like I said, every once in a while, it just keeps pressing enter on me. So I have a shortcut bound to enter, and it just spams it. And what I have to do to stop it is press another button on my mouse, which I have bound to K, and then go into here and toggle this, and then it's done. And then it's fixed. So it doesn't take very long to fix it, but that happens, and I don't know why. The second thing, and this happens with a lot of mice that are not just normal mice, eventually left click starts to fade into double click, like a spring breaks underneath it or something. That hasn't happened to me yet, but I read that complaint about this mouse. And then the third thing was, on Mac, for me to get things to work, I think I had to use the onboard memory, because there are certain shortcuts that are only available when you're using the onboard memory, and then certain shortcuts that are available when you have automatic game detection on. And I don't remember what that problem was exactly. And then, yeah, so, and yeah, no offense taken. Hopefully that enter button problem is just with yours. Yeah, and for all I know, it could be some other configuration that I have set up that's causing it to fail. I'm not sure. But as far as I see, $40 for that mouse, I don't think you can go wrong with that. Oh, whoops. Let GL equals this dot renderer.gl. Alright, then we have our post-render function. Looks good. Alright, so now what we want to do is make sure that we're actually calling these functions. We have our custom render function here. This actually needs to be used instead of just the renderer. Yeah, this can't happen anymore. Alright, let's take this too then. Yep. Alright, let's put this here, get rid of that, and put that on this line. What is this? This isn't even correct. At least that's not how I do things. Let's do it this way. Param type object. No, it's a display object. The object to render. Performance MX. What is this? Oh. I wonder if this is the mouse that my old roommate had. I'm not sure, but this might be the mouse that like tons of gamers were fanatical about. He used to play Counter-Strike a lot. Yeah, this is good. The problem that I have with it is that, yeah, it's only got like these buttons on it, and I'm crazy for buttons. Okay. Now this renderer stuff is all going to have to be this dot renderer, of course. These things are going to just be consts. Which actually this could be too, because we're not going to change it. Alright, yeah, then we call our custom render function with everything. So we have render display object. Where did that come from? This renders a display object. And why did we do this? We cut this out for a particular reason. And I don't remember why. We're going to have to look at the Pixie code to figure out why. So where do we have Pixie? Here it is. I hate you, Temporaya. No, you're at work though. I don't hate you anymore. Temporaya showed the speed test results. This is just obscene. God. I mean, look. I'm happy now with what I have here. I used to have internet problems to the point where, I mean, you guys can see, like, if I, look at this. If I go to my own videos, here was the problem. It would split them up into multiple videos just because the stream cut out. So see, yeah, even this is an example. Day 11, 251 and then 514. That wasn't so bad because it was 2 videos in a day. But look how many day 10 videos there are. There was one that just lasted 7 minutes. And think about it, you're 2 hours into a stream, the stream cuts out, you haven't watched me before, you probably are just gonna leave. You're never gonna come back. And that sucks. That sucks for everybody. So I wanted to keep the stream quality good. Now I finally at least can do that. At least I can keep the stream uptime good. Alright, so let's see where render display object was used in here. We have the WebGL renderer. Now we need to compare these two classes, these two functions I mean. So why did I copy this out? We have set render target, if clear, render target.clear. We have set filter stack, render WebGL. Oh, we needed to cut flush out of there. That was it. I think we need to do this. Man, that sucks. Alright, let's look up flush equals function. Flush equals function. So sprite renderer, what does this do? Oh, this is what batches things. Okay, so we need our own function for this so that we get rid of the flush function. Let's write that in here. Render display object. Yeah, we got to take that. All right, let's get it. Then these aren't needed anymore, right? Did I get rid of all those? Okay. So render display object. And I need to write better comments for this for now, but we don't just use Pixie's render display object function because it calls flush at the end of it. All right, good. So then these things can change to this dot renderer, and I think we're good there. Let's see. Mr. Random Gamer DK says, hey. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm caught up on chat now. Everyone else is talking about internet speeds and working. All right. So we have this now, render display object. We need to call this dot render display object. And this should this should now be callable like this, pre-render. Then we actually call this .post-render. And then instead of renderer.render, I think we call our custom render function. And let's just take a look and see if that's actually the case. So do we ever call render on something that is not the camera? We call it on the tile map, which just calls it on the camera. So yeah, we always need to call our custom render function, which I believe is what the camera class does. It calls render function, which is passed in when we make a new camera. It's passed in as custom render. Yep. Okay. So we got to do that same thing pretty much. So let's do that. This dot custom render bot sprite, and let's see what this looks like now. So we're going to do the typical botland dance of gulp watch and then run, gulp watch, run. Inkfez says, watching Twitch at work, Tenbroya? Tenbroya quickly backpedals. No, it's my job to watch Twitch. My boss said watch Adam13531 every day. To be fair, Tenbroya's almost done with work. They said 90 minutes about 70 minutes ago, so you probably only have, what, 20 minutes left? Okay, so our rendering still looks exactly the same. Our frame rate's high. We're happy. We got our render stuff set up. We just need the camera now. However, I think the camera part can come into a different commit. Oh man, I hope I'm not getting sick. My voice is failing me Monday morning. What does this mean for the rest of the week? Okay. Ooh. So yeah, I think the camera part would be another commit. So let's do that. Design the incorporation. We will write something at the end. Look over how I've incorporated the camera, the rendering, etc. and make sure I'm happy with it. We'll do that after that part. All right, so camera class is going to come next. I think first thing though, we have to clean up the rendering code I just added, and this is relatively self-contained for right now. So if I go to commit and I take a look at this, yes, we added some lines, but it's all in this class. So we can just take a look through this class and see what we've done. Look at what you've done. All right, so we have the pre-render function. Stop accessing render member variables directly. This is what I'm talking about. This get GL directly and then get the background color directly. We should actually just save this ourselves. Like we don't need to remember what this used to be. We also don't even need to pass it in that means. So here we're passing in a background color. Let's just not pass it in anymore. In fact, our clear color shouldn't even matter, to be honest, because we should not see any background color. But whatever, let's do it. So what's 37? OX 37 in decimal is what, 45? So we're gonna do 45, 45, 45, 1. This is the world's best gray color. That's why I've chosen that. Actually, maybe it is just 37 in decimal. I don't know. There's only a difference of 8. The human eye can't really tell the difference between that. So that's fine. All right, and then we're only accessing GL now. And GL, we know that we're using the WebGL renderer, so this isn't so bad. At least I don't think it is. I want to take a look at Pixie and see how they get... Oh, they do the same thing in here. In the Pixie code, they access GL directly. I wonder if you can just save this off, though, at the beginning. Like, does GL ever change? Because every time they do this.renderer.gl. So let's look for GL star equals. Why did it find this? Oh, global. Oh, so I want /b GL star equals. Yeah, here we go. Okay, those don't matter. What's this? This.gl equals GL. So WebGL graphics data. We want to check in the renderer, I think. Where else do we have this? Particle renderer. Where's the WebGL renderer? Here we go. We do this.view.getContext, and we set GL here. Do we ever change it? Ooh, no. Also, I find this a little unusual. No, maybe that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they ever change it. In which case, well, here they do in destroy, but that's fine. Alright, if that's the case, we can just save it off right at the beginning. And I'll write a reason for why we're doing that too. Did my text size just change? I think it did. There we go. Alright, so instead of Pixie, here's what we'll do. We'll do this dot GL equals... you don't need to do this. I'm not going to write this down. Wow. Temporia works on satellite systems, well, processing systems for satellite data. Neat. Alright, so we're going to write here, this paradigm of accessing GL directly seems to be okay. And here are the reasons why. One, this is how Pixie does it internally. See sprite renderer. Two, how does that even work? Sprite renderer? We apparently get var GL in here? Yeah, on context change. This is only if it's WebGL though. Oh, because Canvas does not have a context change function. That makes sense. And hey, Panadol Day. I don't know if I've ever seen you here before, so welcome to the stream. Alright, and then the second thing, so we said this paradigm of accessing GL directly seems to be okay. This is how Pixie does it internally. And two, the GL variable never changes, which is reason for us to, can you make const member variables? Probably not. I doubt it. Anyway, yeah. Alright, so if the context is lost, no point in rendering. The GL variable never changes. I don't really know why I even wrote this down here, because this is not a reason for doing this here necessarily. Okay, the paradigm of accessing GL directly seems to be okay, because this is how Pixie does it internally. Note though that the GL variable never changes in the WebGL renderer itself. Alright, good. Alright, so this .renderer.drawCon. Actually, this is a place where we're immediately accessing a member variable that we probably shouldn't. Although again, that's just what they do. Pixie also accesses this directly. It kind of makes sense in renderer code that you don't wrap this stuff in functions because function calls have some overhead. Let's see, Panadol Day says, can you back to day one to learn? I'm not totally sure what you're asking. If you're asking, can you go back to videos from day one? No, you can't because Twitch doesn't archive them forever. If you're asking a different question, just let me know. William says, Adam, do you usually listen to music while you work? Yes, almost always, but not since streaming because I find that it's hard for me to regulate the volume of my voice when I have headphones in and I don't want to be yelling at you guys. But yeah, I might actually go grab headphones or something and start listening again today. My mic actually might be hitting something. Ikvez points that out. Let me move my monitor and then move my mic. Alright, anytime you type it sounds like something's hitting the mic. Alright, let me try this. I'm just going to keep on typing and you let me know if you still hear the mic hitting something. Wow, it is hard to type when that's all you're trying to do. Ikvez, is that better? I did move the mic a little bit, so it was like right up against my monitor and I shake my desk when I type, so alright, good. So thank you for pointing that out. I remember on one of the first days, it was yeah, like what, almost 3 weeks ago now, so it was a little bit warmer weather, and I had a fan on. Apparently the fan was bothering everybody, but they didn't know that it was a fan. So then finally someone's like, what's that noise in the background? And I turned the fan off, and I apparently relieved the ears of a lot of people. Alright, cool, we clear, good. And actually this should not really be necessary. I don't know why they'd ever change the clear color, but we'll set it anyway. So fine, post render, we flush, so alright. The way, how does Pixie even work with its render function? Render equals function, let's look at WebGL renderer. So the way that this used to work is we did what was in pre-render here. No, here? Yeah, this was pre-render essentially. Is that correct? Let's just take a look. Pre-render did that stuff and also cleared the screen. So how is clear before render ever set? Clear before render equals false. That's when you get destroyed. Wow, I don't know where this was ever set. I think it's just a built-in option. So they somehow did everything in one Oh, that's how. Oh god. Alright. I'm gonna write this down then. Yeah, okay. The way that Pixie handles rendering is like this. They call render on a game world, and then that game world or stage, etc. I'll just say this. On a display object container. I don't know if that's what Pixie terms these things. By the way, I'll start reading chat again in just a second. So display object container, yes. So we had that. Display object container, a stage or world. And then that object was responsible for rendering all of its children. What that meant is that normal Pixie rendering would always clear before rendering the stage or world, since that contained all of your, that essentially rendered everything. We can't do things that way though, because then we end up calling update transform on every single sprite in the game world, even if it's not visible. To get around this, we split the render function up into pre-render, render, and post-render. Is that a good explanation of this? The way that Pixie handles rendering is like this. They call render on a display object container, and then that object is responsible for rendering all of its children. What that meant is that normal Pixie rendering would always clear the screen for rendering the stage or worlds, and that essentially rendered everything. Yeah. I guess what that meant is that there'd be one render call. They call render once on a display object container, and then that object is responsible for rendering all the children. We can't do things that way for a couple of reasons. First, the most important is that we would end up calling update transform on every single sprite in the game world, even if it's not visible. And then also, if we called into Pixie's render function for each draw call we have, we clear the screen, and not batch sprite rendering, etc. There are more reasons. So to get around this, we split the render function up into pre-render, render, and post-render, and that's not even technically true. It's pre-render, custom render, which we'll just rename to render. So I essentially wrote my own layer on top of Pixie to handle this. Ikfez says, you say we most of the time. Is this a group project? That's actually just how I think, but also since I'm on stream, I want to include people. So we say we. Either that or I have multiple personalities, but you've only ever seen one. Alright, this function makes sense. Post-render just calls flush, which we want to figure out what that does before we move on. So what does flush do? Okay, this is actually sort of a problem, I think, because the flush function possibly does not do anything. Let's take a look. Ikfez, do you find it annoying when I do that? If so, I'll rephrase the question to Ikfez, do you find that annoying when we do that? Set up Pixie. Then let's go to post-render. And it doesn't exist. That's not good. Something wrong. Uh-oh. I think I know what's wrong. Oh darn it, we broke everything. Okay, let's just take a look. If we go into this, it's actually hitting the sprite renderer for right now. Why is that the case? Oh, current renderer. Oh, this won't even necessarily work, will it? We don't just want current renderer. Oh, let's take a look. This dot renderer should have a bunch of stuff. Is there a sprite renderer in here? Oh god. Current renderer. What is this? Size 2000? Sprites 1, and that one sprite is our rotating bot sprite, I think. Oh, good. This, the banned phrase of the day. It's a good thing spammers only have one link that they try spamming. William says, I just read that it doesn't matter how many viewers you have. It is, if you're on one of the 12K top streamers, you'll get the quality option. Oh, interesting. Ikfest says, now I was just wondering, because you're trying to figure out how some stuff works, thought someone else wrote the code, which looked to me like a group project. So, I am working with someone else on this, just not the code part of this, but the co-founder of Xtonomous, which is the company behind Botland, is Ian, who is occasionally in this channel. And then I am the other co-founder. So yeah, in that sense it is a group project, but in the other sense of like, did anyone else code this? No. Someone did code Pixie though. Pixie is an open source JavaScript, WebGL, and Canvas rendering framework. Alright, so here's where I think there's going to be a problem. Post-render is just calling the current renderer.flush. Now there are multiple different renderers that could be the current renderer at any given time. So let's take a look at how this works. We have, let's look for equals. When you make a WebGL renderer, it starts off as an object renderer. And then whenever you render something, it sets what the current renderer is. Well, what does it use this information though for? Huh. Yeah, so they flush, like I want to flush the sprite renderer no matter what. Where would that happen? Sprite renderer. Because there's probably, okay, is there even something like a text renderer? No, there isn't. Maybe this isn't an issue, I don't know. I have a feeling it is though. And what does this function even do is another important thing. This is what's actually going to draw everything. So yes, this is very important. Yeah, okay, so then where do we use this? Core, there's a core sprite renderer. So, what do we have access to that? Pixie.sprite renderer. And is this the same sprite renderer? Oh no, that's a function. That's not good. Alright, where do we make a new one of these? Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't actually see this get used necessarily. Does it go by some other name? Is that why? There's sprite renderer. This is what? Just a require statement. Module exports. And then we registered as sprite. So then something else might be able to use this by just accessing sprite. If that's the case, then this will be harder to track down. How do they use plugins then? Plugin target? Init plugins, this not plugins? Okay, so plugins, sprite. Can we get that? Aha, here we go. So we say renderer.plugins.sprite. Can we do that in here? This dot renderer dot plugins.sprite. Okay. Okay, so then what we just check is that equal to this? It is. Okay. Well, this is probably going to be really bad, but I think what we need to do is something like this. This dot render dot plugins sprite.flush. So, and here's why this is necessary. Wait a second, why is this necessary? Maybe this does only need to be the sprite renderer. I'm worried about this. I don't know. I guess we'll see a problem at some point in the future if just half of our sprites stop drawing. Because the way that their render function worked, they have this. So they used to call render once. And the way that you'd call it is, I'll show you some Pixie example code. Pixie example. There should be some simple enough example where I can show you guys. Let's just go all the way here. Basics. Here we go. Yes. So all that does is draw a bunny on the screen. Here's what they do. They call renderer.render stage every loop. That's great, right? That sounds pretty simple. What happens in the render code, at the bottom of this, we're going to call render display object. Render display object is going to, oh wait, no, maybe it's set render target. Anyway, one of these things is going to set the current renderer. Where is this? I'll show you the code. Yeah, it'll set the current renderer to the sprite renderer. And then when we call flush, it will actually do the drawing for all of this now that it's batched it. We are doing something a little bit different. And so what I was worried about is that we need to manually call the sprite renderer's flush function. I don't know if that's actually something to be worried about. So I guess I'm just going to write, one of these lines is going to end up getting commented out. But I think let's just comment this one out. And then we'll say this. So, let's do it this way. The way that Pixie handles rendering with its single render function is to flush the current renderer at the end. This works fine when you're rendering a display object container. Which, how does it work fine? I still don't understand that. The display object container can contain many different kinds of things. Well, how do we do this? And they eventually call flush, which, where do they do that? Render display object, here we go. Render display object calls flush actually after rendering each individual thing. But we took that out. Yeah, we'll need to consider this again once we run into issues. Okay, so I need to write all this down. Render display object was responsible for flushing. Okay, I think I understand how the batching works now. We basically need to call flush in the same way that they call it. So I think if you have something like this, let's say this is your render pipeline. Render pipeline. If you have sprite, sprite, text, sprite, 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 text. If you do something like this, I think after this sprite, it'll say flush. No, this doesn't make sense. I need to look at this a little bit more. After each one of these, it's going to say flush, no matter what. Render the scene, render WebGL, set object renderer, yep, and then it renders this, which must render all of its different. So sprite renderer must know how to render all of its children of a sprite. And its render function, this must go through all children at some point. I don't see that happening here. Oh boy. I kind of want to just flush all renderers at the end. Alright, I'm going to finish writing this down the way I think about it. The way that Pixie handles rendering with its single render function is to flush the current render at the end of render display object. At the end of this. I don't think I fully understand the implications of simply flushing one renderer in our post render function. So we may end up having problems here. If we do, we should manually flush the renderers as I commented out below. Alright. Yeah, William XZ2, I'm not even totally sure I understand this. So, okay, let's take a look at what our code is. When I refresh this page, the one thing we see missing here is the background. So we should be calling pre-render. We are. And if we call pre-render, then we should be doing this clear color call. And I don't see that, so let's put a breakpoint there. Yeah, this is apparently getting hit. It's just not doing what I expect. Let's set this to 255 and see if that changes anything. No. I don't think this is getting hit, or it's getting cleared a second time after it somehow. Did this somehow work when... Oh, I think I know what's happening. These must need to be... maybe they're capped at 1 and not capped at 255. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, so we'll just do this. What's 45 divided by 255? Yeah, that looks good to us. Let's just do 0.16, 0.16, 0.16. What microphone am I using? What is this? U37. It's this. This is a friend's microphone. I quote borrowed it. He knows I'm borrowing it. I just told him, oh, I'm only going to use it to test, and then I'm just going to buy it myself. And then I said, can I just continue to borrow it for the rest of time? He said, whatever. All right, do we have our gray background now? All right, good, we do. Are we happy with that? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, CZD. You should get a link to control my lights whispered to you. If you want, you can click that link and then control my lights. Panadol Day says, the Botland game, is it 2D or 3D? It is 2D. It's going to be 2D. And part of the reason why, Panadol, I don't know how much you've read about Botland or not, and it's not like it's in the news or something, I'm just talking about on the links that are in the info section on Twitch. But one of the core components of Botland is that you can actually program machines that you create. And in order to be able to reason about them more easily, a 2D game makes more sense for that. And yeah, Japanese Spidercraft says, borrowing, nice. No, there's nothing nefarious going on. Like I said, he knows about it, and it's a $50 microphone. I mean, if you wanted it back, I'd give it back. It's not like I'm borrowing some, $1,600 professional mic that he's dying to get back. I think you got it right there, William. Yeah, you did. Yep, top 10. And yeah, the points were a little bit screwed up because Metsudo and Tyron are moderators, and they were getting more points for a while, and I don't know if I fixed that or not, actually. I probably did. But yeah. And Panadol says, good luck, bro. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to follow development, I'll be here. Be here for the next year and a half or so. Alright, so pre-render, post-render. I'm going to write on here, see the comment for pre-render. What did that just do? I want to type pre-render. There we go. Finally, you are streaming, OMG says. Did I script the bot myself? Botland bot? If you're talking about Botland bot, not quite, no. I have extended it a little bit, but not totally yet. And then there's another bot that I have running that when people follow will whisper them lights. That was something that Metsuro and CloudRaiser actually helped out with. So I had my hand in a little bit of everything, but I didn't fully code any of them. Okay, so last rendered object equals object. Yeah, we're just directly accessing this. So we're gonna say this this does take in an object? Yeah. All right, renders an object. See pre-render for why we aren't directly using Pixie's render function. Good, looks good. Panadol says, I'm only a PC builder, but enjoying watching dev working. Yeah, well, cool. And if you want anything else out of the stream, just let me know. As long as your name's not Roving Eye, I will probably oblige the request. Roving Eye has some very unusual requests sometimes. Alright, make sure we're bound to the main frame buffer. Alright, so I think all this stuff is fine. This is mostly, we did take most of this code from their render function. Alright. Hey Malarius and hey Void Dreamer. Yeah, day 12 hype. Can't believe it. We've almost been at this for 2 weeks of development time. Where's my, there we go. I'm trying to fix my speakers right now. Yeah, we've almost been at this for 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks time, I'm hoping this will look pretty good. 2 weeks more from now, I mean. Because all we did so far was like a whole bunch of setup things and getting the code working. The amount of momentum you have once you have a framework set up is so much better than the amount you have when you're setting up those frameworks. William says, have you applied for partner, by the way? No, actually I haven't. I should write that down. Apply for Twitch partner. Okay, how does that work? Twitch partner. In order to apply to be a Twitch partner, yeah, I've looked at this before. They say, here's what they look for. Average concurrent viewership of 500. I know that's not necessary. This is already happening, regular broadcast schedule, and then content that conforms to their guidelines. Mine must. I haven't looked through this yet though, but I'm trying to make sure to not do anything illegal. So minimum broadcast requirements are a general guideline, exceptions are handled case by case. We're excited. Yep, cool. All right. And then how do you apply? Yeah, I have email, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, organization. Yep. I wonder if this actually helps the referrer in any way. And yeah, I know my email's on stream. I don't really totally care about that. You guys could probably find that yourself anyway. Yeah, so I'll have to look into this. And yeah, Plain Zombie, I heard about that too. There are other game development streamers that are partnered and don't get near, actually really no game development streamer gets 500 plus on average from what I've seen. Because the top people in this channel, I still have this tab open if you take a look at this, the top people get like, well now it's 33. But yeah, Handmade Hero gets about 200 on average I think, and then one time I saw someone get up to 450. And yeah, OMG, I don't know if you were here earlier, but one of the things I have on my news section here is that I got Comcast to fix the internet completely, so things should be working. My new speeds are 92 down, 12 up, which used to be 12 down, 12 up, but it was on Wi-Fi. So this is like via Ethernet cable. So yeah, I doubled the bitrate of my stream. I don't know if it looks any better. I don't know if it's noticeable. But then the other thing is BizSpark processing, and this is why I mentioned you, OMG, because you said can't wait to test Botland. This will take about 10 business days, but once it's done, I should have an Azure account. Once I have an Azure account, I can start looking into setting up a VPS, and then from there, it's probably about a half day of work for me to get it to the point where you guys could start using Botland. Remember, and I'll just keep saying this over and over and over, this is what Botland looks like right now. So when I say using Botland, it does not mean playing Botland. There is no game here. You can connect and you can start saying, hi, I'm typing just like in Twitch. So you could actually start messing around with the code if you want. But there's not much you can do with it. So that'll hopefully be about 2 weeks from now. Tat Mailer, are they streaming game development? What? Not totally sure. Tat Mailer is someone who said something in chat and I just missed the line of code. Oh, viewership like this will probably have a rough time getting accepted. I've seen streamers with 100 plus daily get turned away. Yeah, I think for game development it might be a little bit different, but I'm fine if I don't get partner. I mean, I'm not in this for the money. I'm in this for the coding and the community. All right. So we were still cleaning up this code. Let's take a look at what we haven't gotten to yet. We don't just use this because it calls flush at the end of it. We want to flush once. Looks good. Our animate loop. This requests new animation frame. Each time it is called. Alright, so this stuff that we're doing here, let's just get rid of this scale stuff. I don't want that. Because I think it looks stupid. I think I gotta refresh one more time. There we go. Yeah, this is not getting bigger, right? Good. Alright, then we call render, then we call post render. So this really shouldn't be here. And hey Radu, welcome back. Temporary says the Twitch partnership scheme is as much about quality of content as it is consistent viewership, so it's not easy to guess ahead of time. If I were Twitch, the way I'd look at this is what's going to get me money. So if people want to subscribe to something, let's say I got 2 subscribers. That is $5 a month more for Twitch that they wouldn't have had. Because my understanding is that it costs $5 to subscribe and then it's split 50-50. So if $5 a month is more than they're getting right now by taking all of my ad revenue, which is probably very little, then it would make sense for them to do that. But again, that's me looking at it from a totally naive business perspective. And by the way, guys, if I ever do become a partner or if I open up a donation thing or something like that, I don't want anyone to feel obligated to do something like that. Like, I don't know. I'm so conflicted about this because a lot of people have said to me, oh, you should set up donations, you should put up an Amazon wish list or something like that. One of the things that I think about there is if you guys are going to support me and Botland, I'd prefer you get something out of it. And I know people say, well, no, Adam, I'm getting something out of the stream, you're entertaining us all day. What I mean is, imagine if this were like World of Warcraft. Instead of just giving me money, why don't you spend $5 and get like some cool, burning horse mount or something like that. You won't have burning horse mounts in Botland, but you'll have something similar that you can spend money on. Fiery equines. Yeah, wow. But it's good to hear that you guys would subscribe. I think that's very nice. Will there be burning horse pots? I think there will only be burning horse pots. And then you just get to choose the color of the fire. That's going to be really the extent of the customization in this game. Imagine when you open a color picker, like this is really all you're going to get. There's no strategy to the game. It's just, do I want blue fire or do I want green fire? I think that's what gamers really want nowadays. And we're pretty in tune with gamers, so yeah, I think you guys will be happy. All this other code that I'm doing, we're going to throw it away last minute and then just work on a fire renderer for 2 days. Alright, this joke is getting old. I guess I'm beating a dead burning horse. I'll be here all week. Alright, we've finished commenting the code. I think this is good. So set up our render functions so that we're not directly calling into Pixie's functions. We can't do this because of how they clear the screen and batch render calls and how they clear render screen and do batching all from a single render call. William said, when I said usually accept donations, I meant to goal. Let's say you need a new chair, then you have a donation goal for that, just to make it easier for you to afford that. Yeah, actually, that's something that I feel like I'll probably be set on hardware forever. No, that's a blanket statement. I think what I should say is, until something breaks, I'm pretty much good. We actually just ordered a standing desk that should get here sometime in the next 2 or 3 weeks, because they give it to you in business days, and it could take anywhere from like 4 to 15. Once I get that, then I can actually stand and not kill my legs all day, because this cannot be good for me. Yeah, and then I'll be healthier and happier, and everything will be great. Okay. We can't call indirectly because of how they clear the screen and do batching on a single render call. See my comments for pre-render for a slightly more detailed explanation. Wait a second, how did that guy not get banned? Is this a slightly different link? Voyage Dreamer says maybe tips would be better instead of having a donation goal. If he addressed that just now, I apologize. I'm going to buy a standing desk as well. Yeah, so I looked a lot into standing desks. William, if you want to just keep buying hardware that I've bought, I can eventually, after I've gotten mine, tell you whether I like it or not. Of course, I need to use it for like a week or two. All right, so we checked that in. Next up, let's add in the camera class. First thing we're going to do right before that, though, is just run pre-commit on this. I usually like fixing linting issues as I check in code. This time I just forgot. So, darn it. I actually made a lot of these mistakes. We can just actually amend the last commit. So let's fix this. All right, this says, yeah, this is not the code style that I follow. So let's format that. Then we'll just run this again. Tempura says, can you add regex to the purge? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, and William, no, I know you're not getting it because I am. What I was saying is you're buying a mouse based on my suggestion. So if you want, yeah, exactly. If you want a recommendation, I could eventually give you one based on my use of it. Okay, I don't like how that looked. Let's do this. Good. And then new line before that's disallowed. What's this? Same thing. And then what else? Illegal space around closing bracket. Let's run this one more time. I'm not at the amount of viewers yet where like I drink a Sprite and I get $500. That's what Simeon Army was saying to me. Once I get to that point, that's when I know I've hit it big. All right, let's put this. This is stupid. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna put that there. All right, what else do we have? We probably have, yeah, that needs to be fixed. All right, we should have 2 issues left. Yeah, good. Illegal space or after closing round. Yeah, this. Just get rid of these. All right, so this should pass now, and we can amend the last commit. Just gotta wait for this to finish. There we go, success. Looks good. Now here's where, Temburia, I don't know if you're actually watching this now, but here's where I would not know how to do this on the command line. There's probably just a flag for it, but I can amend the last commit and make sure that everything still looks good here. And then just hit OK. Because there, I fixed the linting issues directly. Oh, and Temburia, let me know if you are watching. I wanted to show you what the fuzzy file matching is in Sublime, although you probably see me using it anyway. Okay, so I think we're good there. Next, we got to set up a camera class. Oh, you're still at work. Okay. That processing is taking longer than you expected, I guess. And yeah, it looks like there is just a flag for it. I think the problem is if you've already pushed, then -- amend won't work how you expect it to. I'm not sure if that's actually true. Oh yeah, it's not the processing. You did say you were leaving. Okay. So next, camera class. Let's take a look. So we got our, you know what we'll do? We'll do this. We will cut this stuff out. I just want to see where have we not put our code in yet. So we have about 250 lines, and we're going to get rid of some of this. This random integer isn't needed. This stuff isn't needed. This is going to be needed. Rect, intersect. We'll put that into, we'll put that into a utils class or something. In fact, let's do that now because we're going to need this. We will put, how do we export this? We'll do export rect intersect. And then why did that fail? Error while parsing, line 21. Can you not do things this way? Do I have to put export here? Why is this complaining at me still? Or did I fix it now? Oh, so that fixed it. So you need to put the export right on the function. That's fine. Okay. And yeah, Roving Eye says, I'm pretty sure he says that I'm correct in my understanding that you can't amend after you've pushed. Okay, so we now have the rect intersect function there. So we need to get the camera stuff. Tile map is not something we're totally going to be doing, but we need some of that. And that, we have all of this already there. Good. This is something similar. So yeah, this is the stuff we have left to do. Let's take a look and set up Pixie and see if we've already loaded in the various images we need. Bot, tile 1A, and tile 1B. What do we have here? Bot, tile 1A, tile 1B. Okay, so this is done too. So we only have about 100 lines of code more that we need to actually incorporate. And see you, William. Roving Eye, I have not used Unreal, so I can't comment on that, but I'm sure someone in chat must have. Alright, canvas size change. So we are going to put in a camera class. And how will this work? The camera is what's going to render various things. So the camera is what's needed from, let's say, this tile map. Is that true? Yeah, we pass in a camera when we do this. I suppose we can do that too. I'm just going to write something down here. Imagine if we wanted multiple cameras. How doable would that be? Rather, what changes would it take to add another camera? Okay. Why did that not? Yep, good, okay, cool. Alright, so we do know that we want a camera class, so let's go implement it. Camera.js. And in here, we're going to put camera. We don't have it extend anything, thus we do not need these things. We might need the constants. In fact, we will probably want the tile size. So I'll just put that here. We don't have a super class, and there we go. So now we say export default camera, and we put in these functions that we have here. Let's take all of these, and this is code that I wrote on Friday. We're going to do this and this. Canvas width, canvas height render function. We might end up changing how this looks, but for now let's just do it this way. Then we'll do this, put all of this there, and then get rid of this stuff. Good. Then the only other thing we need to do is get rid of these semicolons. Okay. These just use this variables, that's totally fine. And then there's a render function which wants rect intersect. We don't actually have that here, so we need to import the util class. And that is in client and game server. Good, so we're gonna say import star as util, and then we'll call it this way. We'll call util.rect intersect. And that should work. So we should have our camera already pretty much written. Now, do we ever... Yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright. An object has a width and a height. This should take it from the sprite's bounds. And in that case, I think we're okay. So then, alright, let's add in... Let's actually make use of the camera. The Oetzi says, what computer games are you playing? I'm only playing Hearthstone, really, and some Diablo 2 still. And that's about it for right now. And the only other game that I'm really playing is Wordament, which is a cross-platform word game. Not exactly what people expect someone to say if they consider themselves a gamer. I don't have a whole lot of time anymore for games. And so the Hearthstone stuff that I get in, I like try to do my daily quests, and that's about it. Alright, so we got these things done. So now it's make a camera. Yeah, it'd be really cool if Botland hit it big and then I'm playing and I actually can't beat some of the players out there because they're better than I am. And by the way, people have this notion sometimes where, oh, you made a game, shouldn't you be the best at it? But imagine this. Imagine making chess. it's got simple enough rules, right? You can probably learn the rules in like 10 minutes. But you think the maker of chess could beat the grandmasters that there are today? I really doubt it. So just like that, I think that in Botland, it doesn't take it. I don't know. It doesn't take a genius to learn the game, but there's probably someone out there who's gonna be like really, really good at it, and who knows if I'll be able to beat them. So it doesn't really matter though. It's a team-based game, I think, mostly. There will be some like non-team modes, but I don't know how popular they'll be. Okay, let's make the camera. So we'll go into client main, and we're going to import camera from /camera. Then we're going to actually set it up. We can do that immediately, I think. Right? This doesn't actually call any functions until we get to render. Actually, we can't really. We have to do that once Pixie's been set up. Set up camera bounds. What is this? This function doesn't even exist. How did this not throw an error? Oh, probably because Pixie finished initializing is never being called. Which means the arena is never being set up. Oh, which is why we didn't have any tiles printing. Oh, okay. Well, let's fix this. Setup camera, I guess, should be here. Setup camera. This dot camera equals new camera. We'll just say 800, 600, and then a render function. We need to expose the render function. How are we going to do that? We could actually just pass out a render function here, which is kind of silly. Let's just... Okay, I'm going to write a note to myself here. Oops. I accidentally pressed that too fast. Alright. So here's the problem I'm thinking. Pixie initializer is more like a Pixie wrapper. We will want to pass that around, so we should rename the file, the class, and the functions possibly. And even change the... I'm going to write this in a sublime. The other thing we should finish changing is, I think this bottom part here, yeah, that's set up Pixie function that's exposed. And even also change what is exported. Alright, good. With that in mind, let's do this. I believe we can pub sub out, yeah, this. Finished initializing. Now, is this actually called topics finished initializing? Yeah, we have topics there. And this is set to a symbol, so it's guaranteed to be unique, and we subscribe to it here. The strange thing is then that this was trying to call a function that didn't exist. Soro Zombie says, so complicated. You should tell me what you find complicated. Maybe I can explain it to you. Because I'm not sure what it is that you know or don't know about this stuff. So I'll say Pixie renderer. And we'll pass that in. We'll just do this. We'll say Pixie renderer.render.find Pixie renderer for now. And this is something I'm going to fix soon. Now we have our camera set up, and when we set up the arena, for now, I guess we could pass in the camera. I don't like this. We're gonna probably change this. So let's do this. Camera, this dot camera. And then in the arena, we'll take in the camera. This is sort of similar to what we had done before, like last Thursday, sometime around then. Then when we go to set up Pixie, these need to be Pixie sprites now. So we need to do this similarly to how we did it in the tile map, which is the remaining code here. So all we do is this tile A texture. Yeah, let's do that. So here we go, tile textures equals this, and we say Pixie loader tile A texture and tile B texture. And yeah, I wonder how a Diablo 2 bot works also. I imagine it's not very straightforward since Blizzard never intended for them to exist, so they didn't expose an API that was very nice. So they must do lots of tricks. Okay, so then we make a new sprite. We're gonna do that here. Where do we get this style that we want? Let tile sprite equals new pixie sprite, and then we're gonna pass in this tile styles, this thing. So let, what do I call this? Tile style equals that. There we go. Oh no, tile texture, I guess. We'll put that here. We don't need any of this, and then we do want this. This is going to exist, and let's just look at the tile class really quickly. Set pixie sprite. We pass in a pixie sprite. Now it has it. Good. All right. Will this work? I have no idea. We're going to need a render function here, though. Actually, render could take in a camera. Like what camera we want to render it on. Yeah, what if we did that? What if we took in a camera here? Or rather, a renderer maybe. To do, perhaps this should take in the renderer. That seems to make the most sense. Alright, if we pass in a renderer, then our renderer needs to know about our camera. That could also make sense. In that case, the renderer would know about the camera. Okay, let's consider that in a little bit. For right now, all I want to do is get this working, and then we'll fix it. So this is what our render function is going to look like. Is as simple as this. And then we take this out. Alright, so if we can pass a camera into this, then we can kind of get this working. I don't think that's going to be the case necessarily. Yeah, because, okay, we're gonna hack this. Set up camera. Here's what we're gonna do. Pixie render dot camera equals this dot camera. This is like super hacky. We'll fix it before we check in. I just want to make sure this works, and we're like close to figuring that out. Next we go into this, and when we want to render the arena, we're just gonna do more hacky stuff for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna just hack these together. Main equals this, or rather, let's just say arena equals this dot arena. Then when we call render, we'll do this dot arena dot render this dot camera, and again, super hacky, and we'll fix this. Alright, I think that's it. I think we have all the pieces in place now. So we're calling render, this calls into the camera. Now let's refresh this and see. If we have tiles, then this worked. If everything breaks like it looks like it's doing. So arena is undefined. Oh yeah, I know why. Alright, let's make this even hackier. This dot arena, then render. Alright, wait for that to finish. Good. Refresh the page. Okay, this doesn't break at least. Let's take a look at what the arena has. This dot arena. Oh, it's still undefined, that's why. So this is never going to be set. So then in main, I must have screwed up. Pixie, oh, I typed pixie render, that's why. It's renderer. Alright, the rural jur. I know we still don't have this, so let's take a look at what this dot arena is. Still undefined. Let's just go into main.js and fix this manually. Is setup camera not getting called? Oh, it isn't. Interesting. What is constants dot this actually? Oops. Okay, everything makes sense now. This is called in the wrong way. I needed to reverse the order of this. We need to subscribe before we call initialize, because initialize is what's going to publish. So let's put a breakpoint here and make sure that that's actually set to something. Constants dot pixie finished. This doesn't even exist. Oh, this. Okay, another problem. This is not constants. This is in topics. Pop subtopics. Oh my goodness, we need to fix a lot of things here. But this is all on my list of things to fix now. So once we're finished committing these programming sins, we can move on. All right, what are we broken into now? Oh, good. This function is actually getting called. Excellent. So now we just need to make this function take in a pixie renderer here. We'll wait for that to build. Good. And good. We set the arena. Then in here. All right. Okay, cool. We at least made it a little bit further. So now what we're running into is that this is called tile textures, not tile styles. We just fixed that. And that. Wait for that to build. Maybe it finished? No, I didn't finish the second time. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's wait for it again. Come on, 2.5 seconds. Good, we're done. We run this. We still don't get tiles. Let's see, is this render function getting called? It's not, so that's our problem. So let's go back into setup pixie and we'll take a look in here. Is this dot arena set? It's not. Okay, so then we'll go backwards into main and we'll take a look at where we set this. This dot arena is probably not set. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on now. It's not set here either. Is it? Yeah, this dot arena is not set. So this is probably just a simple ordering thing. Yep, we just haven't set up the arena yet. So there's no setting up a camera. There's kind of a chicken and egg problem. And for right now, the way we solve chicken and egg problems is we just hack it. All right, great. Now let's take a look. This dot arena should be set. It is. When we can play. Oh, they do positioning differently, right? In Pixie, they use object dot. Oh no, it's a tile. Oh, we're trying to render a tile. We need to render the tile sprite. All right, let's go back to the arena. And in our render function, we say pixie sprite. Omelet pan, fix every chicken and egg problem. Oh, look at that. There's a tile. And our frame rate dropped down to 5. That's how we know we're doing something right. All right, let's fix all those issues now. So let's go back into arena and we'll take a look at the render function. How many tiles do we have? We have 10,000. All right, good. And then we call camera.render. Let's see what this is doing. Well, that was weird. That didn't go into the function that I wanted. What's going on? Is it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. What did I pass in? Oh, goodness. This is... In main, I made a new camera and I took the render function. Was that what I was supposed to take? Render an object. Yeah, no, that sounds right. Are you having a performance issue again? Are you drawing a character map of tiles? No, so this is actually hang on a second. Let me take a look still because I'm not totally sure. Like, I've been making quick enough debugging progress now where let me just take another little bit. Oh yeah, so here's one of the issues. Here I need to set these things. And then let's actually do that too. So when we set the sprite, we're going to say position.x equals x times tile size. Tile size doesn't exist, so we need to say constants.tile size. So we do that. Then x and y don't exist because we are not iterating in that way. So we need to figure out what the x and y coordinates are. The way that we do that is we say let x equal I% this dot width in tiles. Is that correct? Yes. No. It's just this dot width. This dot width. And then we say let y equals map dot floor I divided by this dot width. Now we have x and y coordinates. And now it should look a little bit different. Whoops. It's not this dot width in tiles. It's this dot width. Good. Wait for it to finish building. Hey, Calzor. Alright. Cool. So we fixed it all. Everything's been fixed. Fix. Alright, now we render the bot sprite down here. And And then we fix our terrible, terrible hacks. Alright, good. So our frame rate is 60. The reason why our frame rate was really bad before is because we were drawing 10,000 things on the screen at once. Let me see where would I do this? I guess I could just set tile sprite dot position dot x equals 0 and y equals 0, and this will lower our frame rate back down, I think. Yeah, so our frame rate really tanks when we do that. However, I wonder if the hang, or really the bottleneck, is in the camera code. Kelzer says upgraded the light placement, no longer a hanging thread. Yeah, I moved apartments. So this is the second stream where I've been in the new apartment. And this stream, I actually, one of the things, this is the news for today, my internet is hopefully fixed. So I have doubled the bit rate that I'm streaming at. Instead of 1 megabit per second, it's 2 megabits per second. And the second little piece of news that I have is that BizSpark is now processing. This is the Microsoft program that'll let me have Azure for essentially free, which will let me host a VPS, which will let you guys be able to play Botland, which now looks like this. So if you didn't like watching a spinning bot on stream, you can now watch it on person, or rather not now, but in, oh darn it, I forgot to stop this, in about 2 weeks. And hey J-List, thank you for following. You should get a whisper from me in the next minute or so with a link to be able to control my lights in my room. That is what I give followers. Alright, buffer sub data. This is being called from flush, and this is taking up 84% of our time. What? And then render in the, where is this coming from? Bundle.js? Okay. Yeah, so it's actually rendering calls and not the camera calls. However, it could be because, let's take a look at how this works. Let's look at, oops. Irfan says it's lagging so hard on my computer. Wait, what's lagging? The stream? If the stream's lagging, I do want to figure that out. Is the stream lagging for anyone else? Irfan, you should let me know if it's just you. Well, not if it's just you, you can't know that, but you should let me know if it's the stream that you're talking about. Okay, so this, I want to see what is, oh wow, okay, here we go. So what is the current batch size? 2,000. So this needs to flush 5 times this way. Hopefully we don't get to the point where we have 2,000 sprites drawing at the same time. Okay, other people say it's not lagging for them. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do about if the stream is lagging. I can lower the bit rate, which I'm not sure if I want to do because people have said that it's smoother now than it was last week. And the other thing I can do is disable that checkbox that I was telling you guys about before, where you can lower the Twitch delay so that chat is more interactive. Okay, so this is happening because we're trying to draw like greater than or equal to size. What is that number? What is this? Yeah, 2,000. Okay, so we're doing 5 batches of 2,000 sprites. What if we just had to do 1 batch? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into main, and we're going to make our arena width be something that's not this big. Let's make it something that'll work out to be just less than 2,000. So let's just do 20 times 9. That's 1,800. That's not just less than 2,000, but it's close enough. And now our frame rate should be significantly higher, but maybe not 60. Because it's drawing, oh, it is 60. So that's drawing 1,800 sprites on the screen. And I still expect that the profile looks similar to what it looked like before. Let's record for a little bit. Wait about 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, great. And then we take a look at this, and render is taking up a lot of the time. We are still idle for some time, so that's good, because we haven't coded any game logic yet, so that'll need to be done. Now, what in render is actually taking up this time? It is, in particular, the save off position, do a bunch of stuff. And part of that is because we're calling rect intersect every time we call the render function. well, we could eventually, we could improve the performance of this later. We're not going to do it now. The way I think this could eventually work is by, we only update whether something's visible or not when something moves. I don't know, we'll have to see that. But then draw elements and all this stuff. Okay, cool. So we will fix a lot of this. What did I say about people's screen sizes? Yeah. All right, let's do this. We're gonna set this back up to there. Actually, we're gonna try this on the iPad first. First, we'll try it on a new iPad. This is drawing, what, 1800 sprites we said? So I'll show you guys what this looks like as soon as I load this up. It says this web page is not available. What's my IP address? It's .10. Oh, that's why. Okay, then I'll show you guys on stream what this looks like. Alright, so remember, I'm going to show you something drawing 800 sprites. They're all stacked on top of each other. And then based on the rotation of the bot that you see on my screen right now, why is this not loading? You should be able to tell how fast this is going. Okay, well, something's wrong here. Is this even trying to serve up the web page? When I press refresh here, we should see, yeah. So what's going on? Did I screw something up? Oh, whoops, I accidentally saved the file. That was a mistake. Yeah, I wanted to put it back to this. But even then, there shouldn't have been a problem there. Now, I can refresh the page just fine here, but I can't refresh it on my iPad. Huh, strange. I wonder if I get a socket connect message. No, I wouldn't, because oh, this is weird then. Alright, what's chat saying? Irfan says, well, then it's me, I guess, but why can't I change the stream quality? So you can't change it until I get, apparently, to be one of the top 12,000 streams on Twitch, which is mostly driven by viewers, but possibly not. It's something Plain Zombie linked earlier, I think. Basically, once I get about 60 viewers, there should be the option to switch, I think. Let's see, Desktop says it's not lagging for me. No point lowering the bitrate, 2 megabytes should be fine. It's when you use over 3.5 that people start lagging. Okay. Did you start the DNS server? I don't need the DNS server for the iPad, although good suggestion, Destadom. What this usually indicates is that there's an error that's iPad specific where I don't have a console or something on here, so I can't tell what it is, or that I screwed up the port. This is 3000, right? Yeah. Yeah, weird. All I'm seeing is just a white page. What do I do in this case? How do I debug an iPad? The only way I've ever done this before is by connecting it to my computer and then launching Safari, which I don't even know if that's on Windows, and then hooking up the debug web inspector. I'm not sure how to do this. I wonder if it's working on my phone. You can do :3000 on iPad. It's Windows Phone that doesn't let you do it, which I'm about to try it on, but I need to go set up my DNS for this. So that's something I am going to do off stream because I don't want you guys seeing my public IP address. But this will only take a minute. And the reason why I've got to do this, even though I just did this the other day, is because I'm now... Wait, no I don't. I don't need to do anything different. No, this should just work. This is why you talk out loud about things. Alright, let's try this out. So I'm going to go to my DNS. I'm going to try loading up this page, and hopefully I don't see a white page, and if it's not white I'll show you guys, but if it is, which it currently is, no, it's a white page. Okay, so why is that happening? Is Pixie not able to start up on a phone? I need to test this out. I need to figure out why this is going on. Safari remote debug? Can't you debug via virtual on Windows? Can I host Mac OS X on Windows without paying for it? Legally? Can I legally do that? Because if so, that'd be great. Safari remote debug. I gotta figure out what that is. But first, the biggest problem right now is figure out why Pixie isn't working on iPad and phone. That's a big issue. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go look up Pixie examples, and we're going to see, do any of these just work on my phone? Because if they do, then we know it's not a Pixie problem. And I already know it's not a Pixie problem because Phaser works on my phone, and Phaser uses Pixie. But I'm going to type in this URL, goodboydigital.com/pixiejs/examples/1. Okay. And we'll wait for that to load. All right, so you guys can see, I mean, I know that's really like, it's going to be out of focus, but you can clearly see that there's a green tile that looks like what you're seeing on my screen also. So definitely not Pixie. Visual Studio has it, at least for phone it does, and that's free. Yeah, Xcode. Yeah, I'll have to look into that at some point. I'm sure I will eventually need to debug iOS issues. So I guess I was wrong when I said earlier, maybe I have everything I need, because maybe I need to buy a MacBook at some point. But I'll do that at some other time. All right, so then this is a problem with things that I'm doing. So what could it be that's only affecting mobile? It's not any JavaScript stuff. It can't be that, because it's the same JavaScript running on both. So it would have to be something device specific. I wonder how I would even figure this out though. Like how about this? What if I just cut out the arena rendering and actually let's cut out all of this. Let's see what happens. This might just not clear the canvas and totally look goofy. Oh, without post render, it won't flush the pipeline. All right, let's refresh now. No, that's weird. That's not what I expect. What I expect is that this is not clearing the canvas, but this is clearing the canvas. How does that work? Interesting. Okay. Well, that doesn't matter so much. But anyway, let's try loading this on my phone now. Because I've just pruned out a lot of the arena drawing stuff. Yeah, this is still not working on my phone. Let's try iPad. And again, I'll show this stuff on stream as soon as there's something interesting happening on these devices. Like, this is all that happens. It finishes loading the page, and then it's still white. So yeah, again, I've somehow screwed something up. And it must be in... Yeah, where would this be? I wonder if this... No, that doesn't make any sense. What is set filter stack? Licked. Alright, well here's how we're going to debug some of this, at least. We'll take a look and see, is there anything on here that says mobile or... Oh, interesting. You can change the sprite batch size. Okay. However, is there anything else on here other than sprite batching size? No, that's the only place that they've said mobile. Is there any way that they say like iOS on here? I guess let's search for that. No iOS or Android mentions. No phone or tablet. Okay, so then there's probably no. Whoops, I actually have to search for tablet. I'm gonna do things that way. There's probably no mobile specific code in Pixie. There's just some numbers that are set so that they're kind of mobile specific. And hey Norm, welcome back. Happy Monday. For those joining the stream who are new, and there must be some of you because 52 is a pretty high number for game development. Some news today, I have fixed the internet from last week, and also I'm working on getting a VPS so that whenever this is done, then I can spend about half a day getting it so that I can deploy code, and then once I've deployed the code, you guys would be able to look at a spinning bot on your own computers. Second, if you follow me, you will get control over my lights, which is why you'll sometimes see these things change colors behind me. Phaeton34 says, hey, sorry for the annoyance, I'm learning C# at school, but I need to do a very small program, but I'm very bad, I can't do it, can someone help? Sorry again. Yeah, chat's been pretty helpful. One thing I will warn you guys about, well, I'll warn Phaeton about, I guess, is don't have people do it for you. Make sure you're trying to understand what's happening. Like, just like in math and physics, programming should make sense by the end of it. If it doesn't, then spend a little more time trying to understand it. Because if something like art doesn't make sense by the end of it, then you could always say, well, it's interpretation, right? But programming is not interpretation, it is logic and math. Okay, I don't see anything in Pixie that could be stopping this. I wonder when the last time this worked was. So here's something I can do, and I could do this after I check in. Revert back to original Pixie code and see if that worked on the phone. Then, oh, I don't know, this doesn't sound good to me. I'm dropping frames. I have 0 dropped frames, according to this. Dropped frames 0. Safari for Windows might help. Safari for Windows. Let's see. It'd probably be better to ask the whole chat. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, let's look at that in a bit. I think what I'm going to do now is clean up the code that I have so far. So somewhere I just changed something that I didn't want to change. Here was one of them. I want to set the arena width and height to 100. Then the other thing I want to do is make sure that the arena is no longer hard coding this up to 0. So now what we should see happen, if we wait for this to finish building, is we should see our tile map again. Oh, we don't, because I commented out the render function. There. What is pre-render even needed for then, huh? Update transform. Oh, that's not pre-render. Here it is. Oh, huh, interesting. This is actually a problem though. This shouldn't just be in pre-render. Or perhaps it should, but it should return from here. I should do this, return false. So, if not this dot pre-render, return. And then we got to put a to-do item saying why we did that. So, to-do, clarify this. SnappyYT says, where did you learn to code and what languages do you know? I learned to code by just kind of trying things out in BASIC a long time ago on a TI-83 Plus calculator. And what languages do I know now? I think this question is something that people ask because, well, I don't know. I shouldn't assume what your reasons are for asking, but I'll say this, I don't think it's a very helpful question to ask. So what I know, I'll still answer it, is C variants, so C, C++, C#, Java, what else? Objective-C to some extent, Lua, assembly, JavaScript, Python. I've used a lot of different things, but I don't consider myself strong in all of them. So I mostly use JavaScript now and some Python. Okay, so what am I doing? What have I screwed up? We're not seeing things render, so let's just debug this and figure out why. We'll go into arena.js and take a look at the render function. Is this getting hit? No, it is not. So then we go back up a step into setup Pixie. Oh, I know what's happening. I'm not returning true from setup Pixie, or pre-render. Yeah, so where is this? Pre-render. Right here, we need to return true. There we go. All right, good. Yeah, so now we have our tile map again. We have this nice blue color. Yeah, let's just leave that as is for now. So now we just want to clean up the code. We did a lot of hacky things to get to the point where we are now. So we're going to clean it up so that it looks nice. Let's take a look at some of the things that we can at least clarify. Does Arena need a camera? It only needs a camera if, yeah, it doesn't really need a camera. I think render should take into render. So how do we want to do this? What's this? Yeah, we've pretty much finished this. So I'll use this as my design, and I'll just close all these things for now and that. So we want arena.render to take a renderer. And what calls this? The renderer is what calls each individual render, although we could put that into main. Man, spammers are always going at it. Let me get some water really fast. Okay. We could put that into main. That way, let's turn word wrap on and set this to plain text. That way, the renderer doesn't need to know about game logic, although main would know about it at that point. Hi/life. RE? What does RE mean? So what would that look like? We would have something like this. This would be main.js, and we'd say, let's take a look at client main. So I guess we'd have our own render function here, because we'd take it out of setup Pixie. This animate function could go entirely into these things. Could go into main. Main can figure out what it wants to render, which is like the arena, and then something else, and then something else. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Okay, so conclusions. Main.js should know render order for everything, so that Pixie doesn't need to know about game code. That function will look like this. Render this dot arena dot render, this dot renderer, this dot whatever else dot render stuff. This dot, I don't even know what. Pretty much just had the arena. This dot UI dot render, I don't know, something along those lines. RE means I'm back. Nadav says you're not lagging anymore. Good for me. Awesome. And good. Okay, so then if stream settings look pretty much fine, I'll probably keep my bitrate at this. I know people have been talking about the number 3500 as a bitrate, so that's 3.5 megabits per second. I'm currently at 2 megabits per second. If it looks good at this, I'll probably just keep it at this, because I think the text is big enough for you guys to read, right? Or do I need to expand it at all? Let me know about that, because this is a size that I think is a good balance. Hopefully I get quality settings at some point. And I think if you become a partner, then you are always given quality settings. So again, yes, I'm going to apply to that program. Let's put this in here. So I think this is one of the conclusions we want. Now, how else was client arena going to work? So we have the render function. We want to take in a renderer. The renderer should know about the camera, that means? Yeah, so how is that? Does the renderer know about the camera? Main could actually just know about the camera and pass that in, but then the renderer isn't needed at all. Camera.render. Yeah, we could just pass in a camera. Okay, now let's do that, I think. Looks good, is huge, is readable, doesn't lag. Awesome. And at the moment it's perfectly fine and readable. Some people have no good internet. Yep. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we'll keep stream settings as they are. And I appreciate this. Again, this stream is still, I'd say, young. It's not brand new anymore. I've been streaming since the 8th, although I've only streamed for, 11 days of that time. So in that time, we've set up a loyalty bot. We've set up a lot of different stream-based things. I also wanted to point out to you guys, this is something I should have put in my news section. Let me put that there now. News, new recap video. So if you ever go to botland.net, there's a link to YouTube on here. And on YouTube, you can find the newest recap video that I've done, which I'll paste into chat if you want to watch it. This recap video is of the last week of Twitch development. So if you were here for all of last week, there's no need to watch this. Although that red in the color scheme still doesn't work with my TV. Red in here? This red? Is that even red? Oh, it's kind of pink to me. When you get partner, you should definitely change it to 3500 at least, though, if you can. Oh yeah, so that people who have the option can use that. William says yes. I said when. Thank you for the confidence. I appreciate it. All right, so this is the water level of Botland. We're going to call it Dire Docks. because I don't think any other game has ever used that name before. So, does the renderer know about the camera? So, the question here is, does the renderer need to know about the camera? It probably could, but yeah, it doesn't need to. And does it make sense to pass in a renderer callback here? I think we could just pass in main. No, we could pass in a render function. Okay. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's say no for now. When we render something, we'll pass in the camera. That should be all that's needed. We could pass in the renderer too. It really doesn't matter. That's something that can change later. Will you do 4K? Will you project 4K? Oh God. No, I'm not going to do 4K. Intense Gamer 94 says, do you stream on livecoding.tv? No, and someone said that I could actually do a dual stream, so I could stream to both sites at once. Now that I have the internet that can support that, I might do that, but I don't know what the terms of service are on that. And if, I don't know, like I'm sure people do it, but it's just like how people stream music on Twitch. You're not supposed to do that. As in, you're not legally allowed to do that, at least not in the US. But yeah, I don't have a stream on LiveCoding TV. They archive your videos forever. I also didn't like the interface on this. Like, how do I find channels? If you just look at this, you can't really figure it out. It's apparently you have to go down here into languages. You can't just see the top channels, I guess. I don't know. Is JavaScript even there? How many people are watching these things? What was this actually? Number of viewers right now? No, there's no way there's 11,000 people watching someone program something. Okay, this is some featured channel I just want to see. I'm not going to play this guy's stream. Yeah, he has 6 viewers. Okay, no, I think we'll stick to Twitch for now. You're only allowed to stream on 2 sites if you have a partner on one of the sides. Oh, I see how that works. Okay. Did I write this down at all? Live coding. Okay, so if I get partner on Twitch, then I could also stream to livecoding.tv. Then I need to follow 2 chats at once, and I need to like write a bot for that too. I don't know. There's a lot of things that would go into actually using livecoding.tv, so I probably won't use it yet. Intense Gamer, out of curiosity, is it easier in some way for you to watch on that site, or is it not blocked at your work, or is there some reason for asking about that? Because I do want to understand this a little bit more. Anyway, I think we've answered the big questions that we had for now. So main is going to define a render function that's going to call render and pass in a camera. This is the conclusion that we're going to pass, or that we're going to use. Now I do feel like the renderer should have that. Yeah, let's do it this way for now. So let's define a render function, and we'll take the one from here. So we're going to say this dot arena dot render this dot camera, and we don't have a spinning bot spread anymore. So that's really it. Oh, just curious. Okay. Alright, so this is really all we're going to have for now, and when we set up Pixie, we're not only going to pass in the pub sub, but we're going to pass in this dot render dot bind this. So we're passing in a render function as well. So we'll do this main render function, and we'll store that off here, and then we'll call it down here. So we'll do this dot main render function. Good. Now we can get rid of this, and we can get rid of the bot sprite if we want. This really should just be part of the arena or something like that. So yeah, let's get rid of this. Delete this dot animate. This starts our game loop. Okay, so we can get rid of this and this and this and this. Okay, this function looks really nice now. This is all just render code. That's good. We don't have any weird game stuff going on in here. This initialize, I am going to change how this works, I think, at some point. Also, this doesn't even return anything. What is this doing? Set up Pixie. Yeah, this doesn't return anything. So I've got to stop this from happening too. Does this look good now? What is this stuff about canvas width and canvas height? This needs to be changed at some point, but not right now probably. But yeah, we don't have like an auto resize thing going on. Yeah, we'll just eventually fix that. I think for now this looks good. All right, let's put here at return boolean false if we don't have a GL context, meaning we can't render anything anyway. All right, good. And then I can cut out this to do clarify this. In here, we're rendering a single object. We call the main render function. So that looks good. We shouldn't have anything about a camera in here or an arena in here. Yeah, and this is here because that's just the name of the image. That's fine. That's okay. We don't care about that. So now, likewise, we shouldn't have this super hacky code over here anymore. So we should be good with that. We take in a pixie renderer. I think we can set this here. Let's do that. This dot pixie renderer equals pixie renderer. And then we can pass that in everywhere that we use it. And get rid of this function, or this parameter. All right, so we're making a new camera here that I don't know if I like this. I think this should just take in the renderer. Let's do that, and let's not have it take in a width and a height. Although that's view width and view height. I think fine camera. No, it's canvas width. Oh, and then we base our view width and view height based on that. Okay, so now we're gonna cut this out. Our renderer is going to return canvas width and canvas height for now. So let's change this. This dot renderer dot canvas width, and we'll take that in and put this here. We're just refactoring some code for right now. Hey Superior, I don't know if I've seen you here before, but hi again. Well, hi for the first time for me, but hi again if you've been here. Slashlight says, I just thought, first he says no music allowed on stream, and then he puts on music. What? Do I have music playing? Oh, but actually this is my alarm clock. Need to run. I know it was a short visit. Thanks for streaming. Oh, cool. Yeah, see ya. Yeah, Norm said, I think I'm in the same boat there. I don't know what just happened. And then also, Intense Gamer, thanks for following. Hopefully you got a whisper from me. Actually, I can figure out if, yeah. Okay, so anyone who follows, you're going to end up getting a whisper from me that'll let you control my lights. And I will do something really fast, actually. I'll give myself, I don't need to do this. I can do it here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we'll put this over here. You get access to this page, and so you can just change all of the lights as you see fit. And I can tell you what these correspond to. 4 and 5 are those light strips that are on that light back there, so you can see that one, and then the blue one, it's not really obvious. But anyway, yeah, you guys can use this as soon as you follow, and eventually you'll be able to spend points on it. But not yet, because I haven't done that yet. Oh, Norm said that was supposed to be a whisper. Temporary says do a giveaway Kappa, and the Kappa is because Temporary is one of the only people who can win the giveaway. Yeah, not going to do a giveaway right now. Alright, so we have the renderer. Now there's a render function which we no longer want to use. We want to use what that used to be when we passed this in. What did this used to say? This was the Pixie renderer's render function. So instead we're going to make it be this. This dot renderer dot render. Yep. Okay, so that looks good. What else do we write in our conclusions here? We have a render function that we call out to. We are not doing anything super hacky. Does this code still work? That is a good question. No, it does not. Did we ever save this? This dot main render function equals main render function. Let's just put a breakpoint there. The Zebster says, how many lights do you see? I'm not totally sure what you're asking. Oh yeah, there's another light there. There's another light there. The only light you guys can't see is over there. And as it gets darker, you'll be able to see the effect of that light more. But it's like broad daylight right now, so even with the blinds closed, you can't really see it. All right, what just happened? Did I not refresh the page? I don't know why this is taking so long. There we go. Okay, it should break in the constructor. This should be set. It's apparently not set. Okay, so we figure out why it's not set. It's because this didn't pass it in. Oh, darn it. Okay, okay, this is why we need to refactor this stuff. But for now, let's just do this. We'll do pub sub comma main render function, and that should fix this. So let's go back to here. We're good. We refresh. We get the main render function. That should be set. It is set. Good, cool. So we hit play. And what's going on here? This should work. Alright, first let's get rid of that breakpoint and let's figure out why this isn't working. Cannot read property render of undefined. Did I not call it arena? This dot arena. Oh, render won't actually. Oh, I still need to do this thing if this dot arena then call it, because the arena might not have been defined until. Yeah, okay. Let's try this now. Actually, no, we can do this a slightly different way, I think. Yeah, that doesn't need to happen anymore. Let's get rid of that. And then Intense Gamer said, awesome, presumably about controlling the lights. Yeah, that took a lot of time to do and some other people's help. And I want to make it better. There's a loyalty bot in the stream right now, so if you see top 10, there are a lot of people with points. If I'm going to eventually make it so that 40 or 50 points, something around there, is what you can use on controlling my lights for another 45 seconds. I just haven't gotten around to that yet. And I started it last night and I just didn't get finished with it. I want to eventually get more time to do that. Okay, why did this not work? Did this not detect that it's a change? Oh, I know what happened. Camera is a new class, so I gotta restart Gulp Watch. Okay, now we just gotta wait for that to finish. Then we can test this out again. Should be fine. Gotta wait for that to finish. Alright, this is taking a lot longer than it used to. One of the reasons is because Blockly I've added, and that's like tons and tons and tons of code. Alright, good. So we at least made it to here. Now what? Is our renderer undefined? That is coming from here, so let's refresh one more time, and we should see whether the renderer was defined. I have a feeling, yeah, render's getting set to 800 because I stopped, yeah, I did that wrong. Alright, so let's, in here, stop passing 800, 600. Now all of our problems should be solved. We just gotta wait for this to refresh. There we go. Nice. Cool. Yeah, we're back in business. Alright, let's clean up the code and check it in. So we're going to run pre-commit, which will lint our code, check our code style, make sure everything looks good. Alright, we're finding a couple of errors. Illegal trailing white space. Yeah, that is correct. Illegal trailing white space, yes. This needs one fewer space. And there's illegal trailing white space. Great. So pre-commit should have no problems anymore. Ice cream sounds pretty good right now. Thankfully, I live pretty close to a grocery store, so if I'm ever craving something, I can just walk over there now. Alright, so success. So we fixed our linting problems. We need to just go through our code, make sure it looks good, and we check in. So let's see. We added in a camera. That's actually no longer needed. This camera. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Good. So we got rid of that. Tile textures. This is just slight changes from what we used to have here. Here we're associating a tile sprite to a tile. And all of this looks totally fine, I think. This code here at least. Let's see what it looks like. The for loop is perhaps a bit long. So what we might want to do, no, I don't really want to change this right now. Differentiate the tiles a bit for now. And instead of var, we'll say constant. Oh, thanks for following. Why? Whoa. Scorn Axon says, I like the game idea, so we'll follow you to early 2017. Wow. Alright, cool. Yeah, and I can tell you guys more about it. I haven't shown too much on stream right now. So for those who are new to the stream, I'll explain this a little bit. The way that Botland works is you will create machines, and they'll have things like lasers and missiles, and maybe they could build walls, maybe they could lay landmines, and then you'll write code for the machines to control them. And there are two different ways you can code. One is by actually typing JavaScript, and here's an example of real JavaScript you might write in the game, and then you might say something at the bottom here like move right, or something along those lines, right? And as you make errors, it can tell you your errors, and there will be pre-made scripts. Yeah, let me show you. I'll link this into the chat. So botland.net has links to everything. So I'll put this here. If you don't know JavaScript though, don't worry. We still want this game to be fun for you. And that is where we have this. Which, let me get rid of this for now. Okay, so this is Blockly. It's a visual coding language. This is another way that you can actually write scripts for your bots in Botland. And you can use this just by dragging pieces that fit onto other pieces. And that's it. And so this script right now would do nothing because it doesn't do anything, right? But I could say this, print 5 times hello. So this code says if 0 is equal to 0, which it is, then repeat 5 times, print hello. And that would just work. So there are still even easier ways that you can use the game, but that's kind of just the high level overview. So first you'll make bots, then you will write code for the bots, then you'll deploy them into an arena that looks sort of like this, and they'll do battle, they'll collect resources, and you'll see who wins at the end of the game. Alright. Why is there no follow sound, by the way? There is a follow sound, but I'm not sharing my sound. So it's this thing. I don't know how I would just share the follow sound and not other sounds with you guys. So I don't know how to do that. And I don't want to, I don't listen to music that frequently while I'm coding, despite that I kind of want to. But eventually when I'm listening to music, I don't know how to just share the follow sound. So apologies for that. Let's finish looking at this code. So I said to do, maybe this should take in the renderer. It actually currently takes in the camera. I think that's fine. Renders the arena, takes in the camera, and doesn't return anything. We iterate over all the tiles. We're going to change this eventually. You need to use a virtual sound device on your PC. More hassle than it's worth, to be honest. Yeah, so one of the things you guys do see, and I don't actually see it, so right in the middle of the screen is the only place where I see that someone's followed me. And actually now Botland Bot says it too. But you should see in the middle of my screen, you should see a little banner show up when you follow. And then yes, following lets you control my lights like that. So if you ever see the lighting change in here, that's why. People are messing with my lights. Alright, so I think this code looks pretty good. And we've separated concerns relatively nicely, I think. So here we subscribe, then we call setup Pixie. And then we take in the render, yeah, save it, set up the camera with it. This is a render function that, okay, we need to comment some of this stuff. First of all, let's comment this. Pixie renderer. Panadol Day says, I can't watch you because source video quality. Yeah, I don't control the video quality settings. Twitch has to sort of enable those for me. And then the stream goes down for like a second and then it comes back up. You can do it with basic stereo mix. Well, okay, so right now, if I were to share my sound with you, that would be totally fine because nothing's happening on my computer. So actually, I probably could turn that on. In fact, okay, let me try this. How do I do this? I know I can just click this button, but I'm thinking, how do I test this, and what happens if I like deafen all of you immediately with some mistake that I make? All right, let's do this. We'll set it to really low. All right, so let me know if there's any like noise happening right now other than my voice, which is hopefully not noise to you guys. And then from there, I'll try playing like a little sound file or something. And if that works, then we can test to see if the follow sound is audible. And yeah, no, I don't plan on playing music on stream. That's not the point. What I plan on doing is just letting you guys hear the follow sound, I guess, which I won't hear. But anyway, okay, so if there's nothing happening, then I'll go load up some music that I made. That way there's no copyright problems. Hang on, I'm gonna turn this off so I can listen. Okay, I think this is fine to share. So let me know how loud this is. This is something I made for Hop. And no, Bye Bye Voice was just for a second. So how loud is that? Was that like louder than my voice? Could you guys even hear it? And this conversation is going to take like 20 seconds to pan out because of the Twitch delay. So that sounded just right? Okay, then yes. Not louder than my voice. All right, then we're gonna leave it like that. And the only sound that you should ever really hear playing is the follow noise. So if someone wouldn't mind following me, and then someone else wouldn't mind confirming that you can hear it, that'd be cool. Because my speakers are off. I won't hear it no matter what. All right, no one wants to follow. That's fine. Well, we'll test it throughout the day then. All right, so Pixie Renderer. This is of type, where's Pixie? All right, I close that file. Here it is, vendor, Pixie. Ooh-wee, this is a big file. It's a WebGL renderer, I think. Yeah, Pixie.WebGL renderer. Let's put that there. Pixie renderer. The Pixie renderer. I mean, this doesn't really need a whole lot of explanation. Roving eye, I'm not going to believe you. You're never going to follow. Alright, so this is the render function. That should have been... Okay, let's ban that. We're gonna auto purge kappa mine. Yeah. Oh, did you guys hear a follow sound? I saw on my other monitor that there was a follower. It should have just been a little ding ding or something like that. Render all game objects. No follow sound. Maybe it's just not loud enough. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just... If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I mean, it's something that I thought would be cool. Hotbot Commander. Okay. Set up the camera. We haven't been commenting the setup functions, so that's fine. We'll continue to not comment them. So we have our Pixie renderer. We are passing in a camera into the arena. We don't need to do that anymore. So that's now the same. All right, good. Now we take a look at our setup Pixie. And what do we have here? We should really comment that main render function. So this is of type pub/sub, fine. This is of type function. The function to call to render all game objects. This renderer shouldn't be concerned with things like this.arena.render. So we let something else handle it for us and call into it via this function. All right, cool. Good evening, Dirk. And no, roving eye, you're not following me. You're never gonna follow me. I can see when I click your name, you have 0 people that you're following. All right. What else did we change? Good. We got rid of that stuff. This now returns true or false. We have our main render function. We pass it in. All right. All that looks great. Next, util. We added in rect intersect. We should really comment this. Let's go to util. I mean, it's pretty obvious what this does. Test to see if 2 rectangles intersect. Now, all of these are numbers. And it's like, I'm not commenting these. This should be pretty obvious. Except for I accidentally just screwed up the trailing white space. Darn it. Alright, I don't usually do that. Alright, so there we go. Now return a boolean. Okay. And then we have the camera code. We should just put some comments in here too. So we pass in a renderer, which we do need. And that is of type Pixie renderer, I guess. Pixie.webgl renderer. Alright, good. We don't need any of that stuff. Set our view size based on how large the canvas is. Alright, number doesn't do anything. Good. Next, we should really comment this stuff. How zoomed in we are. 1 equals 100%, 2 equals 200%, etc. Good. Where, how far over the camera is panned. See this dot pan x. How much of the world we're able to see at once. See this dot view w, and then the Pixie renderer. I really should say Pixie.renderer and not a specific class, but it is a specific class, actually. So no, I take that back because I am actually accessing. Oh no, I'm not anymore. Never mind. This can be generic. Okay, fine. I will eat my words twice. So let's see what kind of renderers we have. Where's WebGL renderer equals? No, that's not how this works. Prototype. Yeah, here we go. So it inherits from system renderer. And does system renderer inherit from anything? An event emitter. Okay, so yes, we can say that this is a system renderer. Let's do that. Good. Set zoom. Change the current zoom value to a number. Great. Then the render function. Looks good. Instagive says, what is the syntax? I've never seen this before. This is ECMAScript 6. So if you take a look here, you can see some of the new features that ECMAScript 6 added. So I'm using classes right now. It is just syntactic sugar. It's not actually a new feature in ECMAScript 6. It's just new syntax for prototypal inheritance. Okay, cool. So added camera. Panning, actually, no, we can test this. Let's try this out. So if I do this, debug main.camera.set zoom to, yeah, so zooming works, and now panning should work also, but there's no API for it, so let's just set this to 50. Nice, all right, it works. And yeah, there's nothing off the left side of the screen, so if we pan to the left, then we just don't see anything. That's totally fine though. All right, so good. Added a camera. How do we want to say this? There is no, the only way to control panning and zooming for now is via the console. Debug main.camera.foo. Well, set zoom, I'll say. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, cool. So we're good there. I need to go use the bathroom. So, Alright, cool. Alright, I'll be right back. Yes, I am going to make it back in time. Yeah, my mother-in-law is here and she's in the kitchen right now. So my normal come back in like a minute and a half went a little longer. Let's see. Scorn Exon says, I hope there will be more freedom to code how the bots shoot. I would try to predict where the other bot is and shoot in front of him. Scorn, there. Okay, so I think what you're probably what you have in mind is something like a space shooter kind of thing almost, where you have some entity and it's moving like this fast. And so you do, if you're here and it was moving that fast, you want to shoot like over here because now you know you'll hit it at that point. In Botland, your bots take turns and turns are very fast. So a turn might only take, let's say, 2 or 3 milliseconds in order to execute, but you'll only get a turn maybe once every, let's say, 5 seconds. So a lot can happen in that 5 seconds. Anyway, this is one of those things where I kind of just have to say, like, yeah, you'll be able to do it, but you'll see that maybe you don't necessarily want to do it. There is actually one case where you might want to, and I'll talk about that later once there's more information. Neski says, are you from Poland? No, I am not. I am from the United States. Okay. So we just checked that in. Let's close all these files now. And by the way, that's not something I normally do. It's something that apparently bothers my viewers if I have a million tabs open, so I'm just going to leave a few open when I need them. So this is now not needed anymore. Let's take a look. Pixie initializer is more like Pixie wrapper. Yeah, we really should change this. Alright, hang on, let me get some water really fast. Alright. So, yeah, we want to refactor this. This has been done. This is fully incorporated now. There's a camera class. It has a render function. Pan and zoom technically works. It just hasn't been surfaced. So I guess what I should say is surface camera functions through key handlers for now. We'll add touch or something later. Have a Polish name? Adam? Is Adam Polish? If so, that's news to me. Oh, it must be the 13531 that's Polish. You Polish people with your numeric last names. Alright, so we're going to refactor this, definitely. Then the next thing we're going to do is work on the key handler stuff. Then I think we're happy with this. I do want to just take a look at some point. Then we fix this, and then... yeah. Okay, cool. So after we fix this, then we can actually move on from all this that we've been mired in. Bugsy says, are you programming in C? And no, I'm not. I'm programming in JavaScript. More specifically, I'm programming in ECMAScript 6. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, so let's fix this. This setup Pixie, this really should be like a Pixie renderer class that I expose that you can instantiate. But I guess it should be a singleton because you only want to construct it once. Like you can't initialize Pixie more than once. Although I could just make it so you don't initialize Pixie more than once. But you could still call these functions. I don't want to put such fine controls around class instantiation. Like, I think singleton has its purposes. I don't know if this is one of the times I want to use it. Maybe it is. And maybe I'll do that. There really should only be one renderer. Okay, yeah, we'll do that, fine. So let's change how this works. This is not a Pixie initializer anymore. This is like a Pixie wrapper. So, okay, this class should only be created once. That's also not something I really want to say. We need to change some of how Pixie renders, so this class handles that. And also, what else does this do? Also, this loads resources. This also handles setting up Pixie, loading resources, etc. And you can look through the class to figure out what all of that stuff is. So then what we do is we say const pixie wrapper equals new pixie wrapper, and we would want to set these things. No, let's not make it a singleton. I don't want to do that. We'll just do this. We'll export the pixie wrapper. We'll get rid of this. We don't need an initialize function necessarily. We can just make it be the constructor. So this dot initialize. What is this dot renderer for? Yeah, that's actually used. This dot initialize. I think we can just do that. Okay, good. Now we have this in a file called setup pixie. I think we're going to rename that. Let's open this and we will rename this to pixie wrapper. All right, cool. Next, we need to restart our golf watch probably, and we go into client main. We can close this file now that it doesn't exist. We go into our client main, and now instead of getting something from setup pixie, we import pixie wrapper from pixie wrapper. Yes, duh. Okay, great. Now we don't have this function anymore. So initialize pixie. We're going to change the name of that to setup pixie. Now the name is no longer used. We're going to say this dot pixie wrapper equal. What was that? I wonder if there's something going on over there. What's going on? Do you work on Botland every day? William XC2. In some sense, I'm usually working on Botland every day, but I don't stream every day. So all of this like post-stream stuff that you see, I'll either handle that, or I'll handle meetings, or I'll handle some legal aspect. Right now I'm looking into finding an accountant so that I can start a bank account so that, I'm not going to go into more of that, I guess. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done when you're starting a business, and I haven't totally gotten all that on track yet. So yeah, I do work on Botland every day in some way. Scorn says, is there already a planned date for our first playable version? Scorn, the answer for that, if I were you, I'd probably be asking from a sense of like, when can I get my hands on this? And also, when can I get my hands on a playable version? So there are kind of two answers there. One is, when you can finally use this, just whatever you see me doing on stream, you'll be able to use that in hopefully about 2 or 3 weeks. I know I said a week ago, hopefully 2 weeks, but I only just found out, this is on my news up here, the BizSpark processing takes 10 business days, and I just started yesterday. So 10 business days puts us 2 weeks from now minimally, but then I need to code for at least a day and a half to make sure that the deployment goes soundly. Second, when we actually have an alpha might take about 6 or 8 months. Yep. Fan meeting? No, not a fan meeting. It's a meeting between the co-founder and myself, and now the art person that we have contracted. What is this? Oh. Wow, nice. You're buying the mouse. Or wait, no, maybe you're not buying the mouse. Maybe I can't read. Sorry, this item can't be shipped to your address. Oh. At first I'm like, isn't that site an image hosting site? And then I clicked it and I thought, am I on the order page? It's like whenever you're watching a screenshot of a video with a play button, you want to press the play button, but you can't. And yeah, William, I don't know what to say about that then. I don't think he'll be able to get it. So we're going to do this new pixie wrapper. And what does it take in? Pixie wrapper takes in a pub sub and a main render function. We're going to have it take in those same things, which is actually just these arguments. Let's take this. Then we subscribe to, okay, so this subscription needs to happen before we create pixie wrapper because that's where the publish happens. All right, cool. It takes 10 days to get your Azure account from your BizSpark. No, it takes 10 days for them to figure out if like my company is a company worth having in BizSpark. I don't know what they do for that. So maybe there's a background check, or maybe they check to see, is this company actually, does it meet our requirements, which is it has to be young enough, less than 5 years old, and has to not make enough money. not more than $1 million a year, I think, which, trust me, I do not make any money right now. So we are, zero is well below $1 million. William, what do you do when you can't order something? Like, you must have run into this problem with something else, right? What happens if you really want this mouse but you just can't order it? Is there any website that'll let you, like, work as a, I don't know, sort of proxy for this? Roving Eye says, so if you have BizSpark, we should have access to Azure? Yes, I mean, that's the short answer. If I have BizSpark, then I'll get Azure credit. If I have Azure credit, then I'm actually willing to use Azure because they're basically paying for it. And that means I'll set up a VPS, and then you guys would have access to that machine. I don't want to pay if I don't have to pay because, as I just mentioned, I'm not making money. And it's not a no-budget game, it's a low-budget game. So I'm spending all of the money on art and legal and accounting and marketing to some extent. Panadol says uses her $1 million. Well, thanks, Panadol. If you happen to have, let's say, 100 million, I wouldn't mind taking $1 million off your hands. Alright, so we have the Pixie finished initializing. I think, yeah, we already have that written out. We make our own Pixie wrapper, so now we don't need this to pass around itself everywhere that it goes. So this does not need to happen. This, yes, does not happen. Now it's Pixie wrapper. So Pixie renderer is going to be done away with. So here's one place, Pixie wrapper, and here's another place, we just delete it. And that might be it. So now we wait, and we test it. Does it work? It appears to work. I don't see any issues. Let's just refresh one more time. Yeah, no exceptions found. Alright, so I think we refactored that just fine. Roving Eye says, I have BizSpark through the company and want to play with Azure for work. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Because there are a lot of dots there. Ellipses. You working hard full time to make people happy. Yeah. I mean, look, I want to be as entertaining as possible on stream. That's why I try to explain what I do. I won't lie, I also want you guys to eventually play Botland. So it's a win-win situation, I think. Yeah. Want to learn C++ Basic? Yeah, I think people in chat have been pretty good about linking different resources that you can use if you want to learn programming languages. What I always suggest for new programmers is that you start with a, quote, easy language. And so I'd say try out Python, see how far you get with that. One of the nice things about Python is it's interpreted, so you can just start using it right away, just like JavaScript actually, except for I think it's got some saner decisions than JavaScript had. Okay, we make our Pixie wrapper. Good, yeah, I think this is fine. So I'm just going to say refactor set up Pixie so that instead of exporting a function, it exports a Pixie wrapper class, and main.js instantiates it. This, why did I even do this? I think I wrote in here that some of this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay. OMG says, you'll be watching us play your game. Okay, so Botland's not the kind of game that's like esports, oh my god. I don't think people will end up streaming it because it's not like an action-based game. And I can't imagine commentators being like, oh my god, he's coding his bot to shoot lasers to the right, we've never seen this before. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know who would watch Botland be streamed, especially because it's available to everyone to play for free, so you could always just log in yourself. But I don't know. It remains to be seen. I don't have my hopes up there. What do we have here? mitpress.mit.edu. What is that? Oh, C++ resources? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, and thanks for linking that. Hopefully that helps, Panadol. Okay, so we refactored that. We want to pass it around, so we should rename that. The classes, the functions. Oh yeah, should we rename the functions? Like initialize isn't really. No, I think the other ones make sense. Yeah, these are all fine. Okay, done. Finish incorporating this into Botland. So we need key handlers. For us to get key handlers, Phaser used to just surface this normally. We could put a key handler. Let's just take a look at how they do it in their Pixie examples, because we'll just do something similar. And we're going to need, oh, we're on the examples page, whoops. Whoa, what? All right. What do we want here? Click. Is this just a CPU? How do they do that? Oh, Sprite has events that you can use. Touch start and mouse down. Okay, that's kind of nice. But I want to see if there's any, like, is there input or keyboard? I thought I saw this a little while ago. Is there anything else? Yeah, text. That's fine. Render texture. Oh, actually, render textures are something I might end up using. A render texture lets you render to that, right? I mean, I don't totally understand what this is supposed to show, but anyway, I'll get to that later. I think basics. This is just that, right? All right, well, let's see. And anywhere in Pixie, do they end up using this? Render, Pixie, key down. Buxy says, I want to start learning programming. What's easy programming language? So like I said, I suggest Python, and I suggest Python because some of the syntax is almost very English-like. You can say something like name equals Adam. I mean, that's not necessarily English, but then you can say something like if name is Adam, and then do something. So print hello Adam. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made before. This is Python 3, so let's put that there. And that's it. So, like, I just wrote a Python program, sure, in like 10 seconds, but you can learn the basics in Python pretty easily, I think. Now, will you learn the basics of how code gets executed on your machine necessarily? Like how this eventually makes it into instructions on your CPU? No, that's pretty obscured from you in Python. And C++ is a little bit closer to that. You have to manage your own memory, etc. But yeah, I think Chad can talk to you about that. Roving Eye doesn't like it when I suggest Python. I don't think you can ever go wrong by learning more programming languages. So I think if you learn Python and it turns out you never use it again, chances are you learned something about the principles of that language that even if all the concepts were terrible, you still learned something. Okay, so yeah, we were looking at how key down, is this ever used? Keys, no, that's something else. Keyboard, no, there's no like input stuff other than the mouse. So we can just put a keyboard handler anywhere really. And for this case, I guess we'll put one on the, where would you want it? I guess you'd want it on the actual Pixie element. So let's go into pixie.js, which is my component. And I believe, yeah, I have resize handlers here. I don't have any keyboard handler here. And I know that I have a key down handler on a few components. Blockly, this shouldn't be searching Blockly. Oh, that's it, no, never mind. Yes, it should be. Okay. We can add a key down handler in our div for Pixie. We can put it here. Okay, let's try that. Let's do this. On key down. And we'll kind of just take this. Oops. Darn it. Oh, that just screwed up. Okay, there. Alright. On key down. He was struck as a child by his father who programmed in Python. Oh man, I shouldn't be laughing at that. Okay, so let's get our key down function. We just had stop propagation here. We're still going to do something like that, but let's also check the actual code of the event. Let's just put a debugger in here for now, because I don't know what the key codes are that we want. We'll eventually want constants for those. We'll use those, but we'll put them somewhere. So when I hit space, oh, there's no giving focus to this. Oh, interesting. It's not a focusable component. This should be though. How does this work? Like, what am I clicking when I click here? I'm clicking at canvas. Oh, this is what we ran into before, and this is what some people were talking to me about. To make canvas, this is what I remember who told me about it too, because it was a real life friend. There was a focus. Darn it, where did I write this? Okay, hang on. I wrote this somewhere in here. Figure out whether this is needed. Sorry, I'm looking off screen at my other notes just to make sure. I don't know where I put this. No. Yeah, there's a way to make your canvas tab focusable, and then I could make it so that I get input. The problem is I kind of want it on this div. Yeah, because what's happening here? I can't click this at all. So HTML make canvas focusable. Yeah, this. The root problem is that by default the browser doesn't make the canvas focusable. The best workaround is to set the tab index on the canvas. Add tab index here. If for whatever reason you can't set it, you can also make it focusable by setting content editable to true. So how do you set attributes in React? Let's see, attributes. It's this. React attempts to support all common elements. So is tab index one of these? Oh, nice. Okay, so how do we use these? I guess we just use it. And what do we set it to? 0? Okay, let's just try this, because I'm not totally sure if this is gonna work. Whoops, tab index equals 0. JSX value, oh whoops, I gotta put this in brackets. Or curly braces, I should say. William, I don't know a promo code, but there's an extension which has never helped me, so I don't know why I'm recommending it, called Honey. And as you get to a checkout, it can tell you if there are any coupons, and Amazon is one of the sites that it works on. But as I said, I had this installed for like 2 years, and I don't think it ever once found me a coupon for something that I could have saved money for. So I don't know, if you want it, it's called Honey. Alright, does this work? Can we refresh this and then give keyboard input to this thing? It doesn't look like it. Oh, okay, let's just do this. We'll just put tab index equals 0. Is this focusable now? What's going on? Is it? Yeah, what is going on? Now it should be focusable. Oh, there. No, that didn't work. Huh. Foxy says, where are you from? I am from the US. That is all I'm probably going to share. Roving Eye says, I don't like the idea that space controls syntax. I don't like the incomplete syntax on the strange closure things. I don't know what the incomplete syntax is on closure. I don't know if you're talking about lambdas or not. Okay, yeah, so this isn't working how I expect. When actually, what was the other solution that they had? Set content editable to true. Right, yeah, let's try that. I mean, it doesn't make sense for a canvas, but we're still going to try it. Content editable equals true. It just got the cursor thing. And now, alright, yeah, this is kind of silly. We need a container of this to get the focus. Maybe when you click the canvas, we give focus to, okay, yeah, let's do this. HTML, change focus. Oh yeah, I wrote down active element and everything. Yeah. Okay, let's see where I put that in my notes. Because that's what it's called, right? Active element. Document.active element, yeah. Where did I say that? Active element. Did I write this in my code somewhere? Aha, I did. We're adding an event listener directly to the window because canvas elements are not focusable by default. If you type document.active element in the console to clean the canvas, it'll return the body. This is a problem because we don't register key handlers on the body. Okay, yeah. All right. So I've been putting some different key handlers into here, and these were okay. Yeah. So this is where I should be adding this to. So get rid of all this code, I guess. We can probably just revert it all. Let's see what we changed. Yeah, nothing really. So let's get rid of that. All right, there, we're back to where code started, and now we want our key handler in here. The only problem is that this is not a class that knows about how to handle our keyword shortcuts. So we need to think about that for a second. Roving, I guess the only... He's been teaching itself. The only thing I have against learning Lisp as a first language is it's not... I don't know. I feel like you can't... How do I say this without sounding stupid? All right, if you're a 14-year-old... Stupid alert, stupid alert. If you're a 14-year-old and you want to just like code right away and you don't really care about learning necessarily what you're doing, you just want to do something and in the process you'll learn, I feel like an imperative language which eventually has a game library might be a little better to start with. But that's just a motivation issue. I think learning things the way that you're saying is good for learning, but I think you'd have to be a little bit more dedicated. I think that's what I mean. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I understand what you're getting at. All right, so what we want to do here is we want to say if key code equals, let's do this. We're just going to say A for now. So if key code equals A, we want to, actually, you know what, let's choose D that way, because that's in WASD, that is right. So if key code equals key code chars D, we can say we want to move the camera right. Now there are two different ways we can do this. Well, there are a lot of different ways we can do this. So let's look at our options. Option one, publish that a keyboard shortcut was pressed. And then the question is, who subscribes to this? Like the camera could, but we would need to store some information on the event for whether it's been handled, and then we don't control order of handling and propagation since it's subscription order. I don't think that's a good way of doing things. Alright, so option two is who creates. Let's take a look at, oh wait, that was the block making one that we want. No, it's not here. It's in Botland app. Yeah. So Botland app is created by root, I believe. Yes, it is. And then there's a whole bunch of handlers in here, which actually that's sort of the React way of doing things. The React way. Pass in a handler from main through root to Botland app that will handle keyboard shortcuts. Which another thing is, yeah, these we do want, I suppose. So that's fine. And then I guess option three is the Redux way. Create an action creator. I guess we'll just say make an action creator that changes the store state. How would that work? I don't think that would work. Is that a good idea? No, that's not a good idea. No, that's terrible. I think we do it this way. I think we do option two. Oh, ban someone? Oh, yeah. Sorry, thank you. Have you guys seen Google's new project Soli? I don't even know how you pronounce it. New experiment to put gesture controls everywhere. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Wow. You can control earthquakes in another country with this. Well, neat. This is going to be great for people who still have all of their fingers. Okay, yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it this way. So what happens when you, how do we structure this now? So now, how do we structure option 2? Like, what does it look like in execution? And here's what I'm thinking about specifically, is we want certain things to be handled by this component, but then we also want to be able to call out to see if something else can handle it. And only if it can handle, okay, so that's just kind of informed me a little bit. Let's see, what if we did something like this? We do this dot, like main on key down E, and if it's handled, then we just return. Actually, that's pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. All right, great. So now we need this somewhere else. I'm going to put those in a constants file at some point after this, so let's put that there. Put all key codes into a constants file. Yeah. No, I have all of my fingers. I'm just saying, imagine if you lost a couple and then you tried doing the whatever gestures that they have. You might not be able to. Hang on one second. Okay. Let's pass in a handler, and we just need to make sure, how do we do this? We do this dot props dot, how does this work? Yeah, okay. This dot props dot something. So this, if this dot props dot on key down handler E, then we return, and we say that it was already handled. So now we just need to pass this in, which means we need to pass it in through here. So we do this, and then we need to pass it in through main, which creates a root. Yes, and we pass this in, this dot on key down dot line this. Done. Now we write on key down. And we take hang on one second, I gotta respond to a whisper. Okay. I'm gonna trademark the bumping gesture. Alright, so on key down, we're going to handle things the same sort of way, but we're just going to make sure that we've hooked this up correctly. So first we're just going to put a debugger there. We're going to close all these other tabs and refresh. Now, what happens is when we press space, it should just create spaces here, but then when we click here and press space, we should have gotten this to break in, and we didn't. Why did we not? Let's just save the file again, because maybe it was a refresh issue. Yeah, that's done. Next. Yeah, okay, cool. Now we broke it. All right, good. And then the key code should be 32 in this case, I think. That's space. Yes. Wonderful. All right. Now we just need to test here whether we have the key code that we want. So let's do this. We're going to take the same key code from up here. We're going to make WASD control the camera. And for now, I'm just going to spam all these key codes right into here. So let's say W, actually, you know what, we'll do this. We'll say X. That way we can copy this and then quickly change, whoops, we can quickly change this to WASD. All right, good. Next, we test to see if, I believe there's only one key code emitted per event. So we actually should have said it like this. And we can refactor this at some point too, so that it's a little bit cleaner. But for now, let's just do this. So if key code equals key code char W, is that correct? Then let's move the camera up. This dot camera dot, and we should really say like change pan or something like that. Let's write a function for it. So change pan d delta x delta y. This dot pan x plus equal, and this will just be an immediate thing. We can eventually write something better than this. Oh, and we need to constrain. Okay, so to do constrain camera coordinates here, and that'll be based on the zoom. So anyway, for now we'll do change pan, and we'll just also say const camera speed equals 5. This really should go into the camera. In fact, let's just put it into the camera. Oh no, we can't do that. Delta x, delta y. No, this won't work. We don't want just on key down. We also, to do, add a key down handler that the key is still held. Should we keep track ourselves of what is held now? Oh yeah, see you, William. I should be on later. I should be on for the next 5 hours. Oh, and then Licht said, I missed some hours. What happened? What happened so far is we got our tile map showing in Pixie, and we refactored some code. And now we're getting it so that the camera can be moved and panned with the keyboard. And for that, we need to write a decent amount of stuff. Oh, I see, William. Okay. I'll take care. Have a good night. Hi, KKFM. I think you're a wizard. See ya. Okay. So we're going to say change pan. Do you ever have a reason to scroll by tile coordinates? No, maybe we should just specify pixels. Yeah, okay, we will. So we'll put this back here. Const camera speed equals 5. We'll just say, let's do W is up, so 0, negative camera speed. Yeah, we're gonna just do this for now. And I'm just gonna paste it like this. This is eventually gonna change, and we're gonna refactor this once we're done. So S is the opposite of W, and then this we put here. This is negative, and then this we put here. Okay, so we should be able to see this work now. I should be able to pan the camera around. Yes, but I can only do so very slowly because we don't have a key handler. This is exactly what people want when they play the game. Just mash the keys a lot. I gotta see what's down there. Alright. So now we need like a key held handler, which HTML doesn't give you, so we need to write something ourselves that will get updated every once in a while. Do we have any sort of update loop? Because we're going to need it. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to set a timer for that. Let's just set one really fast and see kind of how this is gonna work. Set interval, and what does this do? Set interval is what? A time and a function? Function, yeah, that's how it works. Okay, so this dot update dot find this interval is 16. To build up your APM to reach the skill ceiling of botnet. 400 actions per minute, 399 of them are spent on the camera. Alright, and this we're gonna take in, I'm gonna say this dot last update time equals 0. No, let's do date dot now. So const current time equals date dot now. Const delta equals current time minus last update time, and then this dot last update time equals current time. So now we have a delta, and now we can check to see like which keys are being held down. This dot keys held equals just an array or an object. And so now we can check a whole bunch of stuff. This is all going to end up changing because I don't like how this looks. Put this up here. So now what we can do, we can just say this dot keys held key code equals true. And then on key up, we also need a key up handler. This actually won't totally work. I can think of a scenario why this won't work. Oh no, wait, oh, never mind. I take that back. This is always called first. So we also need an on key up handler. Let's do this. Delete all of this. then we also put an on key up into root and into Botland app. Where's on key down? Yeah, okay, good. So key down, key up. Let's see. KKFM Harry says, is it bad that I'm watching this and I have no clue how to do JavaScript? Let me read the rest of the chat because someone probably already responded. Yeah, if you want to see what's happening, according to yeah, so KKFM Harry, I think a decent amount of people have said that they're watching because I'm using JavaScript, and that's not something that they typically use. If you ever have any questions on what I'm doing or why, just feel free to ask. Yurdle the Turtle says, I see he's using Sublime Text. Is that generally preferred to Visual Studio? It all depends on what you're doing. So I would not use Sublime for coding C++ because I'd want to be able to navigate to definitions of things, and I'd want to be able to compile right from my editor, which actually Sublime could do. But I feel like there's better integration in Visual Studio. With something like JavaScript, I think Visual Studio is too heavyweight for that, and I like the plugins and sort of the environment that I already have set up in Sublime. Remember to manually set all keys to release when you lose focus. Yeah, that's actually something I could do. I don't actually mind it when games don't do that. But I'll write that down. Consider making all key up. Consider setting all key held to false when the game loses focus. What else? Thanks for the answer. I know what you're doing. You're making a game. Yes. Quarter says, I'm also watching and I don't know any languages. Yeah, I don't. So by the end of this, I don't think you'll know how to code or anything, but maybe you'll be able to at least see some of my process. Maybe that would help. So by the way, I'm going to stop my lights from doing what they're doing right now. Alright, so when you follow, you end up getting a whisper to be able to control my lights, and that's why my lights are always flashing weird colors. So let's just set them to white, and I'll lower them a bit. There we go. Yep. Okay, cool. So let's get back to this. We are going to check these things now no longer belong here. We're now going to put them into update, and we're going to make it just do this for now. So here's how we need to change this though. We need to say if this dot keys held, yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find this and then do this. All right, will this work? I don't know. I probably screwed something up, but that's why we run this again. We're gonna find out. Yes, I did screw something up. So this dot on key up, I probably just copy pasted this function and forgot to rename it. There we go. Next, we can run this. And what did I also screw up here? This dot on key up. Oh, whoops, that's not right. I've got to put the same sort of function here. On key up. We get this, we check the on key up handler, and then we don't have anything else that we need to write necessarily. We can stop propagation on the WASD events also if we feel like it. But I'm not going to do that right now. So yeah, right now there are definitely some issues with input, but let's see if this works. So camera speed is something I accidentally left in this function. So let's take it from here and put it in. What's going on with my computer right now? Uh-oh, I don't know what just happened. Alright, good. Put that here. Good. Alright, now I think things should be working. Just refresh one more time. Okay, yes, good. So now panning the camera is pretty good. Do we have any sorts of... I need this to be brighter. And in order to make it brighter, that means I need to go into Client Arena and change the tint to be more blue than it is. So let's make this just be 4:4, and we'll set this to BP. Did that make it brighter? Yeah, it did. Although there's still not a whole lot of contrast there. Let's also change the number 800. Oh, this is searching through like... totally the wrong files. Can I make it not search through JPEGs? Did it? Yeah, I can. Okay, so let's just, I'm gonna cut out the files that I don't want rather than including the ones that I do want, because every once in a while I find myself wanting to search something like a .cmd, but I didn't add it, and I don't. What the heck? 800 doesn't exist. That shouldn't be possible. Oops, did I type this wrong? Yeah, I did. Okay, here we go. Canvas width, we're going to change this to something a little larger. How much space do I have that I'm not using? Roughly 300 pixels. All right, we're going to set it to 800 by 900. I'm going to read the chat. Oh yeah, Bang Lights, 40,000 points. No one has 40,000 points. Can you post your source code on GitHub? Pro Watcher asks. No, this is not an open source game. And KKFM says, if I unfollow then follow again, do I get more points? No. If the bot picks you up again, it's not in the cache, but that's not the thing handling the points. So it won't work. Okay, cool. So we got this. Now let's see. Can we do need to figure out that focus issue actually. We do need to figure out the canvas focus issue, because eventually the canvas will take up the whole screen and it may not have the focus. And that would be a big problem. Also, wow, it's 12:30. That's why I'm so hungry, I guess. It's been a long time. So, is this stuttering? I wonder if we can make it just not by doing this. Camera speed equals this. Let's do like delta divided by 3. Alright, how does this look now? Is that pretty smooth? I think that's smooth. Yeah. We're at 60 frames per second. It dips occasionally, and that's probably because I'm doing a whole lot of things on my machine right now. I mean, even my CPU is getting pretty taxed. Yeah. Alright, but that's not bad. So I think we will add in a zoom, and I don't think zoom is going to be a continuous thing. You have to press it manually, so you'll need high APM to zoom. Blazy says, how much time do you spend on it, on the game? The amount of time I spend on coding the game, I do 4 8-hour streams during the week. The problem is, I don't know how maintainable that is. I've had like 5 different people tell me not to get burned out. And so, I don't know, last week was just tough. It was very tough. And the reason why is because we were moving. So when I got done with this, I was, first of all, it's a very tiring day. It's tiring because you're not just doing 8 hours of coding, you're doing 8 hours of talking on top of that. So then I'd get done and I'd go pack boxes and then move boxes and do whatever else. That stuff should hopefully be done. And I should have more time. But then again, life finds a way to, I'm Jeff Goldblum. Life finds a way to interrupt, and I'm sure that'll keep happening. All right, let's handle, so certain keys that get handled here, like WASD, we should return that they were handled. Yeah, this is not a sustainable way of handling input, I think. Yertle the Turtle says, for game development, do you find you need to know much linear algebra and calculus, or do engines take care of most of that for you? Now engines take care of a lot of it. You'll still need to understand at least basic trigonometry, and you ideally should understand the linear algebra behind a lot of this. So, yeah, I think you should learn it. But do you need to? No, I think you can make a game where you just have Unity take care of all the Euler angles and transforms and quaternions and whatever else. Okay. Yeah, so what did I want to do? I wanted this to handle if we're going to make it so that just Q and E are the zoom keys for right now. And then we we go down to here again, and we say if key code equals that, then we're going to zoom in. So we say this dot camera dot change zoom. I think we have a set zoom function in there. We now need a change zoom function. Change zoom, delta zoom, this dot zoom plus equal delta zoom. And then we need to do the same stuff that we did before, actually. So we should really make that into a function. We go back to main and we fix the problems that it's warning me about. So change zoom, let's just do this dot camera dot zoom. But this should be zoom out. So that should be, let's divide by 2 here. And then if it's E, we'll just double it. Alright, what does this look like? We refresh the page, we zoom in, cool. We can pan the camera still, good. We zoom out. Oh boy. Oh whoa, this is actually all 10,000 tiles on screen at once, I think. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it pretty much is. Wow. Look at the terrible frame rate. But that's fine. I don't ever plan on, first of all, the arena won't be this big, and I don't plan on letting you zoom out to this level. Even this is too much, I think. And here, the frame rate's not great still. Oh, right, I know why. I haven't fixed that yet. I'm gonna end up fixing it. Okay. Alright, so let's cap zoom at a certain level. If you try, alright, so we need a set zoom function that's actually proper. What this should do is this dot set zoom, this dot zoom plus delta zoom. There we go. Alright, good, problem solved. Now we do this. We don't let you go beneath a certain zoom value. So this dot zoom equals math dot, I think there's a clamp function. I don't remember anymore. Is there? There's no clamp function. What's the... I could have sworn there was a function that checks to see if it's within, if it's greater than A and less than B. Trunk? No, that's for floats. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. Math dot. No, I could just write my own. Lodash may have one though. In fact, I'm pretty sure they would. So let's go down to number in range and random. Math dot. Come on. I know it's an easy function to write. I just want to know if there was one already available to me. Because if I write my own, then I need to make sure to include something, a library or require something, which I still need for Lodash actually. Oh, fine, I'll write my own. All right. Util.js. Export function clamp number, number min max. Okay, so return math.max of min and number, and then math.min of that max. There. So now in camera, we need to import, oh, we already have util. Okay, so we say, we do util.clamp number zoom between, what are we going to say our minimum is? I think 0.75 for now, and our maximum will be 6. Maybe 0.5, our maximum is 8. Let's try that out. CC Gaming TV says, oh wow, this is really interesting. I'm actually just about to head off to my advanced object-oriented programming class. Nice, and let me read the rest of this stuff. Why have a moving background at all? Those types of things tend to get annoying fairly quickly. BL968, why have a moving background? This is not a moving background. This is like a moving foreground. So this is the arena on which you'll actually see bots. Let me get rid of this thing. So imagine that I'm just going to draw some white dots on here. Like this is a bot, and this is a bot, and this is a different team's bot, and then this. So when you're actually scrolling the background, you're scrolling like all of the area of the game. So imagine you're in like StarCraft. This might be like all grass or something. It just looks like a background because I don't have images yet. Yeah, it's just bad graphics. That's pretty much it. So, all right, we have this, and then did we clamp the zooming? Yeah, so this is at 0.5, and then this is at 8. And you probably don't have a reason to zoom this far in. Or is my browser zoomed too? Yeah, no, I think 4 is probably a reasonable max. Oh, hey you, Coco. That wasn't too long, and hey, William. All right, so again, we maximize the browser. This is the maximum zoom. You can only see in the browser size that I have right now, like the canvas size, I mean, you can only see, what, like 9 full tiles, approximately 12 tiles, something like that. And then when you're zoomed all the way out, you can see, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Well, about 24 by 26, but that'll change a little bit. Because each tile is now taking up 32. Yeah, okay, I think that's reasonable. All right, so now let's do a couple other things. I'm gonna put this, yeah, I'll put this in the camera class. This dot min zoom equals 0.5. This dot max zoom equals 4. We'll put this here. So let's put that, and then this is max. All right, good. We'll put some comments for these things. The minimum zoom level you're allowed to have, and then we write for this one, see this dot min zoom. All right. Now constrain the camera coordinates. That's so that you can't do this and eventually just wander off the edge of the map. That would be pretty stupid. So yeah, let's constrain it. We're gonna say this dot pan x equals util dot clamp number this dot pan x 0, and what do we say that the max is? Let's just say 500 for now. We will eventually figure out what the proper max is, and that's something that should be computed when you change the zoom level. So now we can't pan. You can. Oops, I'm not even trying to pan because I'm typing in here. Classic gaming mistake. Yeah, so we can't pan left, but we can pan up, and that's because I just didn't clamp that yet. So let's do the same thing for that. And read chat. Do you think your brain is calculating physics when you're throwing a ball? Your brain actually does need to figure out the linear algebra, and it does so. Like, I remember I actually heard, what's his name? Kurzweil. The guy he's a futurist who works on keyboards. Yeah, Ray Kurzweil. I heard him talk, and he actually mentioned this exact same thing. Okay, so in order to figure out our max, we're going to do this here. So when we change the zoom, we really should be calling into this. Because here we change the view width and the view height. So I guess we should say this dot max pan x equals 1, this dot max pan y equals 1. We haven't called anything yet. So then down here we say this dot max pan x equals this dot canvas width. Yeah, this can't work. So you have them in 2 different places. All right, we got to think about this a little bit more. Coffee Kills, what we're doing is we're hooking up input to the camera. That way you can pan and zoom around the arena. Coco's tired out. It doesn't feel like trolling. I approve of your going to college now. That's good. And thanks for the follows, guys. You should get whispers from me to be able to control the lights after you follow. Just a fun little follower bonus, and eventually a continued follower bonus once you can spend your points. And I need to break for lunch pretty soon. I'm getting very, very hungry. Oh, what are you doing in the first place? Oh, I see. So Botland is going to be a 2D game, not a 3D game. And in this game, you can. This is all I have so far. It's just an arena that you can move around. So in this game, you will make bots to go into this arena, and you'll make them using different hardware, so lasers, missiles, artillery, and then you'll actually write code for them. And the code that you write is going to be JavaScript code, or at least a subset of JavaScript. So you might write code like this. If that's a little too hard for you, maybe you don't know how to code, then there are different ways, and I'll paste this video in again. There are different ways that you can code. So one is to use pre-made scripts. The other is to use what I'm calling snippets for now, which will paste in just this part in the code for you, so you can paste that as many times as you want, let's say. And finally, the other way is to, and the only way for me to do this is refresh the page. The other way is our visual programming language, Blockly. So you could just drag things in order to code, and as long as they fit, then your code should work. So I can't drag this into, well, I actually could drag it there. But I can't drag it into here. You can't repeat a string amount of times. So that won't work, and it gets pushed off to the side. Ooh, my chair just... you can change the value of the button to the right on G600, right? No, that's always going to be the shift button. At least I think that's the case. I don't know, let's just open up this UI and find out. Oh yeah, you can, okay. I thought you couldn't change it. Well, I happily corrected. Why does the Twitch player have the option on source? Okay, so Coffee Kills, let me know if that answered your question, or if you have any other questions. And then NullZ2K says, how'd you do the visual code? This is something called Blockly. So if you search Blockly, you'll find it. And then it's something that's owned by Google now. And it's really cool. So I have a demo that I could show you really quickly if I go into my Blockly folder and then I run an HTTP server here and then I launch that. This is just a quick demo that I'm going to show you of how Botland coding might look in its easiest form with a visual editor. It's just a priority system. So if I want to shoot lasers, and that's all I want my bot to do, I don't even want it to move, then there, I've just written all the code I need, which is just dragging lasers. And if I show the JavaScript, you can see it just says, if will lasers hit, fire lasers, end of code. If I wanted to add things after that, I could, and it will do all of these things too. I'll just drag all these on so that you can see. There's the code. I didn't have to write a single line of it, but it exists, and if I want to change this around, I can say, oh wait, I want lasers at the end, then I can drag this down to here. I'm done. If I don't want any of this, I just trash it all. So yeah, there you have it. Do you know if it works with C#? That's awesome. I don't know. You'd have to look into it a little bit more. Coffee says, the game sounds awesome. That visual scripting thing is cool. I had an idea for a Blender-like node structure JavaScript thing. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you think it sounds awesome. I hope you stick around for the development time. I'm really passionate about the idea. I've been working on something sort of similar for the last 5 years or so. And I've got more information about that on my blog, which I'm now pivoting the blog a bit. So I made a post yesterday. I put some stats and another video on it. Let's find it. This was, quote, the original Botland, and it looked nothing like what it looks like today and nothing like what it will look like. But this is from 5 years ago. I've been working on something like this, and I'll paste that video into chat also. So yeah, I'm excited about this. And then then to answer your question of what are you doing in terms of today, we're getting into okay, here, I'm like all over the place right now because I'm hungry and my mind is everywhere. This is our roadmap for this week. We're going to finish incorporating Pixie. We've actually just done that. Finish code execution tasks and tests. This is incredibly important. So if we can do this and we can finish sort of the arena code, then we might be able to get a bot moving around the arena by the end of this week. Then some of the news that I said, my internet's finally fixed. This only really affects the followers who were here last week who knew that my internet wasn't that great. BizSpark, I'll talk about this stuff later, I think. Zepster says, that's cool. Are you going to make bots able to know where other bots are so you can make formations? Only kind of. So again, picture that you have a bot here and a bot here and here. And imagine there's like, these are two teams, right? So team 1 is white, team 2 is black. This is close enough, I'll draw in red I guess, this is close enough where you can see this far. So you can actually interact with this bot, perhaps by shooting a missile at it or by moving closer to it. So you move, you move, you move. This bot is too far away for you to do that. So you would not be able to probably do anything with this bot. As far as you know, it doesn't exist, or it exists, but you just have no way of interacting with it. So in that sense, yeah, you can know where other bots are, just not infinitely. Sort of like in StarCraft, every unit has a vision range. You can't, I mean, a Marine can't fire across the map and hit their nexus or something. William says, have you been working on this for 5 years? Only kind of. I've made 4 different iterations of Botland, and none of them were completed. This one will be completed. The other ones were all slightly different. Like one of them was supposed to be an RPG, and let me show you a quick picture of that. Although eventually I will hopefully do a blog post on it. Let me figure out how I even can find this. Yeah, here we go. All right. Let me find a picture that I can actually show you. Actually, I don't know if I want to show this. It looks really, really bad. Yeah, but I've been working on it for this iteration of it. I've been working on it for the last 9 months. So 6 months was spent doing a prototype. 1 month was, or maybe 7 months for a prototype. Then like 1 month for setting up the business and researching. And then I've been doing the stream for now almost 3 weeks. I'm bad at adulting, said it's very cool. Glad I found this stream. I will continue to help you be bad at adulting by wasting your time. But yeah. I need to get food. I'm gonna die. I've been talking for like the past, 3.5 hours straight. So yeah, I'm gonna go break for lunch. I'll be back in hopefully about half an hour, but I don't know, my mother-in-law's here. I'm not sure if she's still in the apartment or not, so I'm gonna set the timer for about 45 minutes. And then after that, once I'm back, I'll be streaming until 5. Oh, you guys can't see my calendar that I keep showing because it's underneath my video. Hang on a second. So let me show you this time in Seattle. Okay, so yeah, it's 12:43 right now. I'm gonna break for about 45 minutes, and then I'll be back until my 5 p.m. So yeah, and yeah, see you, William. All right, so let's do this. BRB lunch and 45 minutes. All right, yep, and I'll be back in a bit, so I'm not going away permanently or anything. But yeah, I'm gonna turn off my mic at least. Probably my camera at some point. See ya. Okay. I'm back. Let me read what happened in chat. Pretty much nothing. Okay. Out of curiosity, did anyone hear any follow sounds earlier? I don't know if anyone's even here right now, because I know I was just going for lunch. Yeah, at least my microphone's on so that I'm not speaking to nobody. Hey Metsudo. Yeah, we need to do that still. Alright, let's take a look at where we left off with this stuff. So I think we had, zooming and panning now works. So I think we want to clean this up and check this in. Should we zoom at a slower, or should we pan at a slower rate when we're zoomed in? I don't actually know. Alright, what else? Let's take a look. Because, yeah, I'm not terribly happy with this code. Hey, Jayless. This was just to make the tint brighter on this. We don't actually need this code, so we can get rid of that. Is there any other small change we can get rid of? Changing the canvas height, yeah, we can get rid of that too. And then these things I think we need to keep. Yeah, clamp number. Alright, we'll comment on this function. Clamps a number between a minimum and a maximum. Number. And it returns a number. Like it says, I believed your diagonal panning is faster than normal panning of the cam, right? That's possible. Yeah, the point. So I don't mind if that's the case. I could change that and put like panning as a vector where I'll just write this down. Consider whether we want diagonal panning to be the same speed as cardinal panning. I'll just implement it. I'll just implement it now. So here's what we'll do. We'll go into main.js and we'll say change pan. We'll say let delta pan x equals 0, delta pan y equals 0, and then here we'll do this. So we want to change this and this one equals that, and then we want to change these two equal that. Good. And then down here we can say if let me think about this. So if we're panning in both directions at the same time, we need to, how do we do this? So let's see. There's a right triangle, which is x, and this should be 1. So x squared plus, so 2x squared equals 1. So x squared equals half. So it's the square root of 1/2 is what we want. So if, it's kind of silly. Is it math.square root? Yeah. Okay, so if delta pan x is not 0 and delta pan y is not 0, then we're going to say delta pan x equals, oh, actually we can just do this, I guess. Yep. Good, and then we also do this, so else alright. No, I guess it still needs to be times camera speed. let's see if I just did this correctly. I don't know if I just reasoned about that right or not. So yeah. Oh, whoops, we didn't actually pan the camera now. Just camera dot change pan delta x delta y. Alright, done, and let's try it out. How did I screw this up? Is it not called change pan? No, it is. So are these things not declared? Delta pan x and delta pan y are both declared. Is this dot camera not? Camera's undefined. What? Yeah, what? How do I not have... Oh, I don't have any of this stuff. Maybe... Oh, right. This gets called no matter what. And we don't have a camera now. Yeah, that was the only problem. Okay. So... if delta pan x not equals 0 or delta pan y not equals 0, then we actually call change pan. And yeah. And nice, Jayless. Procedurally generated dungeon crawler. Alright, let's try this out now. Okay. Well, I remember where we were working before. Why does this look... Panning to the left seems very choppy. Did I just code this wrong? If you're holding A, then delta pan x is going to be -1. We're going to get down here, we're going to set it to -1 times camera speed. And then we're just going to pan. Okay, what is happening? But anyway, the other thing that I have a problem with so far is the max pan x and y are not being respected. They're not even being used. Yeah, that was where I left off. So max pan x and max pan y. Huh. This is interesting though. I'm gonna hide this completely because this is getting annoying. Let's go to Botline app, and I think it's called connect to server. Yeah, it is. We're gonna just hide this. Show connect component. And we'll just set that to false. There. So now that'll be hidden, which we wanted. Now, that looks okay. That looks okay. That looks fine now. And now when we zoom when we pan diagonally, we're only ever panning at the same speed. So if I do all the directions, we shouldn't see any weird changes in speed. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And we just did some quick math ourselves. I think that worked. It's not the smartest thing to do probably, but it works. Alright, for now, I'm going to keep this logic here. We're going to clean up the code and check it in. And yeah, and then we'll do this, the next commit. So the next commit will be this, max pan x and max pan y. For now, let's just cut out this clamp. This should be this dot max pan, and then let's take the actual variable from here, x and y. And we'll just keep that as a to-do. Here we can, no, let's just cut this out for now. This shouldn't be here at all. Let's just put this into this file. We'll eventually get back to this. So that'll be the next commit that we do. So right now there are no constrained coordinates. You can zoom outside of the bounds. That's totally fine. I don't really care. The other thing I like to do in games where you can scroll around like this is to check to see if shift is held, and then if it is, zoom the camera faster. So let's check and see if that's even something we can detect. So on key down, shift. Oh, it does work. Well, I mean, that makes sense. That's 16. What happens if you press right shift? That is also 16. So apparently shift is just 16. So let's set that. key code shift equals 16. So let's do, the camera speed is going to be, we'll just do this. If this dot keys held shift, then camera speed times equal to. All right. So now when you're holding shift, it'll go faster. So let's do normal panning. Good. And now shift panning. Good. All right. And then we can zoom out and zoom in if we want. And it appears to move faster based on whether we're zoomed. So maybe we want to switch that too. I don't know. But for now, it doesn't really matter. We're eventually going to make this work with touch and make it work with mouse. And this is sort of just temporary. So yeah, let's get to the point where we cleaned up this code and we're happy with how it looks. We're going to go through each of these files as we always do. We have a minimum zoom and a maximum zoom. We need to comment what change pan does. Pans the camera based on the delta coordinates, based on relative coordinates instead of absolute. All right, we have a number. We have a number, and we don't return anything. Good. And then this is the same thing. Changes zoom value based on a relative number rather than an absolute. This is the number, and we don't return anything. Yeah, we don't need to write a comment for that. Okay. Cool. We clamp the zoom. That's pretty obvious. All right, great. So the camera zoom and pan can now, camera panning and zoom can now be changed, can now be controlled with the keyword WASD-QE. Camera zooming is now clamped between 0.5 to 4. Oh man, okay, we gotta purge that phrase too, I guess. Auto purge. There, nobody clicked that link. Also, let me do this. Okay. There, yeah, so I auto purge that. Just don't click the link that I just said because it's a bad link. I don't actually know what it does, but all links are bad links when they come from spammers. So we controlled the camera zoom and pan. This we want to change. We want to put these into their own file. Is that at least on my list of things to do? Yeah, put key codes in their own file. So for now, we'll just leave them here. They will eventually be in their own file. This code is really bad. We're gonna fix that. So main needs a lot of work. Let's come back to that at the end. Botland app, we actually, no, you know what, let's hide this for now. We're not even doing connect to server stuff. We'll just hide it and check it in like that, that's fine. So on key up, on key down, these things don't really need explanations, I suppose. Yeah. And I have this code here. We don't actually do things that way. There was a Trojan going around? Wow. And RallerDK, thanks for following. You should get a link to control my lights sometime in the next minute or so. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. And then this was the only other thing, which the only thing we're doing is passing in some handlers onto the next thing. So let's lint the code that we have now, even though I haven't finished looking through main. We're gonna do pre-commit, and then this server doesn't need to be open anymore. In fact, we can open it pretty quickly. So let's see if there are any linting errors or any code style errors. No, there are not. So now let's fix main. Main, we're not going to fix this now, not this particular bit. This is going to fix in another commit later. This set interval, so we have a render loop and we have a game update loop, and this is the game update loop. What do we need to do here though? Yeah, okay, we need to do a lot. Yes, we need this. All right, this is not bad code or anything. So let's do this. This dot setup update loop. And let's do setup update loop. We're gonna keep track of these things. Keys held is not really, you can just put that up here, I think. Keys that are held. So this is an object of number to Boolean. Keys, well, keyboard keys that are held. Keys are the keyboard key codes, and values are whether the key is held. Note the absence of a key means that it isn't being held. Let's manually format this comment too, since it wants to screw this up. All right. Next, we have this setup update loop. We're going to update once every 16 milliseconds. This should really be a constant somewhere. It's just not right now. We really should also have an input handler instead of making main the input handler. How do we want to do that though? Because main has access to all of the different classes. I guess what we could say is this. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's export all of this into the camera. Oh, except for the camera doesn't necessarily even exist here yet. Yeah, let's do this then. If not is undefined this dot camera, then this dot camera dot change. Well, no, we still don't want to do that actually. We want to put this here. Okay, good. Then we put this code into the camera. So this and this, and we can say a speed value, I suppose. Yeah, let's do that. Let's say a speed multiplier. Speed multiplier. So we're going to say that the speed multiplier is 1, and if this is held, then it's 2. Now all this code can go into the camera. Okay, good. Let's put that in the camera here in, where do we do this? Change pan. Yeah. So let's do this dot camera speed equals, what are we going to say? That's like 3. This is, how do we even say what this is? Let's say number of pixels to move every millisecond. This is the number of pixels to move every millisecond that, not millisecond, that this is held. Delta is what? 16, because it's 16 milliseconds in past, and we're moving it every frame. So number of pixels to move every frame, let's say. So saying 3 is not totally accurate here. Svenhoff says, can you explain what the scope difference is between let and var? Yes, and this is actually something that's relatively confusing about JavaScript because of something called variable hoisting. In JavaScript, if you write something like, let's say there's code here, you know, I'll just write some fake code. We've got this thing here, and we've got an if statement, if foo, do, bar. If you have code like this, and you say var a equals 5, a actually and I, both of these things, since they're defined as vars, will get hoisted to the top of the function. So var a is, we might as well have written the code this way. And there are a lot of very confusing intricacies here. So I'm simplifying this a tiny bit. But your variable will get hoisted to the top. So this I will exist outside of the loop in all different parts of this function. So let me show you a real world example. If I say something like this, let's do this. We have an array equals 1, 2, 3. We're going to go over the things in array, and we're just going to console.log them. So if we do this, and we console.log I here, what we'll see is that this will actually print out what I is. And that's what we expect. So we run this, it prints 1, 2, 3, and then it says I is set to 3 right now. All right, great. if we change this to let, and I can't actually prove this to you right now. Actually, yes, I could. We can go into Babel.js's try it out feature, and I can show you that way. So if I put that same code in here, we get an error saying I is not defined. So the difference between let and foo is that let is what's called block scoping. It only exists for this code that I highlighted here, and that's why we got an error saying that I is not defined here anymore. Var is function scoping, and it gets hoisted to the top of any function that it's in. So hopefully that clarifies it. There are a lot of resources on the internet that can also help explain some of that. So we're gonna say this dot camera speed, and then this can actually go at the top of the file. I'm just gonna put this here. Square root of 1/2. What counts as a block is, so in JavaScript, this denotes a block. And actually that's true of C++ also. So when you say function foo, your body of the function is a block statement. So if I said let I equals 0 here, and then we said JavaScript next, and then I said for this, I did something here, I exists here too. Or no, not I, sorry. Let's just get rid of this, just for, there's something happening here. I exist here too because the block in which I exist is this block. If I moved this down to here, let I equal 0, now the only block where it exists is this block. So hopefully that helps clarify things a bit. So we have the square root 1/2 stuff here. Good. Okay, so I think we've exported this code correctly. Let's just test this out briefly. And we can put opposites here in else ifs together, but not the sort of complements. So, alright, oh, we screwed up. It's not called delta pan x anymore, it's delta x. Good and good. Done. Great. Now let's try this code out. I don't remember what speed we were at. Oh, we've lowered the speed. Oops. Let's set this to... Oh, also we're not taking delta time into account. Darn it. I'm not happy with this. I don't like this at all. Yeah, I don't think we can do this exactly. I think this code should be here, but I think there's one other little thing missing. Well, that was our speed multiplier. So we actually say that whatever we're doing here, we're multiplying by speed multiplier. God, I don't want to do this. I just don't want to do this right now. I don't think this is a good idea. Let's just get rid of this stuff. Okay, and let's put that back into main. Where did this used to go? Yeah, there. Okay, good. Alright, and then we get rid of just that other bit I put up here about, yeah. Alright, let's try this out now. Metsudo says, since I missed this morning's admin portion, anything cool happened over the weekend? Yeah, so the news, I got the internet working. I called Comcast, they came and fixed it. That guy was very interesting. He's from the Philippines, and at one point he's like, oh, so where are you from? And I said, I'm from the US. And he's like, oh, that explains why your English is so good. And I thought, yeah, I guess. So yeah, I actually doubled the stream's bit rate. So it used to be at 1 megabit per second, now it's at 2. So maybe things seem smoother. A couple of people were commenting a little bit on that. Second thing is I started the BizSpark processing. So I actually applied for their program, and it takes 10 business days. And finally, there's a new recap video. So if you go to botland.net and you click YouTube, then you'll see Botland recap number 3. And I pasted it into chat. All right. So did we fix this? Let's see. Yeah, it looks fine. All right, and there are very few places where we're actually going to pan the camera from outside of the camera, so I think this is fine. Let's write in some camera handling code. So this dot update handle camera input, we'll say, and we'll put all this stuff into that function. So handle camera input, and that should actually take in a delta. Sven so using let is more about memory optimization, or was var giving issues? Okay, so I think, I'm not sure if your question is why does ECMAScript 6 allow you to use let, or why am I using let? I'll answer both questions. Why does ECMAScript 6 allow you to use let? Because var was super confusing how it worked. This doesn't give you new functionality necessarily, it just makes things more what you might expect from other languages. And then why am I using let? I'm using let because it's clear to me what scope things are defined in. And then what's BizSpark? Yeah. Yep. Metsuro just explained that pretty well, so I'm not going to explain what BizSpark is anymore. Handle camera input, handle input. This is the input handler for the camera. We could actually put this into the camera. Perhaps it would belong there. To do, consider moving this into the camera class itself. And then in the case where we handled this, we can return true, otherwise return false. How do we know that we've handled this though? This is not how that works. No, we're not going to do that. I take that back. Okay, and then this is the number of MS that have passed since we last called this. This is passed in. Yeah, again, we'll just kind of consider this as it goes. All right, so this is like the game loop update. We're gonna call it that. Game loop update. Update game logic. That's what I like calling this. All right. Updates game logic. This is called very frequently. Okay. So we have all the camera input stuff happening here. Put this up at the top if we want. And we can combine these. So W and S are opposites, so that can be an else if. And A and D are opposites, so that can be an else if. As in, you can't hold both A and D at the same time. And if you do, A will win over, and you'll end up moving the camera left. So fine. All right, then if you're panning diagonally, cap the speed, change the speed, change the delta values so that we're not moving any faster or slower than panning cardinally. All right, good. And then this actually should not be here. This should be changed to this, and we should put this up here. If is undefined, this dot camera, then handle the input. Good. All right, now main is still not finished. I think there's still something else we need to fix here. We've got that, we've got that, we've got that. That's all done. Handle camera input is done for now. It's this stuff. Add a key down handler. Yeah, so we need to just clean this up a bit. Search for this. Now we should be returning true when we handle something here. And we technically handle something when we return, when we press something like W, A, S, or D, but not quite. Yeah, I think we'll do that, and then we'll return false here. And that says that we've handled something. And we'll just return false no matter what here. And I'll put why we're returning false. So key down handler for game components. This is an event. And it returns a Boolean true if we handle the event and should stop other handlers from handling it. And this is roughly the same comment for the key up handler. We just changed, oh, you know what I should do? All right, watch this. This is a huge waste of time. Well, it's a small waste of time. I wrote a plugin called Reverser, and here's the perfect time to add in something new. We're gonna change down to up and left to right, and I know that this could have been coded better, and I totally don't care right now. All right, so now when we want to change this key down, we just hit Alt R, and now it says key up handler. How's that for cool? So cool. Also, this room looks sweet right now. Whoever chose blue light, good idea. Who did choose blue light? Hack to the Gat. Thanks for following. Thanks for making the room blue. Okay. Yeah, so followers get to change my lights. Alright, I'm happier with this now. Let's just look through and make sure we didn't accidentally leave some garbage code laying around. We need to fix a couple of things that, yeah, this was all fine. We chose manually to hide that. That's okay. We've got those handlers. The only things we have left to do then are one more pre-commit and one more refresh, just to make sure we didn't screw anything up. So let's try panning around, we're good. Let's try zooming in, we're good. Let's try zooming out, we're good. That looks awesome. Great. All right, what's your diagonal speed? For example, in an example game I saw diagonal speed limited to 0.7071. What's that, root 2 over 2? Square root 2 divided by 2. Yeah, so that's why they limited it probably, is because that's... Anyway, here's sort of what I was doing. When you move in a straight line, you're moving at 1 times your speed, right? And if you're moving in this direction, it's also just 1 times your speed. When you're moving diagonally, what was happening is that what you're really doing is you're moving 1 in this direction and 1 in this direction. And since you can calculate the length of a hypotenuse by doing the whole x squared plus y squared equals z squared, although that's usually written out as a squared plus b squared equals c squared, I could just make a formula and figure it out for myself. So since I knew you're moving the same speed in both directions, it turned into 2x squared equals 1. So that's x squared equals 1/2, and then, whoops, and then x equals the square root of 1/2. And so that's why in my code, you can see that I have square root 1/2. So when you're moving diagonally, which means that your deltas are both not 0, then you can multiply the speed by square root of 1/2 instead of multiplying it by 1. So does that make sense? And this is why 2D games are so much easier than 3D games, because there's so much less to do. Alright, so we got camera panning and zoom can now be controlled with the keyboard. Camera zooming is now clamped between 0.5 and 4. We check in, we fix up the next things that we wanted, max pan X and max pan Y. So let's take the code that we'd started to work on, take this and put it here, and comment this since we know for sure we're going to need this. The maximum value that this dot pan X can be set to. And then for this we say C this dot max pan X. Alright, cool. Next, we make use of this in change pan. And anytime you change pan, yeah, that's all we have right now. Okay, cool. So we're going to clamp to the maxima. Now we just need to set the maxima correctly, and then we are good to go. So let's get rid of all this other code and do this. All right. We need to set this whenever your view changes or your... No, it's only when your view changes. However, we change it in 2 different places, which is really bad. We need to converge on one function for this. So one is called when the canvas size changes, and we do need to update our coordinates then. And then the other is called when the zoom changes. And again, we need to update this. So what we could do is we can call canvas size change from here. So let's set this in here. Max pan X is the total width of the world. Oh, we don't know that though. We don't know it in the camera at least. Oh, we need to know when the arena size changes or when the arena size is set. So, all right, so problem. Camera needs to know arena bounds. Option 1, give camera access to the arena. Option 2, sub out when arena bounds are set or are changed. Excuse me, option 3, no, I'm just gonna do this. So I don't want to give the camera access to the arena because it doesn't make sense for a camera class to know about something, like it shouldn't be coupled to an arena class. However, since we do have a concept of a world, we do want to know when the world size changes. So subscribing to something like that I think is fine. So if we take in a pub sub here and we, where do we make a camera? Client name, new camera. Oh, I forgot a period there. Okay, we make a new camera. So we pass in this dot pub sub, and then in here we can say this dot. We don't even need to store the pub sub actually. We can, but we don't need to. This dot pub sub dot subscribe, and then we look at pub sub topics, and we put one here for arena size change. We call it the same thing, and then we take this, and that error is just going to keep showing up until I fix the rest of the code that I have. And that's okay. So we're going to call pub sub topic. Let's just call it topics. Pub sub topics. And then we subscribe to topics.arena size change with this dot arena size change dot bind with this. Oh no, we don't need to do that because this isn't subscribed, so we can actually just write it this way. And then in here we say arena size changed, and we're going to take in a width. No, let's take in old width, old height, new width, new height. You don't need to do that. Width in tiles, height in tiles. And we'll say let width in pixels, width in tiles times constants on tile size, and same thing with height. And then we need to store this. This dot arena width in pixels. So let's store it here, and then call this dot dimensions modified. And in here is where we'll do this stuff. So this dot dimensions modified, and we'll also do that down here because this ends up changing our dimensions. Irfan says, why did you move to a new room and apartment? I moved apartments because I needed an office, and we used to live in a one-bedroom place, and I didn't want to make it so that, like, let's say my wife is homesick from work, I didn't want to be like, sorry, you can't be in the living room now because that's where I work, and Stream doesn't want to see my sick wife. So, also, for example, my mother-in-law right now is staying over, and having a second bedroom is a good idea. OMG says, you're doing this way too fast, I can't keep up with the things you changed. And Trackley says, hi guys. Trackley, hi. OMG, do you want me to slow down? I don't plan on slowing down. And I'll go over this all at the end. So we called dimensions modified. We need to put this code in dimensions modified, which is, where did I actually define that function? No, I didn't. Dimensions modified. We set this dot, how do we do this? Arena width minus this dot view x. Yeah, that should be it. Or view width. And same thing with these. We set this to y and then width to height. And then we change that to capital. Alright, I think we might have done this. Now we just need to publish this out. And that'll be done from the arena. However, this isn't totally right because the camera is made possibly before Yeah, it's made after the arena's been set. So we need to either set up the camera beforehand, which we can do. Okay, we can do that in this case at least. And then over here, once we set the size of this, let's take in this dot pub sub equals params dot pub sub, and then we'll do stop pub sub dot publish. And this is in the, oh no, oops. I'll delete all of that. This is the wrong file. Okay, save. So what's the file? Never come back to it. We put it in here. This is the correct one. And here we take this dot pub sub equals params dot pub sub. And then in here we're going to say this dot pub sub dot publish. And we need to take in topics. And this is really pub sub topics. And this is this. All right. And then we say what our width is in tiles. This dot width, this dot height. I have a feeling we're going to end up changing some of this stuff. But for now, okay, let's try this. And let's see what happens when we reload. Does this even work? Okay, that's about what I'd expect. I forgot to pass in new arena. I forgot to pass in the pub sub. Actually, we can just do that. What's going on in chat? Swifty Move says, how did you first start out coding? Because I'm trying to learn. Currently, I'm doing these courses on Code Academy, and they work, but don't really show how to implement what you learn into real programs and games. Swifty, I started coding by just learning BASIC. This was a long time ago. Right now, I'd suggest just pick a language, basically, and then go try to learn it. And what you're doing is actually a good idea. Once you try to apply that into real programs and games, that is tough. And the reason why is because you learn about a for loop, for example, but you're not told, here's when you might want to use it. It's like, oh, I could use it for iterating over arrays, I can use it for generating ranges of numbers, but when do I actually use that? And it turns out, okay, maybe I want to use it to see, did any bullets collide with enemies? Maybe that's a good use for a for loop. And in that case, it's like practice, go look at real code out there. Thankfully, we're in no better time than ever before. We have GitHub available to us. You can go look at the source code of any number of game projects. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff. And then OMG says, wasn't it supposed to be Vuex instead of Vue? No, I think I wanted it to be Vue because, oh, whoops, that should be Vueh. So that's at least an error. So thank you for making me go look at that. And I will give you a small amount of points for that. Yeah. So the way we want to think about it is like this. You have a screen. This is your screen, and your camera can only view a certain part of it at once. Actually, yeah, so this is actually kind of hard to represent. So this is your screen in black. Then we'll say in red is the arena. So in red is the arena, and then in blue, hopefully there are no colorblind people, which would make this very hard for me to represent all of this. In blue is the camera. So if you can kind of imagine this, our screen can only render so much, right? And our camera might be zoomed in on a very particular, wait, that's not, this is slightly wrong. The camera kind of takes up the whole screen. Anyway, scrap whatever I was just talking about. Here's what I wanted to represent, is that your arena is, let's say the width equals 100 here. So that this is 100 pixels big, let's say. Your camera can only scroll as far as 100 pixels minus whatever the camera's width is. So if the width is, let's say, 5 here, then we can only scroll to a maximum of 95. And that's why I took the width of the arena minus the width of our view. Okay, so what did I just screw up? I should be able to have this work now? Of course not. Why does this not work? Does this not, pub sub not exist? Is it not how you can do things in ActiveScript 6? Fine, we'll just say this dot pub sub. Oh, I know what I did. That has to refer to just pub sub, and it didn't. Okay. So trailing commas are fine. We can keep that. We're not going to. We deleted it already. But now we have this, and we shouldn't be able to zoom beyond the boundary of our arena, which unfortunately is very large, so we just have to keep scrolling and test it. Please stop. Please stop. No. Alright, well, it stopped here. I can't move it beyond this distance. So what did I just screw up? Let's take a look at the camera. Also, let's modify the arena so we don't have to keep like going over 100 tiles. Let's go to a size of 20. Now let's take a look at this. So when the arena size changes, oh, you know what we can do? We can zoom out and test this really fast. No, there's still a problem. And same thing, zooming in, is there a problem? Yeah, there's a problem no matter what. So let's see what's going on. We have arena width in pixels minus view width. The view width needs to have been set by now. And that's done when the canvas size changes too. Let's try this. Okay, yeah. So something is still screwing up. Let me think about this. First, we will put a breakpoint and see what these things are set to. Actually, we don't need a breakpoint for that because of the whole debug main thing. So max pan X is set to 480. We can see at any given time, we can see 800 pixels. And the arena width is 1280. So if we can see 1280, okay, so then what's the current pan X? It's 480. Huh. It seems like it should be right. Canvas size changed. Okay, so why isn't this correct? Is there something that's not actually the size that I think it is? Is the arena, for example, the arena was what? We said 20. Yeah, so that is 1280. I don't need a calculator for that. Okay, so the arena width is really what we think it is. The camera is 800, is that correct? Whoops. Oh, I just accidentally closed everything. I was trying to type M. There we go. So let's take this, put it into here, and see, is this really 800 pixels? Yep, it is. Okay, and then when we go over 480 pixels, it should stop. So yeah, I'm doing something wrong, but I'm thinking about this wrong because the formula I set up worked correctly. It's just we stop here. So are we actually seeing 20 tiles? Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Oh no, 2 sets of tiles just aren't showing up. That's our problem. Well, isn't that great? We probably just accidentally typed something wrong somewhere. This dot tiles dot length. Oh, what is, oh, did I screw this up? Let me try something like this. What's 8 plus 8 in hex? Yeah, that's just wrong. Okay, so I think I just, no, I didn't fix it, or I didn't refresh after long enough. Okay, yeah, I fixed it. Okay, so I'm just a little absent-minded sometimes. What I was doing here, I was attempting to make it so that the amount of blue that changes is only 0x88, which is what? 8 times 16 is 128 plus 6 is 134. So the problem is that 134 times 2 is greater than 256. This is no longer a 1 byte hex number. And that was my issue. So this shouldn't have been 88, it should have been, let's just do that, 0x80. This should work. Yeah, that works. Okay, and we have our nice blue gradient going from dark to light. So great, things look fine. The camera doesn't let me move beyond that. If I zoom in and then move all the way to the boundary and then zoom out, oh, it actually does let me move beyond it. Okay, so then I need to clamp this at the time of when dimensions are modified. So here's where we clamp the pan. We do that here. Actually, you know what we can do? We can just do this. This dot change pan 0, 0. This will clamp our pan values so that if we zoom in, pan all the way to the edge, and then zoom out, we will fix our pan coordinates. All right, and then we can test this. So we go all the way to the edge, just like we did before. We zoom in, we go all the way to the edge, zoom in, then we zoom out, and it works. Great, cool, we're all set. And hey, Squish Squirrel, you got 2 hellos today. That's twice as many as most people. So I guess I'll say hey to Coffee Kills too. Hey, Coffee Kills. There, now you guys are tied. All right, that was all I wanted to do in this commit. So I think we can check it in, delete all that. There, great. All right, what did we change? So Arena now has a pub sub, and we are pub subbing something out, and we fixed a bug. Let's take a look in the Arena and just clean this up a tiny bit. I think we should say what this is. Type is pub sub, and then this actual pub subbing out. I think it's fine. Yeah. Camera. A lot of things changed, so we're gonna need to comment some of this stuff. Same thing that we did here, where we said that this is of type pub sub. We're going to do that here. Now the subscribing, the setting this stuff. Yeah, we can do that. All right, so. The size of the Arena in pixels. This is updated via pub sub. And then as before, see this dot arena with the pixels. I don't like Mondays. I like Mondays. I like every day of the week now. Because I get to spend time with my favorite stream. Alright, canvas size changed. We call this just to set some initial parameters. We really should get this from a pub sub, but that'll change at some point anyway. This is called when the Arena tells us that it set or changed its size. This is a number. The description of the variable is obvious enough, so we're fine. So call this anytime you update the view size, the canvas size, or the Arena size. It will set the max pan coordinates and clamp the current pan coordinates so that they fit within the, Metsudo says, are you taking this Friday off, Adam, to get more of your off-stream work done? I'm not planning on it. I worked last night a little bit on the chatbot, and I realized I can probably get the next command working as I wanted to, and at that point things will be kind of done with the bot. The other off-stream work that I had to do, I did spend some time this weekend. I had a meeting. I don't know, there was a lot of stuff going on. We had to move out of our old place. So we moved, but we still had some stuff there and we had to clean it all up. That took I want to say 6 or 7 person hours spread across mostly 2 people, but partially 3. Smooth Dog says, I was watching Twitch bot panel at TwitchCon stream and they were talking about the amazing possibilities of chatbots. What if you could make and control an LED light? So I give you a shout out at him. Yeah. Yep. That's how my bot works. And to demonstrate this, we're going to give Smooth Dog a token. So yeah, when you follow me on the stream, you get a token whispered to you that lets you control my lights, which Smooth Dog is probably about to demonstrate. And by the way, thank you for all the people who followed today. I really appreciate the support. So we got that stuff set. Now, yeah, there we go. I think Smooth Dog's favorite color is pink. Or he thinks that a plumber is coming over today. Alright, we don't want to change this. We have set up camera, good. And this needs to happen before we set up the arena, so we should write a comment about that. This needs to happen before we set up the arena so that the camera gets the arena's pub sub. If we ever change this order, then just send the pub sub a second time. Is that pink? It looks like purple. I think it looks like pink. I think it looks roughly like FF00FF. This. Right? It's roughly the color of those lights. Yeah. Maybe you consider this to be purple too, I don't know. Alright, and then we pass in the pub sub. Okay, this was a pretty straightforward commit, I think. Yeah. The camera's panning coordinates are now clamped based on the size of the arena. When the arena changes size, well, that's not even true, so I'll just stop it there. Alright, that's done. Next, we do this. Put key codes into a constants file. So let's open up hub subtopics. We'll just save this as key constants.js. And we'll just start storing them in here. So let's get our, where do we do this? Botland app is one place. So we're gonna do this. And then main is another place. So we're gonna take these. Wait, what was that thing? Oh yeah, remove this from here. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's put our key constants there. Now we really should do this alphabetically. And in fact, you know what, I'm just going to delete all these. We'll just do it. So let's see. We need to go, there are 26 letters in the alphabet, so there we go. Next we do D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. I screwed up that. I know my alphabet. All right, then we do this cool little trick. Done. All right, so now we have all the key codes there. We have shift. We're gonna export all of these though. So we need to do that the same way that we do it here. Yeah, just export const. So all of these need to turn into export const. All right, cool. That's the power of Sublime, I think. All right, now we need to use these codes. So we need to go into Botland app, and instead of, do we even have constants here? No. So import star as key codes. Key code from dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Whatever. We'll just try this out because I client. Oh shit. Shared slash client and game server slash key constants. Next we delete these and we get key code. We don't need to write, we don't need to call these key code anymore. We can just say A, I think. Yeah, let's try that. So now we say keycode.b, keycode.c. What editor am I using? Yeah, Sublime Text 2. And one of the things I had just done there, which I just really, really like about Sublime Text, is multiple cursors. So if you say something like var a equals 5, var b equals 6, and you want to do really anything here, like if I want to change both of these so that, oops, I wanted to multiply them both by 2, I can do that. And I really like that about Sublime. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. So next up, we got to change it in main. So we should see a lot of these like key code garbage, this key code char or whatever. So we're going to change this everywhere to key code dot, and then same thing with this, key code dot. And then we just need to import that same thing. So instead of this, we'll do start as key code, and we'll do key constants. Okay, so the game should work exactly the same. We didn't get any errors, it rebuilt, and now we should find out. If we try, yep, we can navigate, we can hold shift, we can zoom in, we can zoom out, we can launch Blockly and the code editor. And actually, let's test one more thing. Can I type all of those characters in here? Yes, good. All right, that works well. Same thing in Blockly, we should be able to type text in here without screwing up. Yeah. All right, I think we're in good shape. That was a pretty straightforward, well, it will be a pretty straightforward commit. The only thing we need to do is check to see, are we using this anywhere else? We're not, and so that should be the only place we handle input. Then I think we're good. Let's take a look. Yep, we got rid of those keyboard constants. We're now using just the key code shortcut. Good, that looks fine. Here it should just be the exact same thing. We import key code, we use them, looks good. And here are just our constants. Again, we don't need to put comments in this file. I think it's pretty obvious what this is doing. So exported all keyboard constants to their own file. All right, next up. Next is, actually let's do this. Let's do this performance improvement first. So this is actually going to be pretty significant. And then what we're going to do is we're going to fix this problem because this is incredibly severe. Right now, our app doesn't even work on the phone, and yet it did on Friday. And let's just see if something's changed somehow. I'm going to refresh the page, and we will probably see nothing happen. I can't even see my own camera. Let me put that on my screen. All right, we'll probably see nothing. And look at that, we see nothing. Yeah, that's unfortunate. How do you commit to a relationship? Wise words, Smooth Dog, wise words. Alright. How do we want to do this? This part's easy, or at least it's easy enough. Like, it's straightforward. I shouldn't say it's easy, it's straightforward. We want to fix a performance issue that we know exists. But before I do that, I first want to figure out the Pixie problem. I don't know how to figure that out. How will we figure it out? And by the way, thanks for the follows. You guys should get a whisper from me soon to be able to control my lights. You can change them from pink if you'd like. So there's Safari for Windows apparently. Roving, I was telling you about that. Safari for Windows. And then, I don't know. Can I download this? Faster than Chrome and Firefox. What? Do I believe that? How do you download this? Is this a thing? Also, hey Jack. Blockly doesn't scroll up if you type a double quote, right? I don't know. No, apparently not. I mean, like, if Blockly screws up when you type a double quote, that's okay, as long as my runtime doesn't screw up. Can you not get Safari on Windows? Isn't this what Roving Eye was saying? There isn't a download link. Safari 5 is available via Apple's knowledge base here, but they decided to skip Safari 6, so 5 is all that's available. I gotta go through like the Wayback Machine for this. Okay, if this is not, okay, how are you supposed to, okay, debug an iPad on Windows, how do I do that? Free local machine debugging. Yeah, that's all I want. Because apparently these other things are paid or an online emulator. Oh, good. This is why I needed to use a Wayback Machine. This is stupid. Okay, well, let's reopen that one website, I guess. Where is it? This. Web archive. This is where a download icon would appear. How do I download this? Safari setup.exe. Alright. I'm gonna check to see if this is signed by Apple. I don't know. This just feels weird to me. Like I gotta jump through hoops just to download Safari on Windows. Safari for Windows site apple.com. Official Apple support for Safari 3. You gotta be kidding me. They don't have any way for you to download Safari extensions. Can someone just mail me a MacBook? Signatures, Apple. Okay, well, it's apparently Apple. Valid until 2013. That sounds like Apple. No, this is an archived executable, so that's understandable. So I guess let's run that. Safari is a fast, innovative web browser. Safari 5.1 has reading list. Wow. Cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. No desktop shortcut, not the default browser. Alright, install, here we go. We're gonna get Safari. Now I'm pretty sure that at some point I'm going to need to actually connect my iPad. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this iPad connecting cable, and I think when I plug in my iPad, it's gonna show something on screen, like maybe, I don't know, photos or text or something like that. So we're gonna have to stop my screen sharing from showing up. Apple's going to kidnap you now. You agree to their terms and conditions. Alright, Safari is finished installing. Oh my goodness, look at this. The room turns red when you install Safari. Okay. Yeah, we have Safari. So now I'm going to turn off my screen sharing for just a second while I plug in my iPad. That way, if anything does pop up, you guys can't see. Okay. Tim Cook is on my screen. Now the iPhone 6. Alright, we're going to discover this together because I have no clue what I'm doing here. Oh god, like a million iTunes things are popping up right now. Alright, close. Let's turn this back on. Oh man, it's getting like super hot in here. I gotta go open a window. I don't know if it's gonna be too loud, so let me know if there's too much street noise or something. Oh god, there's like gunshots outside. Alright, now what do we do? How do we debug? I probably need to be running this in Safari on a Mac, or on the iPad, right? Enable develop menu in menu bar. Edit preferences advanced. Develop menu. Good. Now we open the develop menu and we say show web inspector. It'd be so much easier if I just had Xcode on Windows. Is there Xcode on Windows? You can do this using VMware. Alright, is that too loud outside? Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? There's a lot of construction going on. I'm just going to go close the window. I'll just burn in here for you guys. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now as far as this debugging thing goes. So let's open this on Safari, I guess. Where's Safari? Here, you can watch me. Oh no, you can't. The cord's not long enough. Oh man. Alright, well we need to figure this out, so I gotta do this right now. The sound wasn't bad, it was just there. Yeah, I'll just try to bear with this. Maybe I'll go get shorts if it's too hot. Alright, localhost 3000. Oh, not localhost. It's not on my iPad. Darn it. What's my IP? 192.168.110:3000. Alright. So, it's loaded. Now what do I do? I don't know. I don't know what I do. Develop user agent, select iPad. That's not what I want. No. I wanted to. Oh, no. You could perhaps Google for an Apple WebKit debugger. Oh, see a squish squirrel? Yeah. I don't know. Oh, what do I do then? Buy a knockoff Mac. See it squished. Yeah, how do I figure this out? Is there Chrome? Oh, what if there's like some Chrome specific thing? Chrome Web Inspector from iOS. Is there this? Debug mobile Safari using Chrome? DevTools? Maybe we can. The iOS WebKit debug proxy project enables this. Brew. I can't use Brew. I'm not on a Mac. How do we do this? Node iOS driver. What's this? Okay, well, do we have any code changed right now? We don't. No. Okay, so we're just gonna go revert back to some old thing. How do we do that? Show log. Can we say reset master to this? This sounds like I'm gonna screw something pretty big up. Alright. Why do I need to add support for the iPad right now? I don't need to add support, I need to fix support. It was working on Friday, and something I did today broke it. So I need to figure out what broke it, and then I need to fix it. And part of the reason why is because I'm about to improve the performance, and it's going to affect the iPad a lot more than it's going to affect the desktop. So, yeah, I don't know what to do here. All I know is nothing's even showing up in the DOM. You know what? I wonder if that's kind of how I could go about doing this. Oh, whoops, this is loading the wrong page. So 10:3000. And again, if anything were actually happening on here, I'd show you guys, but it's just a white page. And there's no way, is there any way on the iPad itself to enable iPad Chrome debug? Are there developer tools for Chrome? Here's a nice trick. Error 404. What a nice trick. Click the phone button at the top left of developers tools. I know what this is talking about. This is talking about this thing, which lets me act as though I'm on a phone. But that's not what I want. Right? Like, what is this nonsense? Device. Is iPad in here? Unfortunately, this thing like Apple iPad. While it loads here. Coffee Kills says, are there any versions of your game I can try now? I mean, Coffee Kills, even if there's a version, you're looking at the game. There's nothing you can do in it. Like, this is literally all it is right now is a tile map. And I know it's like, oh god, that took 3 weeks, but there is slightly more. It's just there's no game yet. Okay, so this does not have to do with a user agent or anything like that. Because it can load there. It has to do with do with something else, some other interaction that's going on here. I know WebGL works on an iPad too. I know that. Is there any way? No, Coffee Kills. There's nothing available yet, and that's part of the reason why I mentioned in the news thing that BizSpark is starting to process now. So sometime after their 10 business days plus a half day of coding, I will have something that you guys can actually use. And I've already talked to Ian, the co-founder, about this, and he's totally on board, and I want you guys to be able to see this stuff. The only other thing I have to do is talk to a lawyer and make sure there's no like warranty or anything I need to give you guys. So Racer Renee says, weird question, would you continue programming if you couldn't make games, but you could still make websites or apps or something? Yeah, I would. And actually, I worked at Microsoft for a while, and yeah, I could make games as a hobby there, but I was working on Windows. So I do still just enjoy programming, but I happen to enjoy game programming the most. Okay, how do we make progress on this thing? I guess here's what we'll try. Let's do this. Let's open up client main, and let's have it do absolutely nothing except for append to the body of the DOM. So how do we do that? Document.append child. I think we can just append a div. Yeah, document dot append. How do you do this? Create element, append child. Document.body.append child. Yeah. Okay, so let's do document.body.append child. Can we just say hi here? What does this look like now? What is this? Not a function? Type error. Parameter 1 is not a type node. Okay, so we do need to create a node. I always use jQuery for this stuff. Create text node. Let's just do that. Document.create text node. Alright, can you just put up a warning stating the product being used is provided as is and offers no warranty? Yeah, I probably can. I just need to make sure that that's what I can do. Because whenever you provide, okay, so here's where things get really annoying and why I want to involve a lawyer. I don't know if you've heard of the Child Online Protection Act, but I didn't read through all of this. But if you have chat in your game and children under 13 could be exposed to it, then there's something you need to do, and I don't know what that thing is. Like, I don't know if it's, I don't know. And I don't need to know this. I just need a lawyer to tell me, like, oh yeah, you've done what you need to do, or you haven't done what you need to do. And that's part of what I'm worried about. I don't want to get sued because I'm trying to do something like cool for you guys and then someone ruins it. I don't know who would ruin it, but it only takes one person. Alright, does this work? There we go. It says hi. So watch this. When we refresh this page, it should say hi. Is it even refreshing? Did it say it? Okay, if that doesn't work, then something is... Oh, is it? No, it's not that. What's going on? I'm so good at Hello World, but this time it's not working. Alright, what if we just stopped? How do we do this? What's a good way to do this? Alright, you ready? Here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna suck a whole lot. We're gonna do this. Delete, and then we're gonna just do this. Racer Renee says, I don't know if this is included in the NDA, but were you working in C or C++ at Microsoft? I don't think there's an NDA about that. I was working in C++ and C#. I was an SDET though. So an SDET is a software development engineer and test. So it's not quite like, you're not a manual tester. So you're not like, oh, I'm just gonna click a bunch of things and see if something breaks, or I'm gonna go through these scenarios. You actually write code and test frameworks. And so we could have written our test framework in anything. We could have written it in Python if we wanted to probably, but you do try to stick close to what language was originally being used. Okay, so on the iPad now, it is correctly saying hi. So we figured out that at least something is going to work here. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to cut out main entirely. And now, if there's a problem here, it means that there's something wrong with one of our imports. So let's do this. And now let's refresh this page. This should still, actually, we should change this to say something like hello. That way we know it's actually getting updated. Okay, so on our browser, this does say hello. And now I refresh the iPad and I probably will see a white page. I do. That's bad. And that means that one of our imports is failing. Now the only way for us to know which import it is for us to like cut out all of this code first. So I'm gonna just comment all of this. Now again, I save and then I should see that the browser's working. Oops. Good, it is. Which means now I can just cut these out. I can cut out, let's say, well, let's cut out this too, I guess. And again, we wait for it to finish building, then we refresh the page, we see hello. Now if I refresh the iPad, I still see nothing. So now let's just take out all of this. And now it finished building in like no time whatsoever. Good, now the iPad works. And now I'll just comment them back in until we finally get it to the point where it doesn't work, and we'll figure out what's wrong with that specific thing. And I'll make this a lot faster by just taking all of these because I think it's Pixie. Did that finish building? Yes. So now we refresh the iPad and, oh no, something else broke it. Huh, so it is one of these things. Okay, let's comment out these. Our constants file shouldn't have a problem. So let's refresh. Oh, it's one of the constants files apparently. What? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, now it's working, and I comment this in. Now it's working. Is it symbols that don't work? Wow, it is. Yeah. This is crazy. This file is what's stopping everything from working, and the only thing this file has is const symbols. That's it. Every single thing in here is a const symbol, which means that this is getting transpiled into something that's invalid. I have no idea how that could be happening, but this is one of those cases where Babel can bite you. Let's take a look. In dist, we have. That's going to take a long time to load. So we have pub subtopics here. What does this turn into? Well, all of that is commented out apparently. Oh yeah, that's the main code. Okay, so let's take any of these topics. This one, for example. So it doesn't like this symbol. Oh no, symbol could be something that they define, right? ES6 symbol, is symbol. How do they do this? Yeah, no, there's no. So does this mean that Chrome has a function built in called symbol? It does? Does everything have this? What? Oh wow, so just the iPad runtime doesn't happen to have a symbol. Well, that sucks. There's no console log on the iPad, OMG. So we can fix this code really easily, but all right, let's fix it really easily. Let's just delete all these. There, problem solved. Now we can comment all of main back in as it used to be. So let's do that too. We just go and we revert main. Done, problem solved. Now we just rebuild. And the way that we do that is by pressing space, backspace, and then save. We should see this get written. And then the whole game should just work on the iPad. Let's see if I'm right about that. Wow, look at that. So symbol doesn't work. That's so weird. Alright, well, there's one other thing I can try. And that is to update my iOS, which only just recently became an option as of like a week ago. Hey, /life, I know RE means that you're back, but what does it stand for, if anything? Alright, we are going to run an update. And then once we're done with this update, we'll get back to the performance improving code. I just want to... I have to enter my password. Okay, I'm updating iOS. And I know you guys can't see the screen. The whole point is just to show you that I'm focused on something that is not streamed right now. It says update requested. It's not even saying downloaded update. Or downloading. Okay, whatever. This is probably fine. Whatever. So we're going to write this down. Symbol does not work. Symbol does not work on iPad. Babel doesn't bother transpiling this because Chrome supports it already. The iPad must not, though. Rehi? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. And yeah, I'm still at it. So I stream 8 hours a day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. So just not Thursday and not the weekends. All right, thanks, Tim Cook. So, that's kind of stupid that doesn't work, because what other issues am I going to run into eventually that just won't be obvious, and that's the only way I have to debug them now? Like, how else am I going to... That's not a debugging story. You can't just comment out a bunch of code and then binary search your way through it to figure out what's going to work and what won't work. But the only other thing I can think of is, like, write... What would I do? No, I don't know. I don't know what I could write to do it. I think I just need to buy an iPad or a Mac. I don't want to do that. What is the cheapest Mac that's out there? Because I would only need something for debugging. Don't they have Mac Minis or something like that? What's the cheapest thing? This probably. Starting at $500. Alright, well, maybe someday. Possibly get a used Mac Mini so that I can debug iPad. Internet Explorer doesn't offer Symbol either. So then that means, okay, thanks for testing that, Redu. I wonder if that means that I just can't load this game on there either. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, whoops, no, this is going to work because I just changed this. Alright, let's try now. You gotta wait for that to finish building. Then I refresh the page. And yeah, the game breaks! Wow, great, awesome. Hackintosh it? I thought Hackintosh wasn't legal. I can't do anything illegal for this game. Does this mention legality on here? Please no, Apple does not support Mac OS X on non-Apple hardware. Yeah, I can't do this. I'll just buy a machine if I need to at some point. Okay, so we learned that many things don't support Symbol. So let's actually take a look at Babel really fast. Babel options. Can we have it just turn Symbol into something else? Does this have any Symbol code? I don't see anything to do with symbols here. So we just can't use symbols. And you know what? We don't lose anything by not using symbols. We don't. It just makes it slightly easier. So, alright, fine. Note, we can't use symbol here despite that it makes sense because not all browsers support it yet, including iOS, like iOS, Chrome, Android, and IE on desktop. Instead, just make sure that each topic is unique. Alright, there we go. right, what are symbols for anyway? Symbols are a new ES6 feature that give you a string that's unique. So I can show you here. There's the symbol type. So I'll give you an example. Here's where I was using it. I used to be saying that these various topics were all symbols. That meant that they'd be unique strings because I don't care what they're actually equal to. All I care is that when I use server chat message, it's different from player left server, for example. That's all I wanted. I wanted these two things to be different. So for all I care, player left server could be 0 and server chat message could be 1, and that would be totally fine. But you make them a symbol because what's nice is now it's guaranteed to be unique. This will be unique. But you could also give it a debug name if you want, player left server, that was only used if you actually type something into the console. So I can't make use of that anymore. It's not really a big deal. I just got to make sure never to use symbols. So now if I load the game on an iPad, it should work. Let me type in my password. All right, I refresh this and then we take a look. We should, is this not working? Oh, it's not finished loading yet. Okay, let's try. Come on. Go iPad, go. There we go. All right, cool. So now the only thing I want to do is I want a frame rate counter. So we fixed that bug. Next, before I move on to the next thing, so this is fine. Before I move on to the next thing, make a text FPS, make a show frames per second on screen as text. Okay, so let's check this in. We can't use a symbol anymore. All we did is change these from symbols. It turns out that the reason the application stopped working on iPad is because Babel doesn't transpile symbol to ES5. Instead, it relies on symbol being defined in the JavaScript runtime. Unfortunately, that is not the case for IE, Android, and iOS, so I just won't use symbol. Great. Alright, next, this, show FPS on screen. In order to do that, let's just open up the Pixie.js examples. They have a way for you to show text on screen. So yeah, hopefully we can make use of that. They actually, you know what, if you click this page again after doing this, it brings you to this thing. So text, and now the way the text works, they do what exactly? New Pixie text, basic text in Pixie. Oh, so we can probably just use that too. The thing is they add it to the stage. We don't really have a stage, so we need to render it directly, I think. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's make basic text, and then we'll try rendering it ourselves. So we're gonna go into Pixie wrapper, and then animate, and then we'll just put it here for now, just to see if this works. This dot custom, what do we call it? Render display object, basic text. I don't know if this is gonna work, because we wrote our own custom render layer on top of this. Yep, doesn't look like that's working. No, this must be coming from the code we just wrote. But where? No, wait, what is this? Cannot read property activate undefined? Can we just delete this for now? What's going on in chat? I want to be able to write that fast. I know, right? I wrote a function in the time it takes him to write a word. Other way around. No, so okay, I've already prototyped a lot of this stuff. Like, programming in general is not about coding, it's about design and thinking about problems and then coming up with the best way to do something. Then yes, the time that I'm actually spent coding is usually not very long. But yeah, this is not how I work when I'm working on new problems necessarily. Unless I'm hacking code together. Okay, so that works. Now I put this back in and it stops working. Wait. Does it stop working? Yes, okay, so it stops working. So what happens if we just don't try rendering this? Can we just make text? We should be able to. that shouldn't be a problem. So let's refresh, and now I expect it to show the arena. Good. So yeah, rendering this text is not working, and possibly the reason why is because I'm calling the wrong function. I should be calling render. Let's hope that works. Please see text, please see text, please see text. Oh my god, yes. Okay, great. So how do we make it a different color? Text might have, oh, there's like this whole style stuff. Oh, this is gonna be super easy. Oh, never mind. Okay, good. Then we're totally fine. We at least can do text. So this dot render rich text. This should now show in whatever color and the other stuff that they decided. I don't really care what they have. I just want to see if this works. Nice. Nice. Okay, now we have to change this. And it's going to be awesome. Alright, now the code looks like it did on the very first day. Yeah. Alright, what's chat saying? Achievement unlocked. Yeah, cool. Alright, things are going pretty well. Also, wow, it's almost 3 o'clock already. Jeez, today's flown by. Probably because I actually have momentum and because I like what I'm doing now. The working out, okay, and I have rest. I should say that too. I've actually been getting sleep. I decided I hurt myself too much moving where I'm not going to be going to the gym for like 2-3 days at least. So the energy I would have expended there is now going to be spent on programming and cooling my body down. It's so hot in this room. Hang on a second. Oh, okay, I opened a door. Let's see if that cools this room down at all. Alright, so we got text working. Now the whole point of getting text working was that we wanted to show the FPS. So where can we show FPS? I guess we can see how many times this function was called in the last, however often. So let's just throw this into here for now. We can eventually make this better. Actually, where do we put this? We put it right before we call animate for the first time. Where do we call animate? Here. Okay, so this dot num times animated num animates, let's just say, equals 0. And we'll say this dot animate started equals day.now. Next, we increase this by 1 every time. So num animates plus plus. And we can show just overall if we want. Frontend is going to be awesome plus this dot. So it's what? It's number of frames divided by time. This dot, what did I call it? Animate started. So this is just going to be a number that doesn't mean anything and isn't smart about stuff. So let's just see how that works. Unexpected end of input. Did I screw up a function somewhere? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Exactly what I expected to see. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I need to say how much time has passed, so let's do this. There, let time pass equals date.now minus that, and then time passed we use instead of animate started. Is it gonna, yep, there, it built. Nice, now we get nan, because it's not this dot time pass, it's just time pass. Okay, but it's mostly about using the shortcuts in the code autofill, so instead of writing, for example, request animation frame, you write rec plus space as a shortcut. Yeah, that's part of it, and actually, one of the cool things about Sublime, if you had something like request animation frame, something that, and then let's say you had something else called request, I don't know, the matrix. You could type rec, control space, but it'll show perhaps the one that you don't want to complete it with. So what you could also do is type RAF, so see how this would be like request animation frame, and then control space only now maps it to one thing, so it just auto completes it. So that's pretty cool. So whenever I write a long function like that, if I ever wanted to call, do I have anything like render display object, I would type RDO and hope it just goes to the right one, and it usually does. So yeah, okay, let's try this out now. Okay, so this is the number of frames that we've done in the amount of time that we've had, and it's not an average at all, and so this is totally pointless. How do I want to do this? Yeah, Coffee Kills Sublime is pretty great. I like it a lot, but then again, people are usually tied to their text editors at this point. Okay, let's just look this up. Computing frames per second, because I don't feel like thinking about this right now. Don't want that. I've already done this a million times before. You need a smooth average. Time equals time plus. Oh yeah, cool. So we can figure out just how long the last frame took. So yeah, time per frame, I guess. Yeah, so let's just do this. This dot last frame time equals current time equals date dot now. Last frame time equals current time. And then we have last frame time will start at, where did that go? Last frame time, done frames. Alright, done frames. And then time passed is current time minus last frame time. And then, what was that thing that I pasted here? Yeah, so do this dot time equals 0. Yep, and then time passed since the last frame. Alright, I don't know what this is going to actually equal, so let's just print it and see what happens. Because again, I'm choosing not to think right now. Alright, so this is saying 16. So yeah, this is approximately how many milliseconds each frame took. And then to get the frames per second, we divide 1000 by this. And then to test it, what we do, because we know that we have this frame rate thing up here, we can now see, yeah, so this is like 59 or 60. And then let's lower it. So let's go into arena.js, and where's the client one here? And let's put all of the different tiles at just 0, 0. Alright, good. Now this should slow our frame rate down, and if this number matches this number, then we coded this correctly. Do they match? Yeah, more or less. 6.7, 6.4, 6 point whatever. Yeah, great, cool. Okay. Now what did chat say? I started watching some videos about functions of Sublime, and that was one of them. I love Sublime. Most of the editors have that. Most of the editors have that autocomplete. Most of the editors actually have everything that I show off in Sublime, because at this point, Sublime has actually influenced a lot of different editors. At least that's what I think. Apparently something called TextMate influenced Sublime, but if you look at something like Atom, and this practically looks like Sublime to me, and same thing, Visual Studio Code, I am sure they took a lot of inspiration from Sublime. And so one of the things that I thought was cool when I first started using Sublime is if I want to go to a different tab, let's say, like that pub subtopics tab, I can just type pst.js, and sure, I'm searching my whole project, not just the open tabs. So that doesn't necessarily work since I have so many other things, but I like that I'm able to do that, and that works everywhere, and that it's consistent. Okay, so what were we going to do? We were going to test this on iPad, first by cutting this nonsense out. So this is, okay, yeah, let's take a look. This should be running at 60 frames per second. Good, it is. Now when we run it on an old iPad, I do not expect 60, and I don't expect why, because we're about to fix the problem that is causing it to be less than 60. Alright, hang on, I'll show you guys in a sec. Just gotta load up Chrome. This iPad is so slow. So slow. In fact, it still hasn't even loaded Chrome. Oh wait, no, there's an... Oh. Software update. Yeah, that's what I'm going to install it right after this. We're going to test this out. We're going to fix the problem, then we're going to install the update. So yeah, let's see. Botland, loading up. Loading up. Is it still spinning? Oh, no, there it goes. Okay. So you can see here it's running at about 6 frames per second. Totally unreasonable frame rate. Let us boost it. Oh yeah, and let's also get, okay, so let's do this. So 6 FPS on iPad 2, and then let's test it on whatever this iPad is, which is much newer. My wife gets nice things, I do not. Alright, this iPad runs at, come on iPad, you can do it. This one runs at, what does that say, 17? 17 or 18? Is that fair? Let's say 17. 17 on new iPad. iPad 2 got destroyed with iOS 8. Wait, I think I'm trying to update to 9 now. Okay, either way, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 2 things. First, we're going to commit this as an option because we're going to want this in the future. Then we're going to start the performance improvement. So let's go, oops, no, I don't want to go over bundle, no. Okay, there we go. Where is this? The Pixie wrapper. Here we go. So we're going to say this dot show FPS equals false. Actually, let's set it to true right now. Then we're going to set this stuff. What is time? Yeah. We'll set this to average frame time. Yeah, then last frame time and then num frames. So let's we're gonna comment all that. We just won't do it yet. We're gonna do this now. So here we have to set it to 0. Num frames actually we don't care about, I don't think. Because we don't really end up using that. Num frames, good. Okay, so then last frame time we do end up using. We don't need to set this to date.now. We just need to set it to a number. Good, so we say the number of time passed, and that's totally fine. Okay, good, and then average frame time, good. Okay, so then the only thing that we shouldn't have is this should be like render FPS, and we only call this if we're actually rendering the FPS. So let's take all of this stuff out. And we'll put it right on top. This dot render FPS. Actually, no, you know what we can do? We'll do this. If this dot show FPS, then render FPS. That way we check it here and not in that function. Alright. And we have this stuff computing no matter what, so that we can always just turn the FPS on or off. Actually, no, that's not a good idea, is it? Because then this will happen even on customers. That's my old job coming into play. I think of you guys as players, but the parlance in the industry is usually customer. Yeah. Okay, let's change this then. We'll say this toggle show FPS. This dot show FPS equals not this dot show FPS. And then if we're now showing it, then we'll reset all of those stats. So let's get that from here. Last frame time, average frame time. Where'd our toggle function go? This. So we set these things back, and then we always start this at false, I guess. And if we want it to be true, we can toggle it at runtime. That's not great. But anyway, let's just try this out. So then we have this stuff here, a style. I'm gonna just leave this with the style that was given to us. It really doesn't matter. And the FPS, I think the position might matter because we don't want it to cover certain things, but we'll check in a second. Also, how did this crash? Something went wrong while displaying this? Making more memory available? Oh, maybe because I'm making new pixie text every single frame. Okay. Let's just save this off, I guess. Make FPS text. So we're gonna do this. This dot FPS text. We'll position it to and then we'll just render it if we want to render it. And I guess we could say this too. If this dot rich text, no, FPS text. All right. So if this is undefined, is undefined, then we do this dot make FPS text. Otherwise, we just render it. And do we have Lodash in here? No, we don't. So we need to do equals. Oop. Let's take this. We put it into our pixie wrapper here. Good. We have Lodash now, and we can do is undefined. Good. So now we have everything I think we need. So now when I refresh this page, we shouldn't see FPS, but we also shouldn't see it crash. Good, we don't. Now I can turn it on by doing debug main dot pixie wrapper dot toggle show FPS. Okay, yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, what's going on? Show FPS is set to true, so we're showing it. And it thinks that time passed, current time minus this dot last frame time, which we'd set to this. Yeah, we can get rid of these things too, I think. CC Gaming TV says, "Whoa, man, seeing your programming skills is really inspiring. I really like how efficient you are." Efficiency is one of the things I really strive for. And I deleted the time. No, I called it average game time. I don't think I deleted it. It's here, and that should be set. Well, let's just take a look at what's happening. We'll go into our render FPS. This is not getting called, but this should be. Okay. And FPS text is. Oh yeah. I'm never updating the text. That's the problem. Yeah. Okay. So this should be this. We just need to not make it create the text. We just want to set the text equals this. Good. And then since we're going to make it up here, we can just make it with an empty string. FPS will go here. All right, let's try that out now. All right, good. Doesn't show by default. Now we toggle it, and it shows. And now we just want to truncate it, because I don't think we ever really care about the tiny differences. So math.truncate. Actually, no, math.round. Let's use that. There. All right, wait for that to finish building. Done. And we show this. Oh, right, we got to toggle it. Snap out of it, Adam. All right. That's weird rounding if I've ever heard of it. What? How does rounding... Oh, whoops, I want to round the result, not that. All right, yeah, I'm just being stupid. Thanks, Licked. Licked said Adam is the only programmer I can watch longer than one day. Well, I try to bring an entertaining stream to you. All right, cool. So our FPS is now showing. I think we do probably want this in the upper left. And the only reason for that, again, is that we don't cover up anything that might be important. But we don't have anything important yet, so we'll just leave it here for now. The problem is you can't toggle this on an iPad. So I need to toggle it on a computer. However, I'm totally fine with that. And we've coded this in such a way that we have the minimum impact to players right now, except for this. So this needs to change too. If FPS is showing, we're going to do that here, I think. So let's do it in here. Now I know the render function has a little bit more than just rendering, but that's okay with me. We still want the minimum impact of players that don't have FPS showing. Good, so we toggle it, we turn it back off. Oh, that didn't work. We apparently stopped showing everything when that happened. Oh, I took out a render function, oops. That was my bad. This, I totally did away with this. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense though. Oh, I just copy pasted it up here, that's why. Whoopsie doodle. All right, wait for it to finish building. Done. Refresh. And good. No FPS text. FPS text. No FPS text. FPS text. Cool. Cool. At my college, I started off by teaching us C++, and now in my object-oriented programming class, we're beginning to learn Java, which I like a lot. Whenever I start learning a new language, by my own volition, I should say, I really like that language. So I always think new languages are really cool. Yeah, C++, brain is a bit dead today. 2 tests, Haskell, Java, assembly, C and C++, nice. That is quite the journey, Destodom. Okay, I think we can just check this in now. We need to just clean up our code. We also should really run our pre-commit again. There we go. We don't need this code anymore. We're about to fix this, but we did write down how much FPS we get, so we'll know like how good we are, what shape we're in afterward. So all we did was fix this, and we added in an FPS toggle. If true, the FPS will be shown on screen. Okay, commented that. What next? Make FPS text, render, and toggle. So basically 3 functions that we did, and then we're done. We're done with this commit at least. Creates FPS text. This should only be called a single time. Wow. Tiburon had more of a progression like I did. Basic, I didn't do Fortran. I moved to C and then C++ and then Java. And then from there, Python and C#, I think. Also, I'm going to get a snack soon, maybe after this commit. So I'll be gone for maybe about 5 minutes, but I'll put up a notice and we'll kind of figure this out. So, all right, I want to write this somewhere. Like we only want this to impact. So the way showing FPS is set up is such that players won't have FPS showing, have minimal impact on their performance. Computes and renders FPS. Alright, cool. We show the FPS, we render it, yeah. Turns FPS on or off. Reset the stats if we're showing FPS. Alright, good, cool. So this, on players' machines, this will be called every animate loop. And so it's going to be an if call, and this will always be false. So I don't expect it to have much impact. In fact, what I could do, I'm not going to do this, well, not yet at least. What I could do is have this code just not even be on players' machines by putting some sort of like compile this out around it. But that just, the impact does not matter right now. So okay, so we added that in. There is now a way to toggle showing the FPS. To do so, you need to either modify the code or toggle it at runtime via debug main.pixie wrapper.toggle show FPS. Cool. Okay, I think it's snack time. Let's take a look at our to-do list for a sec. So done, then yes, performance fixing, then looking over my code, and then actually it'll probably be about 4 o'clock, assuming this doesn't take me very long. Well, actually assuming all 3 of these points doesn't take me very long. It's 3:10 right now, so yeah, assuming that takes about an hour, then I can at least, at the very least, I can plan out what I'm going to do with the arena code. However, as I mentioned, let us take a break. PRP snack attack. Alright. Yeah. Okay. What am I missing, chat? Alright, nobody's addressed me. I just want love. Just want love 2D. Alright, we're gonna fix performance up now, and then hopefully these numbers drastically improve. So now let's fix it up, and I know exactly where it needs to be fixed up. How do we do this? We go into Client Arena, and hey, coffee kills. Oh, I see. I have to always remember what I said 30-40 seconds ago to know what people are responding to, and that was that no one said anything to address me. Also, let's do something else. I'll run a giveaway. Oops, give away. It's a rigged giveaway. It only gives away to the same 2 or 3 people every single time. You don't ever hear those same 2 or 3 people complaining. Alright, so our problem is right here. And I never meant for it to end up staying this way, I just didn't get around to fixing it yet. So what we need to do is figure out where we draw from and to. Tiburon said, is this your full-time job now? Did you save up for a while before doing this? Yeah, it's my full-time job, and yes, I did save up before doing this. I'm typically a relatively frugal person anyway, so that wasn't so hard. And yes, my wife is still working, so yeah. Give love name, return love, give love Adam. Wait, did you make a typo the first time? Oh, the semicolon? Okay, so I already did this in the last game that I made called Ophog, which in case you guys are curious, you can play it here. I might as well spread other games I've made. I'm not doing anything else to market or fix this game, so like whatever you see here, that's what you're getting. So yeah. What am I gonna do? I wanted to look at how I did this here because I believe I drew only the tiles that you could see. And this is terrible code. Where do I draw the map? Where do I draw the map? And player, loot, oh, these are all updates. Current map.draw. Whoa, what is this? Oh my god. This code looks not so great. Yeah, this wasn't great code. Alright, we're gonna write our own code then. Tiburon said, I'm debating doing something similar when I retire from my real job, just develop. But when you retire? Or you think like you want to take a break in between? Because one of the things, I got incredibly lucky that I actually had people who wanted to watch me. And I'm not saying that in any sort of like condescending way of, yo, you won't have those people watching you or anything. I'm just saying if you, hang on, I was trying to sort of prove a point by loading up a link off stream, but it wouldn't load. What's going on here? No channels live? That can't possibly be correct. Alright, well, I wanted to show you. Oh great, Twitch is apparently not wanting to work. Alright, here we go. So yeah, if you go into the game development section, I don't know why it wouldn't just load normally. This should be exactly the same link. Okay, something's broken. Whatever. Anyway, if you go into the game development section, what you'll usually see is that there are like 8 or 9 people who combined have about 5 viewers. So I was just lucky in that, yeah, like I said, people wanted to watch, and that's awesome. And you guys have been like more than supportive. You've been looking up links for me and helping me code chat bots, and I don't know, it's just great. So I absolutely love what I'm doing. Alright, so we're gonna say this, draw X, or start X. We need to figure out these 4 values. Start X, start Y, and then draw num cols to draw, and then num rows to draw. So like width to draw, height to draw. All right. We need to figure these things out in order to, right now what we're doing is we're iterating over 10,000 tiles, and then we're drawing them assuming that the camera can see them. We don't need to do that. We are on a rectangular grid, and rather than draw a grid, I'm just going to paste a grid in. So we're on a rectangular grid, and this is all part of some sort of like larger world. So let's say our view is just here. Actually, let's do it at like some smaller coordinate. No, you know what? I'm gonna cut the FPS out. We're gonna do this. All right. So if this is tile 0, 0, and this is tile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 0, 5. All right. So if there are some basic coordinates. Let's say our camera was looking at just this. So first of all, what are those camera coordinates? Camera coordinates are going to be 64, 64, and then a width of, what's 4 times 64? 256, 256. Or width height of, that, like, okay, so, yeah, position, 64, 64, dimensions, 256, 256. And we know from that we should start drawing at 1, 1, and our width height is going to be 4, 4. What did I miss in chat? Because chat had like 20 lines show up. Slightly underexposed, maybe, nothing, a little touch up. The moon picture. Oh, thank you, CC Gaming TV. And Smooth Dog. Yeah, no, you guys are the best. And someday you'll all be beating me at my own game. I still find that concept funny. It's gonna happen. I don't think I'm going to be the best at this game, especially if anyone takes this to any sort of extreme at all. Although maybe, I don't know. I played the prototype and there were about, 20 other people in the prototype. How did that go? Was I doing well on that? I was trying weird strategies. Maybe I could have been in the top 5. Maybe. Slashlight. Okay. Alright. So in order for us to figure this out, we need camera coordinates. So let's go into the camera and let's expose some of the different coordinates you can get. I think I want to just get it all as a function. So what do we need in order to be able to do this? We need to know where you're currently looking, so I guess this, and is that affected by zoom? And I don't actually remember the answer to that. So if you're, well, let's just find out. Let's do this. I know how we're going to do this. So we are going to say that if I equals 0, tilesprite.tint equals OX FF0000. There. Now where did our gulp watch go? There it is. Okay, cool. So we should have just drawn the first tile in red. Good, we did. Although I don't know why it's very dark red. Oh, because the original color is blue. Alright, so now we're going to zoom in a couple times, and then we're going to set this so that we're looking at just the bottom right of that tile. That's good enough. And now we're going to look at the camera coordinates. Debug main.camera. Actually, let's just do that. Okay, so when we're looking at this, pan x is set to 63. So the pan x is in world coordinates. I should actually write that down if I didn't already. Pan x. This is in world coordinates. So if you're zoomed in on the bottom right of the first tile, the coordinates will be roughly tile size, comma, tile size. Devron says just leave a backdoor in your code so you can cheat. Okay, so that's the first thing. The pan values. Wait, why does the pan value? Okay, that makes sense. Because the height and width are so large. And then we said the view height and the view width is 150 and 200. All right, so using all of this knowledge, and let's just take an entire print screen of this so I don't ever forget what that was supposed to represent. And now you can see what's on my left monitor because this print screen's both monitors at once. Okay, and let's just shrink this down to here. All right, good. You know what? We can actually just put this over here. And now I just want to point out tile 0, 0 is right there. All right. This will inform us on how we can do this. So let's do, what do we call this? Get view coordinates. Get view rectangle. Yeah. And this will return. Do we have? Is there like a pixie rectangle that we can use? Pixie.rectangle. Oh, there is. Isn't that the best? So we can return a pixie rectangle only because that class is available to us. Let's just do that. So this dot pan x, this dot pan y, this dot view width, and then this dot view height. That represents the camera's view rectangle. Wait, are you guys talking about something that I did? These functions are also missing the function keyword. Are you talking about these functions? Because this is ECMAScript 6. I'm using the class keyword, and that's an ECMAScript 6 construct. Also, licked, what you're talking about is I think called periodolia. This, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Pareidolia. It's when you see faces and things. And that's why I shouldn't try pronouncing things on stream. I should have read the Wikipedia article first and then memorize the IPA. So we're returning a rectangle. Now, how does Pixie expose the different aspects of that rectangle? So R equals new pixie.rectangle 1122, and we have to do that here too, which I was not doing. Return new, and this is just a bundle of, we really shouldn't be doing that, but it's x, y, width, height, and then there's a type. What else does this do? X, y, width, height, and then a type. Okay, that's good enough. And then do we have any functions on it that we need? No, we don't. So great, that's fine. So we're gonna do that down here. We're gonna say let const camera view rect equals this, no, camera dot get view rect. Like says, well, I just learned a new fun and strange thing. Anytime. Now, how do we compute this? We have, so we know that in this case, we really should show tile 0, 0 because it's still visible. And we know that we should show it because, whoops, I don't have the rectangle thing here. We know that we should show it because these coordinates show 0, 0 as our tile. So let's do that. So start x equals camera view rect. Do we have constants here? We do. Okay, and we have tile size too. So camera view rect dot x divided by this, and it's got to be math.floor of that. So that's the start x and that's the start y, and then the width to draw is going to be, and this is not, we can't just take the width and the height here, like view width and view height. We can't just take that and divide by tile size, because in this particular case we want to show the one tile that's over here, then we want to show this, so that's 2, 3, 4, and then we can actually still see part of this one too, so that's 5. So the way we could do this is we can take the view width, which is 200 divided by 64 is 3.125, and we can just math.ceil. Oh no, we can't math.ceil yet. We can math.ceil plus 1. Width to draw equals math.ceil camera view rect dot width divided by constants I typed that wrong. Tile size plus 1. We don't need to be too careful about this, although we could trim this down to only when we absolutely need it. And then here's what we do now. We do this. We do for let x equals 0, no, start x is less than start x plus width to draw. And we should really call that end x, I guess. Alright, so end x equals start x plus width to draw, and then same thing with this. This is y, and width turns into height. Alright, so this is now end x plus plus. Then we do the same thing here, except all x's turn into y's. Y and y. Good, and then we need to get the tile index. So we say let tile index equal, let's see, y times this dot width plus x. Then we get that tile index, and then we render that tile. There. This should have improved performance by a lot and not actually look any different. I don't know if the last sentence I just said is even proper grammar because my brain trailed off in the middle of it. Okay, so let's see. I can pan around the camera and it looks like everything looks exactly the same. We're not seeing any black boxes around here. And again, whoops. We can pan a little bit faster. We should be able to zoom in and have the same sort of effect. All right, good. Now here's what we can do that is pretty cool. We can say just console.log, how many are we drawing here? We're doing width to draw times height to draw. So drawing tiles. And we've got to put this in parentheses. Why did that not work? Yes, there. All right, great. Okay, so now how many tiles are we actually drawing? We're drawing 154. When we zoom in, we draw 48, and when we zoom in, we draw 20. Is that correct? Yeah, well, that's as correct as we're gonna get it. So when we zoom out all the way, we're drawing 520. Now, eventually, actually, why is the frame rate low for that? That shouldn't be the case. Oh, is it because of my console.logging? Console.log every single frame can kind of kill the frame rate. No, it's not. That's strange. What is killing my frame rate here? It's like 48 and we're not drawing that much. Am I doing too much in this function? What is taking up time here? Oh, whoops, no, I am still console.logging. Whoops. Oh, okay, so yeah, the console.log lowered it by about 4 frames per second. So yeah, what's taking up time here? Draw elements. Oh, it's the whole... Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be this anymore. Now let's make this a little bit bigger here because I can't actually see. This stupid thing, I wish I could turn it off and on at will without having to restart Chrome, because it always shows over some of the things I want to see here. Actually, maybe I can get around that a little bit by just expanding all these top ones. Alright, but anyway, we have some idle time, that's good. We have draw elements taking up a lot of time, the sprite renderer flush taking up a lot of time. That's the bulk of our drawing function though, so we probably expect this to happen. Then we have sprite renderer render is actually taking up time. The animate function is where all of this is getting called from. Yeah, here. So it does make sense that that would take up some time. I guess I just still don't expect the frame rate to not be at 60 when I'm only drawing this stuff. Oh why would that be the case? And when you zoom in, it should immediately go to 60. Sure, because I'm drawing less. Bind texture. Oh, interesting. I bet if I drew this... Okay, let's try something. Try something really fast. What if we said, when we make these tiles, what if we just change this to an A? This will give us only one tile texture, and that means that we won't need to bind a new texture each time. So now when I fully zoom out, yeah, the frame rate's at 60. Okay, so if we're going to pattern the arena, we need to do it slightly smarter than how we're doing it. And that we need to draw every other tile. Oh boy, so which means oh man, I would expect Pixie to do some of this for us. If it's going to batch this, then it would bind the textures that it needs to, as opposed to me figuring that out. Let me see this. So yeah, zoomed out here, I have a frame rate of about 54. It's not bad. It probably would be a little bit worse if I made this a larger canvas. So for example, if I made this take up, you know what I could do? No, I don't know. I could just resize this canvas so that it always takes up the full screen. What I was thinking of doing is having it be so that you could be zoomed into a certain level and it would just expand the amount of area you could see. Sprite sheets are the best option. Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, that does make a lot more sense. And in fact, I think Pixie supports that. And in fact, that's why Pixie supports that. Thank you, Lepko. I was going down a rabbit hole there. Pixie.js, I think it has Atlases, and if not, it has something like Texture Atlas. Here we go. Alright, let's try making that change. This is a terrible page. Let's just look at examples. Atlas sprite sheet animation. Okay, they load it as a JSON file. We're gonna want to do something like that. Does Pixie have? Let's take a look. Pixie might have something built in for atlases. Atlas. Interesting. I think they'd probably call them sprite sheets then, huh? Sprite sheet parser. Sprite sheet parser. They don't call them sprite sheets. So what does the sprite sheet parser do then? Is this some extra? No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, what is this? What does this do? Strange. Alright, I'll need to look into this, I think. But for right now, okay. Let's just write this down. So we're going to look into Pixie sprite sheets so that I don't need to find new textures for related images, e.g. tiles. I could probably, well, I don't even remember. Okay. Yeah, so what I wanted to test out now is this. I wanted to load this on the iPad with the FPS showing because it's exactly the same world, but I'm drawing much less, or at least I'm iterating over much less. I'm drawing the same amount. So we should see a speed up. Now, in order to test this, what do? We have to turn on the show FPS. So let's do that here. This dot toggle show FPS. So we should see our frame rate counter showing up in Pixie. Good. So let's load this on the iPad and see what happens. Alright, I am refreshing this page now. We should see this work. All right, frame rate is now hovering around 44, 45. All right, 45. After change, 45 FPS on iPad 2, and then I expect this iPad to be at 60. Kind of just wait for it to refresh. Yeah, this is at 60. All right, cool. All right, and that is with the problem of not using a spreadsheet. So if we were to further simplify this to, where is it? We can delete that line entirely, actually. Where is oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so if we use the same texture for each of these, I shouldn't have thrown this on the bed. I didn't realize I was gonna take it again. All right, so it was at 45, and that was using 2 different textures. Now if we just put it on one texture, let's see what happens. It hasn't refreshed yet, by the way. I don't even know if it's trying to refresh. No, it's not. Okay, there. And FPS did not change. Oh, the tiles didn't change though either. Did that even refresh? What's going on? Yeah, no, I screwed something up. What is happening? Alright, let's just see this again. I don't know how that didn't actually get affected. I should see the same tile show up everywhere. Yeah, now I do. So okay, let's refresh this one more time on the iPad, and now we should see hopefully 60. I think the iPad should be able to handle this. Screw you, iPad. It's kind of hovering around 48 or 49 now. Well, it's good enough for me. All right, let's commit this code. So we're going to look over that in a second. We're going to look over this stuff now because this is not going to take very long. So yeah, give view rect returns what this camera can see in world coordinates. And it returns a pixie.rectangle, which is kind of overkill for this. In fact, you don't want that. Let's just return x, this dot pan x, y, this dot pan y, w, this dot view width, height, this dot view h. That way we don't need to do a function call for this. Return object. Oops. Object. Okay, so then we got to change how this uses that data. X, Y, W, H. Man, my double click is not working. There we go. Alright, and then we can test this really fast just to make sure we didn't break anything. We should see alternately colored tiles again. Good, we do. Frame rate 60, good. Alright, and then the only pixie wrapper change was toggle show FPS. We don't want to check that in, so we'll just uncheck that for now. That's done, and now we just comment this. So coloring one tile red, I'm going to keep because I think it can be helpful to know sort of where you are in the arena. And actually by that logic, let's color all of the corners red. So if x equals, let's do it this way. X equals 0 and y equals 0, or x equals 0 and y equals this dot height minus 1, or x equals this dot width minus 1 and y equals 0, this dot height minus 1. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. We should just see 4 red tiles now. Okay. This isn't loading. There we go. Alright, there's 1. Oh, we made the height 100. It's going to take a long time. Okay, no, we're not not doing that. Let's go to client main and not make it 100. We'll make it just 20. The only number one should refer to is 42. Need to read those books again. Had the head of a pigeon. Oh wait, it was a pigeon. Darn it! Oh, what was that quote? I already screwed it up. I should have thought about it before speaking. Oh, Douglas Adams. He said it was a lion with the head of a pigeon and the body of a pigeon. Alright, I've already screwed this up. I screwed up a joke and then I screwed up the code. I am not Douglas Adams. Yeah, oh, so this is actually just a problem. Can't read pixie sprite of undefined. Oh, I know what's going on. We need to fix this so that if the tile doesn't even exist. Okay, so if, oh, actually there's two problems here. One is this: if x is greater than or equal to this dot width, or y is greater than or equal to this dot height, then we continue. And if we don't do that, we'll end up drawing the wrong tiles, which doesn't totally matter too much. It does hurt performance a little bit. Okay, so there we go. And this is why we test with smaller dimensions. Good, good, good. And we're going to assume that that's red. It looks red. All right, yeah. So now all of our corners are colored. I think it's an optical illusion because this looks much brighter than this, but I bet they're the same red. Oh no, it's possible that they're not. I actually have two different tile colors. Still, I kind of want to check this. It'll only take a second. These are two different colors, right? Yeah, they're two different colors. Yes, they are. The way that you can test it is by then trying to paint into one with the flood fill, and it didn't color the other one, so yeah, they're different colors. I mean, we could also just visually see that they're different colors. All right. Now, this code we can make slightly better by, let's see, we could save some of this stuff. Like width to draw and height to draw is going to be the same for the camera. I don't think it's important to optimize that right now, though. We can always try to do that later. Now, start x, start y, end x, end y with the height, all that stuff. We can just put let statements here. Let. Oh, and actually, these can be const. Var tile, const. Is the red block transparent? No. So all I'm doing is I'm changing a blue block to be red. The reason why it looks transparent is because the image is blue. So trying to tint this red will make it look like I put a red transparency over the blue. Okay, so what do I do now? So this is probably not going to pass linting. That's fine, I can always fix that. And then this, alright, only attempt to draw the tiles that the camera can see. And this actually is now a little bit different. Now camera.render, the way that it works is it checks to see if we can see the object. So we're going to say something like skip visibility test. And we're going to say if not skip visibility test and that. And we're going to say skip visibility test is set to false. No, let's not phrase this negatively. Perform visibility test. And we're going to set that to true. We're going to set this to that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. So now here in the arena, we can pass in false and save ourselves a function call and like 8 comparisons. So does this still work? Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Oops. No problem. Okay. What's going on? So x is -5. Oh, I didn't think that would be possible. So if x is less than 0 or y is less than 0 or any of that stuff. So there we go. So yeah, when you zoom out and the arena is too small, yeah, that'll happen. Okay, so problem's all solved. Now we set this back to 100 by 100. We can test that out one more time. We shouldn't run into any issues there. Actually, what we should have done is probably set it to, let's say, let's not recompile. Let's just put a breakpoint here. We will set this to like 5 by 5. Come on, 5 by 5. Dave Chappelle would be proud. There we go. That's not 5 by 5. Whatever, I don't care. Just throw your hands up. Say you don't care. Run the parser, check in the code, move on. Good, good, good. Now we put a comment for the render function. Render saying renders an object. This is just some display object, I guess. And this is a Boolean. If false, we will draw regardless of whether the camera can see this object. Alright, what is chat saying? Dave Chappelle had a sketch where he kept saying he pleads the fifth, and he just kept saying fifth in a bunch of funny ways. It's the most obscure of references. Alright, we are going to run pre-commit. And this will probably at least identify that one line, which I butchered. Oh, it didn't. Apparently that's okay. Alright, cool. Improved performance by only drawing tiles that could possibly be visible instead of iterating over all 10,000. Oh, wait a second. I don't have sound. Have you guys heard a follower sound yet coming through my stream? Just a little chime. Maybe 2 or 3 notes played very softly. I should have typed out that question so that you guys could just respond immediately. Anyway, if you can't hear that, then I'm turning this off. Because that way you won't hear if I launch a YouTube video or something like that. Not that I even hear it. Because I don't have my speakers on. But yeah, Fifth Amendment. Love Dave Chappelle. Alright, so our FPS went up a lot. We fixed that problem. Now, let's see. Are we happy with the design of the camera, rendering, etc.? Well, let's see. So we have a camera. The camera has a render function. The render function takes in an object, sees if you can see it, applies any transformations that you have to apply. Zunimi says move setup. I do not know what move setup means. I don't know. Zunimi, you'll have to clarify because I'm not totally sure what you're talking about. Okay. So we have render. If let's say we wanted to add in another camera so that we have like secondary camera equals new camera, how would we render that to? I guess we'd have to give it space on the screen where it could draw, which right now we're just saying it's the canvas. So we'd have to say that, oh, draw down here on the canvas, let's say. So that would be its own coordinate system where we pass in a canvas size. Yeah, so that could make sense, fine. But then when we render something, I guess we'd render to a particular camera. This is where our renderer could get involved. We'd say render to this camera or this dot secondary camera. We check to see if something's visible. So each thing would have a view into the world. Okay, I think that could work. And then that way arena code doesn't need to change at all. Oh wait, no, it takes in a camera. Yeah, arena code doesn't need to change. Okay, so then I'm happy with that. Now what about this? Is rendering code too closely tied to my classes? Like what we could do is we could have something called an arena renderer, which takes in this arena and knows how to render it. And that way the rendering code is completely separate and it's contained in a different thing. But then it's coupled to both a renderer and to this class. I don't know if that's better. Also, we don't really have a problem right now. I just want to see if my design is okay. Same thing with, what does client tile look like? We just have a sprite in here. Hey, Finstar. Or is it Finster? The eternal question. Alright, I think this is fine. So, Pixie sprite sheets. I don't really want to do that now. And we don't really have a problem yet. But we do need to look into that at some point. Pressing keys over Pixie no longer works. Yeah, that's actually still a problem. Alright, now let's get rid of our toggle show FPS call. Good, we should have no changes to our code at this point. Good, we don't. And our code should look like the same but without the FPS thing. Alright, cool. So it took me about as long as I said it would. It's almost 4 o'clock, so now we can move on to the arena code that we were talking about. Now let's think about this. We need a bot assemblage. I think at this point, yeah, we're ready to add in the entities, or at least a bot. Now, a bot assemble. Okay, so this is exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. We're finally getting the point. Maybe he's adding the thief. No, I'm not. Also, is the game dev thing back up? I wanted to prove a point earlier, and whoa, 200. Oh darn it! I gotta close my door. Hang on a second. Okay. Someone's got 17 squared viewers. Well, I guess if you say giving away TwitchCon swag, I should rename my title. So jealous. Oh, Finstar. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to add in our first bot. Let's think about this. We have all of our components, so we just need a bot assemblage. This should probably go into its own folder. Shared client and game server, ECS. So we could make an assemblages thing, but I could also just call it bot assemblage. All right, let's do that. Bot assemblage. The bots are coming. Am I saying it the way you would not pronounce bot? All right, bot assemblage. Do we have any such thing as a base assemblage? I don't think so. And then component names, we will need. How does add component work? Let's look at entity.js. So when we add a component, we actually pass in the component, which means that we need to import a whole bunch of, so let's do this then. We need to import health, is bot, owned by player, and physics. Oh boy. Health component from health component. What is it? Is bot component. Physics component, and finally owned by player. Owned by player should have component in the name. Let's rename it. Oops. Get rename owned by player component. Alright, cool. Now we put these three things over here and then lowercase them. Now a bot assemblage, we have to take in all the parameters of this, right? So we need a life, nothing there, x, y, width, height. So life, x, y, width, height, and what else? player ID of the owner. Oh, okay, let's just make this params, and we'll just parse all this out over here. So, Destadom says, do you ever use UML? No, I don't. Oh boy. Alright, yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to type /no users. Alright, we're going to take all these users. We're going to separate them out into lines. We're going to cut out myself, Lepko, and who's the other person who always gets light control? I don't know. And then we're going to randomly pick one of these people. So a random number from 1 to 46. And in 146. Why is this taking so long? Oh, it's on my D drive, and my D drive needs to actually spin up. So I was going to say, I need to generate a random number. It shouldn't be taking time. What is going on? There you go, 34. Who's 34? Tiburon. There. There's an unbiased giveaway. Finstar asks, am I in there? Yeah, you are. Lepko says no. Lepko, I purposely removed you because you've been getting it like constantly. Just constantly. Alright, we need to make a new entity. So it's not really new. Yeah, this is going to just be a function. Function bot assemblage. How do we do this actually? Make bot assemblage? No, we'll just take in params here. Okay, and then we need an entity also. We don't need component name, so import entity from entity. Then we're going to make let bot entity equals new entity. Then add component, new health component, params.life. New is bot component with no params, new physics component, and new owned by player component. This will be params.player ID, params.tilex, params.tiley, params.width in tiles. No, let's just make it 1 and 1. Return bot entity. You can get away with putting a filter over the webcam video instead of just changing the color of my lights? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Because if you were standing outside my apartment, like looking into my window, and you didn't see the lights change, that'd be a different experience, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Coffee Kills? Wouldn't it? Yeah. Didn't think of that. God. So short-sighted. Okay, so this is more like make bot assemblage. Yeah, we're gonna call that make bot assemblage, even though it's in bot assemblage. Have we done what we need to here? All right, let's just. How are we gonna do this? Arena is what's keeping track of entities, so we want to say create bot inside of Arena. I guess shared Arena. Let's just do create bot. Let's just do that actually. That's all we're gonna do. Now import make bot assemblage from, what folder are we in here? ECS/bot assemblage. And we're gonna call this const new bot equals make bot assemblage. We're gonna pass in tilex5, tiley5. Player ID, we don't have a player ID yet to change this. Life, we don't really care, not yet at least. And what else we need? life ID XY. And that's it. This dot entities. How do we do this? We need to make a new entity ID. And then we need to draw our bots. All right, so let's take a look at how we did this in the last project that I did. ECS, learning ES6, no, phaser, source, main, ship, assemblage. So how did I do it here? Oh, that shouldn't be capitalized. Make bot assemblage. Let's make that the same way here. Okay. Something failed. Oh yeah, this. There, no longer failed. All right, so we made an entity, we added a bunch of components, and then we return it. The other thing this is going to need is a sprite entity, or a sprite component, but only on the client. Okay. Sprite component is only needed on the client. Should we wrap make bot? Coffee Girl says, what? I didn't get a chance to try. I was changing the time card. What? I don't know what you're trying to say, Coffee Kills. All right, yeah, this is okay. So we're gonna get a start to this today, but we are definitely not finishing this today. This is the whole add bots to the arena, and then once we've got bots in the arena and we've got this sort of framework set up, adding new things should be a little bit easier later. But for right now, it's gonna be good. We gotta like figure all this out. So let's close that. How are we gonna do this? We've got make bot. We need to add it to entities. Oh yeah, I just closed the code that was gonna teach us some of this. JavaScript. All right, in main, how did we make an assemblage? We made this, and then we called add entity. And add entity did this. So we want the same sort of code, and we want next entity ID to be set somewhere. Where does this get set? Here to 0. All right, this dot next entity ID equals 0. And then add entity is going to look like this. And we get rid of that. Put that in here, const ID. Good, good, good. And this we're going to need eventually. So this dot add entity new bot. To do, put this back in. Actually, this should go on the line above. Okay. So now we have a bot entity that's being created no matter what. Now here's what we're gonna do. And this is just to get something sort of up and going. We're going to, in render, we're gonna make this a render tiles. Camera. And that's what this function is gonna be. So first we render tiles with the camera. Then we render entities. But that's not even totally true. But we're gonna just make it that way for now. So render entities, camera. We're going to just go through every entity right now for let entity ID in this dot entities, const entity for this dot entities, and the ID. And then we're going to render that entity. No, well, yeah, that's what we're going to do for right now at least. So how do we do this? We are going to just put this into, we're going to put this into the client arena for right now. Because, I'll write a note. To do this eventually needs to be in the base arena 2. The client adds. No, let's do it the way I had it. We'll have this one call super. Does it return it? Return new bot. You can't probably do this. Let x equals super. Yeah, you can. I need to make some sort of intermediate function. So yeah, we're not going to do this for now. We are going to take this out. We're going to put this here. The client adds a big C component. Wait, what? Did Windows say that Windows 10 is the final operating system they'll make? Interesting. I guess I never thought of it that way, since I guess updates are really just sort of, yeah, I don't know. I bet they'll make more though. Because I was going to say, if you think of updates as name changes as opposed to like, anyway, whatever. I bet they'll end up using a different name after Windows 10. All right, we need a few things. We need the make bot assemblage up here, and now this location is wrong, so we need to do dot shared client and game server. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have the assemblage now. We also need a sprite component, which we don't have. So let's look at health component. Save this as sprite component. We'll call this sprite component. We'll look at component names. Put one here named sprite. Oops. And good. We'll say this is sprite. We'll say we'll take in the sprite and we just save it here. We get rid of that, and we're done. Alright, so we have a sprite component now. We need to restart gulp watch at some point. And now the makebot assemblage needs to also take in a sprite component. When we add to it, we add this params.sprite. Alright, next, Arena needs to actually add in a sprite. So let's do const bot sprite equals. How did we do this before? We did this in, actually just farther down here, right? Where is it? New pixie.sprite tile texture. So we just do this. We put this here and we paste this line into here. And then instead of tile 1A, let's see what we called the bot sprite. We called it bot. That makes sense. Alright, and then sprite, bot sprite. Alright, so what we're going to do now, when we say render entities, we're going to go through each entity and we're going to say camera.render entity.get component. Oh, this is obnoxious. Right, it's called get component. We need to pass in a name, so that means we need to save the names from here. No, where is it? Component names, that's what it's called. So we need import star as component. Or no, how do we use this in here? Yeah, this. And now we want this same thing, except something like that. Is it not in there? Where is this from? This comes from, oh, it's not in the ECS folder. That makes no sense. Well, it actually does kind of make sense. That way we don't have to go into the ECS folder for all these constants. Where was I just modifying? The client arena, that's right. So we just take this out. And does that work? I don't know, let's try it. Nope, doesn't look like it worked. Let's see, does the arena have, let's open up render entities. This isn't even getting called. How is that possible? This dot render entities. Entities has nothing in it. Oops, I just closed that. Okay, why does entities have nothing in it? Oh, MakeBot's never getting called. I just never called MakeBot. Or CreateBot, or whatever it's supposed to be. Where is it? Why can't I find this stuff anymore? CreateBot, yeah. So let's go into client main, and we will make a bot in here. So after we make the arena, set up arena, we're going to call this dot arena dot create bot. And now we should see that breakpoint get hit. Do we? Yes. And now we should see the bot get drawn. Oh, it doesn't have a position. What is object? It's undefined. Oh, I never finished writing that code. Oh man, I'm all over the place right now. Okay, so in render entity, okay, what's going on in chat? Because chat's gone by like a whole page. Yeah, okay. Nothing's aimed at me in chat. So I just wrote get component here. What I wanted to do is finish writing what this was supposed to be, which is component name dot sprite. Actually, that should be it. No, dot sprite again. All right, does that work? We silence that. We're almost there. All right, so what does this equate to? Component names is not defined. I find that hard to believe. Component names is not defined. How I ask? It's up 1, 2, 3, shared client and game server component names. Right? That's what this is? Shared client and game server component names. Yeah, so let's just try rerunning this, I guess. Well, all right. I think this will work. I just think it'll take about 14 seconds. Let's say 14.32. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. All right, now we just wait. 13.79, I was close. I was close. Hey, there's our bot. And it's drawing it pixel 5, not tile 5, dial 5. That's fine. We can fix that. Although we've already screwed something up. Physics component shouldn't just have a tile X, tile Y. Or should it? Oh, that's a good question. As far as the physics is concerned, you should always be at a particular tile, and then you get rendered somewhere else. So when I make movement work, make sure it works via by pixel first. Okay, so physics component just has tile X and tile Y. That's because on the server we won't have pixel coordinate. Oh man, alright. The quality of my work is now dropping off, but we only have another 30-ish minutes. I blame it on the heat. I'm gonna go stand in front of a fan after this. Okay, so when we first make this, alright, we just need to render this differently, that's all. So we can't just pass in a sprite. Or rather we can't, when we make create bot, this has to be... Oh, interesting. Oh, we just never set this actually. Position.x. Alright, so let's do this. Const tile x equals 5, const tile y equals 5. We're going to say position is tile x times constants dot tile size. Same thing with the y. And then we're going to do tile x, tile y. Actually, we should just make all of these things player ID equals 0. Just cut all this stuff out. should be capitalized. Then the sprite. Yeah, and then life. Life is 1,000. All right. Now our bot should render at the right space. Good, it does. And there's some offsets I should be using too. And I think I just wrote magical offsets in for the last game that I was writing. So if we look at client arena in this, I have draw machines and there's some weird offset I'm using. Oh, or did I bake that into the, what's in the client machine? I think there's an offset in here. No. Where did I put this? That's strange. Oh, negative 29, negative 35. That's what it was. So, negative 29, negative 35. Now, with just a little bit of magic, we'll see that this will go from here to, ta-da, the wrong place. Oh, this is the wrong image, that's why. Let's stop trying to just use magic. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna figure out exactly what those coordinates are. Debug main.arena.entities 0 dot get component sprite dot position. No, dot sprite dot position. Yeah. Dot. Okay, no, we can't do that. We need to cut these out first. I forgot the magic word. All right, now, so there we go. We have this. Now we're just going to keep subtracting numbers. So it's 320. Let's try 300. No. 290. And this is just for the sake of this looking decent enough for now. That's pretty good. 309. Oh, we can zoom in. This is the whole reason why we wrote zoom in. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that looks good. So we're going to add 9 to x. Plus 9. Done. Next, we're going to subtract something from y. So what is y currently? 320. That was obvious and I should not have had to type that. So let's try 300. No. 290. Closer. 296. Perfect. So we subtract 24. There. Now, no matter what tile we show them on, it should look pretty good. Just refresh. Whoops. Oh, 309? Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I meant minus 11. All right. Yeah, that looks good. Oh man. All right, so this is actually starting to look a little better. Let's stop tinting our tiles so stupidly. Oh no, we only did that because we didn't have to bit shift this way. How do we do this? What if we... So how do you turn OX OOFF into OXFFOO? So that's 256 into whatever that is. Can I evaluate this? Whoa, I can! Cool. Alright. So is there some easy way to do this? 2, 4, 6, 8. No. Oh, it's 255. Yeah, bit shift left by 8. Yep. So we can say, let's do this. We do red, green, and blue. And then we can say tint equals red bit shift left 16 plus green bit shift left 8 plus blue. And then we probably need to put these in parentheses. So let's do that. So now this will just look white after all of that. Yeah, not white. I said totally the wrong thing. And we want to make all of these actually just be, we want to make them all just be OXFF. So now they'll look like exactly the sprites that they're supposed to look like. This should be the same as, let me find the thing here. client, public, images. It should look like this tile and this tile because I tinted them white. So when I refresh, yeah, wow, that looks so much brighter than it used to. But yeah, do these images look like the same as these images? They're close enough if they're not exactly the same. All right, cool. So now we have our arena and we have a bot on it. We have some red tiles. And we'll never ever scroll all the way to the bottom because it's 100 by 100. We're cutting that out right now. So we're gonna make this something like, we'll make it like 25 by, no, we'll make it mostly fit on the screen. So 15 by 10. Why use bit shifters? So here's what we needed to do. We have, if you're familiar with hex colors, the way that they're set up is there's 2 bits for red, and then 2 bits for green, and then 2 bits for blue. So if I were to represent a color like this, I could do it here. So imagine that these are, or not 2 bits, sorry, 2 bytes. You have 2 bytes for red, 2 bytes, no, it's not. Well, I'm being an idiot right now. Yeah, I am. It's 1 byte for each of these, because this is hex. Yeah. So they're just 3 bytes. Anyway, you want a color like this, right? 200, 150. So the way you do this is you'd say red equals 200, green equals 100, and blue equals 50. However, it eventually needs to show up in the form of something like this. So I don't know exactly what these numbers would be, but let's just say C0, whatever, 90, didn't, well, that'd be more like 60, and that'd be more like 30. All right, so actually I did want to fill in some of the right numbers. For you to do this, you need to figure out, let's say just the blue component, and then convert it to hex. So you'd have OX32, and that's fine. These are the least significant bits, so you can just add them. When you figured out the green components, green would be OX64, and you need to get it into this position. So in order to do that, you bit shift. I didn't really explain that very well, so if you want me to give you a better explanation, I can. Okay, so we have our bot showing up, and we should have a smaller arena now too. In fact, almost to the point where, yeah, the whole thing almost shows up. Except for we just uncovered a bug in our arena tile styles. So we gotta fix that. Okay, fix bug in arena tile styles and the 15 by 10 arena. So yeah, I don't know how familiar you are with bit shifting, but the way you typically would draw something like this is you draw just a binary number. So if I want to set this to 1, I can OR it with, so I could like bitwise OR it with 1 bit shifted right to the 1. God, this is still not clear. And yeah, that's 2. So if you said like 11011101, or with 1, yeah. So I essentially just added 2 to the number. Whatever, yeah. Does it get weird when you don't have a perfectly square arena? It gets weird when I write my code stupidly. I think that's basically it. So I don't think it has to do with the square arena. I think it just has to do with the height parameter. It might actually be square arenas or not. But I know I wrote the code stupidly, and I just need to return to it. Either way, we wrote a lot of stuff, despite that it didn't look like a lot of stuff, because that took like 20 minutes. And I don't think I'm happy with how this stuff ended up. So we renamed that file. That needed to be done. It was called owned by player, and we've named everything else with component in the name, so we're going to keep that component. Budo Ray says Python love, nice. Yeah, I like Python for showing things quickly. If I have the JavaScript console open, I usually go to that, but I don't know why I didn't there. All right, so this tinting, we're just gonna kind of keep the way that it was. I'm gonna leave this commented out stuff because eventually the tinting will just go away completely, I think. So we can change that. Now this create bot, this is where things start to get a little bit iffier. Like I've created a bot in just the sort of the stupidest way possible. Which actually, no, maybe make bot assemblage was not a bad idea. I just had to keep passing parameters all over the place. And then render entities, yeah, I think this stuff is mostly fine actually. Maybe we will comment and check this in right now. Let's go take a look at our, that's not the right one. We want it in here. So render any entities in this arena. I didn't capitalize it below, so I'm going to capitalize it here. So we go over each entity and we render its sprite. So to do not iterate over each entity, eventually we'll index them, and to do not assume every entity has a sprite. Actually, that is safe to assume, I think. If this is the client, then every entity should have a sprite. I can't think of one that wouldn't. Although maybe this is reasonable on the client. Okay. Create bot, I think the way we're approaching this, well, I know for sure this is the way we're approaching this right now. We're going to get things to work on the client, and then we're going to end up making all of the other layers so that this works on the server. And since this has to work on the client, that's not really true though. Keep in mind, the way the client will execute code is only by using the server. And when we're in single player, we will just be the server. The code execution will thus need to be written in the shared arena. I wish it rather made you create small programs instead of just doing like an assignment, making the following return false, true, 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 false. Oh, Code Academy. Okay. Well, let's look at this again in a little bit. Let's just move on to the next file, which is main, which changed like 2 things. We just created a bot. That's fine. Let me change the size. This stuff is also fine. I just need to comment it. That's fine. Bot assembly and sprite component are also pretty much fine. We need to change a little bit of this though. Alright, then let's go back into this arena. This is the shared arena. We need to comment some things. Shared arena. Will this work? Okay, so potential problem. I'm just going to kind of think out loud here. The client arena inherits from the shared arena. The shared arena has a next entity ID. If the client is both a client and a server, then the server arena, then both arenas will have the next entity ID. I don't think this is a problem because the client is not generating entity IDs. It's not ever generating entity IDs. Rather, it's not the entity's ID that is important. It's there would be a component with an ID in it. I don't know, how did I decide to do this? So I guess what I'm kind of depending on, like what I'm trying to figure out right now is entities have an ID, but that ID could just be an internal thing that is not shared over the network. If it is shared over the network, then each entity needs a specific ID. And if it's not shared over the network, yeah, I guess I could just write this down. So if the entity's ID is shared over the network, I'll say this is not shared over the network, then we need to add in an ID component. Otherwise we can just use the entity's ID shared over the network. ringing in my ear. All right. We'll still need to figure that out. And we still need to finish commenting this code too. So shared arena. And we're going to go to here and say the next entity ID that we're going to assign. And then what else do we have to fix? Add entity. As an entity to be tracked by this arena. This is a type entity. Yeah, we don't have an indexer yet. Good. That's fine. Bot assemblage, we're going to change a bit. I feel like this should do something like this. Const. We should probably assert that all of these things exist. Or rather, the component should assert that. Health component. Yeah, let's try that. Require assert. Assert max life. Darn it, I don't want to do both these things. So assert. I'd also need util for this. I want to just make sure that max life exists. Oh, here's what we can do. So assert is number max life. Max life must be a number. I'm not gonna put that in. Then can we stop any asserts from firing at some point? Node assert. Can we turn all of these off? What? How do we go? Turn node assert off. Turn off HTTP debugging. I don't want that. Node, darn it, is that a way to do this? Node.js, turn assert off. Enable and disable assertion messages. What have people said? Oh, this is stupid. They use a global variable. I don't think that's good. There should just be a way to turn asserts off. Yeah, I don't like that. Man, I don't like any of this. This is, I guess, why I shouldn't be using Node's assert library. But it's included and it's so much smaller than Chai. I guess what I could do is rewrite all of the assert functions so that they don't do anything. So let's try that out. If I open Node and I say var assert equals require assert, and I say assert false, it throws an exception. Now if I say no, I just say assert equals function, it does nothing, and then I say assert false. I guess I can just overwrite them. Alright, well I'm going to add this to my pre-release to-do list, because you guys shouldn't be seeing asserts. Pre-release. Make sure asserts have been silenced. At the time of writing this, the only way to silence them is to convert them all to the null function. Kind of stupid. Alright, but I want these things so that you actually know that the components have things that are fine. So owned by player component, we want the same thing here. We want to know that the player ID is actually a number. What else do we want? Physics component, we want this same stuff here. And we can say width in tiles equals 0 and height in tiles equals 1. assert is number tile X, tile Y, width in tiles, and height in tiles. And this is a reason why you might use TypeScript, I guess. Oh well, never switching. Hashtag 2015. Oh, and then sprite, just assert that it's defined. Tiburon says, you've hurt my productivity. I'm tired from work. Come home to program a bit. End up watching you. Oh, hey, Monatic Bind. Tiburon, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should Twitch stream out your development and then just make a bunch of other people waste their time. It wouldn't possibly truly solve your problem. Alright, so we added in some asserts. This create bot is really the only bit that doesn't really belong. But that's temporary code, so we'll change that later, I guess. And I'll probably write something to that effect on there. Client arena. Yeah, so create bot to do remove this code. No, I think that's okay for now. Alright, we added some components, we added some asserts for some components. Actually, all of these components now need to require assert. So let's do it. Gotta put this in each component that I just modified. So here, here. Alright, now let's make sure this is good. We required everything correctly, good. We are using the create bot function and then render entities. That's fine for now, we'll eventually change it. We call create bot in main so that we have exactly one bot. The shared arena is what actually keeps track of the entities. Then we have that, we added in the right requires, we added in the requires. Then we added a sprite component, which is just a container for a sprite, and a bot assemblage, which I did not save. Okay, now each of these is going to throw an error if it's not what we expect. I think we're fine then. I'll just put that there. Oh, by the way, who was looking for the mouse earlier? Darn it, I should know this. Let me scroll up. Oh man. Oh, I forgot. Alright, someone wanted to buy the same mouse that I'm using. I wanted to say another reason why I like this mouse. Oh. Okay. Alright. I don't think they're here. I forgot who it was anyway, and no one said anything, so I don't think they're here. Alright, make bot assemblage, we've got. Yeah, so created, this commit includes some temporary code. Create bot doesn't move, and this code only works on the client for now. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna push this code too. Except for I actually shouldn't push this code until I pre-commit it, so hang on. So pre-commit. Then I think that's it for today. I'll probably just sit around and talk for a little bit longer. It's only 15 minutes before the end of the day. Yeah, this stuff's all wrong. Let's fix this. Expected indentation of 8 characters, done. Ignore trailing white space, done. Oh, illegal trailing white space, got it. Done. And done. There, fixed all the linting errors. Now, the reason why we didn't push is so that we can amend the last commit. Success. Good, now we push. And we do this on the other screen. Alright. So, after one day, let's take a look at what progress we made. We screwed up. Oh, this is why you're supposed to run before committing. Okay, I know exactly what I screwed up. I just shouldn't have done that. There. Where else did I make that mistake? Physics component? No, that must have been it. Fine. Forget it. Adam's bad at coding. Wait, what? Did I still screw up? What is Sprite? What? How is this failing? Underscore dot is undefined? Oh, that's not even a function you can call. Oh, how could I make such a stupid mistake? Oh, assert's not defined. Oops. Oops. I mean, I made 2 mistakes. All right, let's fix that. I know why I didn't see it, because this was a new file. Guys, it was a new file. It's just, you make mistakes like that every once in a while. Then you rhyme. All right. So let's get back to reflecting on the code that we wrote today. So when we started today, first let's check that fix to this problem. Fixed crash due to I'm gonna say a typo. It's not due to a typo. Due to missing requires statements and a typo. It's not really important. Okay, so now that I checked in, and let me find out the correct way to go back to an old version of code. Like what I'd normally do is go to show log, and then I'd right click one of these things and then say reset to this. As long as I'm not rebasing to that, I think we're okay. Is that really stupid to do? Is it okay to reset? Git reset. Explain in plain English. Oh, I love you, Stack Overflow. Perhaps you need a bit of a sense of the way Git works. All right. You know what? Here's how we're gonna do this so that we don't totally bork everything. We're gonna go to Bitbucket. Oh, by the way, let me do something really fast. So the people who follow me, I've been giving control over my lights, but I'm gonna turn color loop off so that you guys can actually control it and have fun. So thank you for following, Robert, and you should get a whisper from me soon with control over my lights. So let's log in here. I'm gonna do this off screen, and then we're going to pull another repository of Botland. So let's do that. I can't click this. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna make desktop Nicter Botland 2. This is really silly, but we're gonna just try this. So let's do that off screen. All right. Good, we got it. So now we can go into here and, oh darn it, we need to npm install everything. Okay, well, no, that's fine actually. Because what we wanted to do is we wanted to back up in case git reset doesn't work how I want it to. So now let's reset to where we were at the very beginning of today, which is the same as the last commit from Friday. So reset master to this. What is this? Okay, just click OK. Done. Branches, Adam, branches. You guys are gonna watch me wipe out the last 3 weeks of work on stream right now. Alright, now I think we need to rerun this stuff. Perhaps not. What happens if we just refresh the page? No, yeah, we do need to rerun this. Okay, do that, that, and that. Alright. And yeah, thank you guys for the follows. Let's see, what was I at the beginning of today? I was at 442 followers, and now we're at 467. That is pretty good. We got 25 followers, or if your math is bad, 50 followers. All right, that only took forever. Let's refresh, and now we should see, no, this is not right. What's going on? I reset the code, right? See, this is where I just don't understand Git. Like, let's look at, yeah, a whole bunch of stuff changed, right? No, I screwed up. Uh-oh. All right. Let's just reflect silently. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna unreset this. Yeah. Yeah. Let's revert. Does that even work at this point? I think I screwed everything up. Oh yeah, I definitely screwed everything up. But let's fix that in a bit, I guess. As long as we don't push, I think we might be fine. Clamp number doesn't exist. This shouldn't even be a thing. Revert to revision is what I wanted. How do I do that? That's revert files. Revision. Well, reset doesn't even exist here anymore. Oh, possibly because I was in the wrong thing. No, yeah, I think I screwed up. Check out the revision you want. Can I just pull and fix everything? And then never do this again? Git did not exit cleanly. Please move or remove them. Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing. Fix it. Check out? Can I check out like someone was saying? Your branch is behind by 10 commits and can be fast forwarded. Use git pull to update. Can I like force a git pull though? Fast forward only? I'm gonna say this. I don't think it's gonna work. Alright, nobody. No. Yeah, I don't know what I did.